Welcome on into the Central Committee stream with your host, Mike from PA. How are we doing? Hassan met President Xi?
No way.
This is Wax Museum.
Okay, and smile. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I was so excited for a minute.
Okay.
Diplomacy at last.
That is.
I'm okay.
Will's like, I'm gonna skip the Xi photo. What the fuck, man? You know, there's a beautiful country you've been enjoying, but you're gonna deny the man who helped create it his credit? SMH. I see some people promoting the idea that genocide in Sri Lanka was carried out because of the help of China because they sold arms. Is this true? Here's what I would say. I would say that in that specific genocide, every country sold arms to Sri Lankan government. And I think any country that sold arms shares responsibility for how they're used. I don't believe in this libertarian idea that when you sell weapons, then, well, I didn't do it. I think that if you may have an argument as far as like before an active war is happening, but once a war is happening and you can see how the combatants are engaging in using your weapons, you continue to supply them weapons, you are endorsing it. All right, chat, welcome on in to the Central Committee stream. It is Friday, November 21st, 2025. What a week. People are openly asking the question, is Epstein an Israeli asset? And Ryan Grimm says yes. The Bitcoin is eating shit, chat. Bitcoin is continuing to eat poo-poo doo-doo like Elon Musk when you ask Grok about his favorite meal. We are back down nearing the April lows of this year, for the past year actually. The Bitcoin is basically sideways negative for the year. It was 94,000 1 year ago, down to 83,000. The real number to watch for is 73K. I really think that there's going to be a lot of resistance around 80K. I think that psychologically, that's a big number. Andrew Tate liquidated by Bitcoin crashing. Andrew Tate opened another long of Bitcoin today that got liquidated again in 1 hour. How leveraged is he? That's barely any, like, why the fuck are these guys stupid? Like, are you buying like 10x fucking or 20x leverage? Like, what is this? If you believe in Bitcoin, you just buy it. You shouldn't buy 10x leverage so you immediately get liquidated from, because Bitcoin is incredibly volatile. Even if you're right about Bitcoin going up in the long term, if you get such leverage, you're going to lose because the volatility will wipe you out. All right, Zoran is going to DC. I personally, why not just take the train? Also, is that first class such a man of the people? Guys, a flight from New York City to DC, getting an upgrade is like something that mailmen do. This is not some sort of like extravagant display of wealth. Although you should take the train, personally. You should take the train. Such a weird expression, man. I don't know. It's called a smile, man. It's called a smile. We don't have high-speed rail, remember, Mike. I mean, the Acela from New York to DC is the fastest train we have, and that's relatively fast. If there's any train that you want to take, it's from New York to DC. It's like the best train. Did I see this?
This is always just like this. I got the Bruce.
Wait, oh, you want me to do the?
Yeah.
Okay, ready, guys? Oh, fuck yeah. Actually, this looks so fucking cool.
Hassan, honestly, and I know we're not supposed to say this, but Hassan has mini boss energy. I'm sorry. It's like the mini boss that's like the more powered up version of the henchman who has like, and like the head is the weak point. So, but the mini boss's head is slightly smaller, but he has like oversized fists like Wreck-It Ralph. Oh no. So like, you gotta hit your aim.
Okay.
Thank you.
Weak points are usually swollen only in games for babies. Damn, Mike, so much lemon this morning. Yeah, I'm feeling like lemony. I'm feeling lemony today. I'm pissed. So one of the teammates of Riley Gaines went on some guy's show. Hold on.
the version of this story and the version of Riley Gaines, right, that continues to go viral online to the point that she is this leading figure in the Trump MAGA Republican movement. How different is the person that these teammates see on television from the Riley Gaines that they swam with back in 2019, 2020?
It's really clear that Riley has gone through a significant evolution. Trinity, who was friends with her at the time, says that Riley in college was really different than her super Christian, super conservative public persona these days. This is 2021 after Trump left office. They took a 2-hour drive together up to another teammate's family lake house.
This is so funny looking back on. I drove up a car of people and like Riley was in my front seat. We talked the 2 hours there and back. And we both have conservative Christian upbringings.
Did NVIDIA crash again? Oh my God. Yo, the bubbles, bro. The bubble's popping. The bubble's popping. The bubble's popping. The bubble's popping. Yep, the bubble's popping. Although maybe not, but like opened at 81 is now at 74. The S&P and 500 had a bounce early this morning, but now they're still going down. And the stores that are going well are Ross and wait, why is a home builder doing well? DR Horton is tapping a startup's AI zoning tool to build more homes. Okay, let's finish the Riley Gaines thing. Let's not be ADHD, Mike.
Like kind of like talked about that and shared just about like dads that were definitely more like old school. And her making a comment just being like, yeah, like I'm not like a diehard Trumper. And that really like tracked with everything. I mean, to me, like that made sense and tracked with what I had seen. Like Riley was a very down to earth, very practical person. As a queer person that swam on that team, I never was like, wow, I feel like Riley's going to hate crime me today, or like Riley makes me feel unsafe.
I am so grateful to see President Trump's quick and decisive action to uphold his campaign promise and protect.
Yeah, it's called being a fucking grifter. A lot of people want to sell out. A lot of people want to sell out. And I think we need to bring back shaming people for selling out. I think it needs to like we need to bring back shame.
Protect female athletes.
If you told me 4 years ago that Riley Gaines was going to be the spokesperson for the anti-trans movement, be speaking with Trump, I'd be like, what? You're crazy. Like, she doesn't even actually like him.
And, you know, when you hear that, and you even make allowances for the fact that all of us, I assume both of us were probably different in college than we are now, right? It does make me want to really understand, like, what the happened.
I don't think that what Riley Gaines does deserves to be called advocacy. When we think of advocacy, we think of people
the stock
that
market
are
should have already
campaigning, fighting for a better future. And normally the word that comes to mind when you think of advocacy is inclusion, not exclusion. If you told most people all you have to do is make hateful statements on the internet, post some ad brands, and you're going to have half the country worshiping you and hanging up your picture on their daughter's wall saying you're an American hero and you're going to never work a real job the rest of your life. I mean, most people, that's their dream. Like that is the easy way. In some ways, like really the easy way out. I can't think of anything else besides money and fame that would cause the dramatic transformation in Riley that I've seen. Because like I said, I never would have thought that this would happen. And I thought very highly of her before.
I mean, like, all I could say is, yeah, they're grifters. Like, what do you want me to say? Of course they're grifters. They're fucking grifters. Riley never talks about her coach who's actually a predator. Is it a man? Is it a man? Oh, wow. She's not talking about a man doing crimes. Who could have predicted that? All right. What else are we talking about today? Oh, apparently, the Washington Post is reporting that Donald Trump is saying either you accept the peace deal by Thanksgiving or Ukraine is losing support. U.S. pushing Ukraine to sign peace deal by Thanksgiving or lose support. The U.S. is sending signals that everything could be off the table if Kyiv does not quickly sign a proposal which was drawn up by Special Envoy Witkoff. The White House is pressuring Ukraine to sign on its new peace proposal by Thanksgiving or lose U.S. support to the country in its war with Russia, according to 5 people familiar with the talks. Bro, This is breaking news that just dropped about an hour ago. Putin definitely has these pictures of Trump blowing Bubba. I don't. It's not a peace deal. It's a surrender agreement. Technically not a surrender agreement. Surrender is when you are putting yourself completely into the hands of your enemy. That's what surrender means. Not technically surrender. It would be concessions. It's not surrender, technically. These words do have meanings. And I don't like to use words wrong, you know? That's unconditional surrender? No. That's not. No. Surrender means you put yourself in the hands of the enemy. You could have conditions for it. You could say, I will give up and put myself into your hands if you X, Y, and Z. That's conditional surrender. Surrender, I mean, cease resistance to an enemy or opponent and submit to their authority. I don't think it would be, it wouldn't be Ukraine surrendering. It would be Ukraine conceding. Now, you could say they surrendered that territory. That would be right because they're conceding to Russia's authority in that territory. But Ukraine itself surrendered that territory would be accurate. Ukraine surrendered is not accurate. The agreement would include scaling down their military, effectively crippling Ukraine for the next attack. I mean, not looking good. It's not looking good for Ukraine. And this is kind of what we said. This is what Hassan and I said when the war started. Like, we were like, this is not going to be good for Ukraine. This war is terrible. And a lot of other analysts were like, Ukraine's going to win the war. Putin's going to fall. Remember that? You guys remember that analysis? How much shit we got? I mean, we still get shit. We still get shit. And it turns out that our analysis was correct. It's not that we wanted it to happen. It was just the United States and Ukraine pursuing a belligerent strategy is not going to work. And it didn't work. Could this indicate more escalation with Venezuela? I kind of think so. From what I understand, NATO is running out of TNT. From what I understand, like 90% of NATO's TNT is produced in Poland. And so we've given so much to Israel and so much to Ukraine that NATO is actually kind of like running out of weapons. If Ukraine keeps going with the war, they will effectively destroy themselves. I think they're fucked. I honestly think Ukraine is toast. And unless everybody kicks Ukrainians out of their country to force them to go back to Ukraine, I think Ukraine is toast. They're losing like 25% of their most valuable territory. I think right now Russia occupies 20%. But I think the surrender would be Ukraine giving up even more. Russia producing 3 times more artillery shells than Europe and US for Ukraine. I mean, it's fucking like, yeah. And it's actually helping North Korea, and Russia's economy is doing well. Like, comparatively. Now, obviously, North Korea is very poor, but they've seen a lot of growth from this war and increased ties with Russia. Like, North Korea is not as diplomatically isolated because of this war as well. The U.S. has, like, lost significant progress in their various regime change operations. I mean,
turning now to a CNN exclusive and this somber assessment from a senior European intelligence official. Russia's war machine is in full gear. CNN has learned that Moscow is making nearly 3 times as many artillery rounds than the U.S. and Europe combined are producing for Ukraine. And that could give Russia a major advantage on the battlefield in the months ahead. A senior NATO official also says what we are in now is a production. Let's take a closer look now. What
which the U.S. can't produce anymore.
Live from Washington. This is frightening to know. What more are you learning, Katie Bo?
Poland picked the wrong side in the Battle of Vienna. Interesting theory, but...
Yeah, Amara, what I've learned is some pretty staggering figures that really illustrate how quickly Russia has been able to ramp up its defense production for use in Ukraine in ways that have really left the U.S. and the West behind. I've learned from a senior NATO official that Russia is producing somewhere in the order of 250,000 artillery rounds per month. That's a total of about 3 million a year. Compare that to just 1.2 million that the U.S. and Europe combined are on track to produce for use in Ukraine in a year. And this is showing up on the battlefield. Ukraine has had to ration its artillery fire across this 600-mile-long front. We're told that Ukraine is firing something on the order of 2,000 rounds a day compared to 10,000 a day that Russia is firing. And in some places, we're told the ratio is even worse than that. This is important because artillery is the #1 metric that U.S. and Western officials are watching as they track the progress of this war. This is really a war that is expected to be won or lost on just plain old artillery fire being traded back and forth across this front line. So the numbers, the math really matters. And officials tell us that Russia has been able to quickly ramp.
I mean, like the U.S. is just like kind of toast. Like as a military power, we are a paper tiger. We can't produce artillery shells. They're fucking World War I technology. How the fuck are we not able? This is like over 100-year-old or even older, depending on type of guns we're talking about. We are incapable of producing cheap 155 millimeter artillery shells, and we're getting outdone by Russia. Like, God, that is embarrassing.
Reports that US President Donald Trump and his negotiator-in-chief Steve Witkoff have come up with yet another peace plan for Ukraine. Like previous plans, it apparently hasn't landed well in Ukraine, with Ukrainian officials likening it to a national surrender.
Okay, the 155 millimeter shell is actually from the Franco-Prussian War. Like, that's when that size cannon was created in 1870. Now, obviously, they weren't using the same shells, but it's basically been used.
Nonetheless, if the reports are to be believed, Russia has apparently finally accepted the idea of post-war security guarantees. So in this video, we're going to take a look.
Okay, this is the shell. I looked it up, chat. The M107 projectile is a bursting round with fragmentation and blast effect. It's been used. It used to be the standard 155 millimeter high explosive projectile for howitzers of the U.S. Army and U.S. Marine Corps, but is being superseded in the military by the M795. It was developed in the 1930s. The M107 was approved for use in 1958. I guess we're using the M795 now. As of April 2023, the Ukrainian military is firing an estimated 6,000, 8,000 M795 projectiles daily at Russian targets. 2 days of expenditures at this rate is roughly equivalent to 1 month's production of those rounds in the United States at 2022 production levels. Wasn't even looking for that. Oh boy. Okay, let's put a title up because we're not talking about Grok right now. Did you see the EU politician call Koreans dog eaters on Twitter? Bro, have you seen what Europeans eat? Have you seen what fucking Northern Europeans eat?
In the past couple of days, there's been a flurry of reports that US President Donald Trump and his negotiator-in-chief Steve
Train. Thank you guys for the support. That's really cool of you. Especially thank you for the tier ones. It's tier ones. But thank you guys. I appreciate you.
Witkoff have come up with yet another peace plan for Ukraine. Like previous plans, it apparently
Free Palestine. Poland picked the wrong side of the Battle of Vienna. Casey, please. I mean, obviously, she's awesome.
Apparently hasn't landed well in Ukraine, with Ukrainian officials likening it to a national surrender. Nonetheless, if the reports are to be believed, Russia has apparently finally accepted the idea of post-war security guarantees. So in this video, we're going to take a look at Trump's latest proposal, how it differs from the previous ones, whether it could actually succeed. The next issue of our magazine, Too Long, is coming out soon, with this issue focusing on realignment in the Middle East to attempts at peacemaking. In short, with a quick recap of his previous attempts.
I don't care about your thing.
To understand Trump's latest plan, it's worth starting with a quick recap of his previous attempts at peacemaking. In short, the last time the US and Russia tried to negotiate a peace plan for Ukraine was back in August, after the summit between Trump and Putin in Alaska. But negotiations collapsed within just a couple of weeks, and there were basically 3 stumbling blocks. First, there was a disagreement over sequencing. The US, as well as Ukraine, wanted a ceasefire before a more comprehensive peace agreement, while Russia said that it would only agree to a ceasefire as part of a fully fleshed out peace agreement. Second, there was a disagreement over territory. Russia demanded that Ukraine give up the remaining territory that it controls in Donbass. Ukraine refused. For context, while Russia controls basically all of the Luhansk Oblast, Ukraine still controls about 25% of the Donetsk Oblast, including the cities of Kramatorsk and Slavyansk. There are reports that in exchange, Russia was offering to give up the little pockets of land it controls in Ukraine's northern oblasts of Sumy and Kharkiv. But A, these reports were never confirmed, and B, this wouldn't be a very equal trade. Russia was asking Ukraine to give up roughly 7,000 square kilometers in Donbass, while offering something like 450 square kilometers in Sumy and Kharkiv. Thirdly, and finally, there was a disagreement over Ukraine's post-war security guarantees. As we see it, this is both the most important and most difficult issue at play. In short, a security guarantee is the promise by some third country to intervene on Ukraine's behalf in the event of future Russian aggression. Obviously, Ukraine sees security guarantees as necessary for any sustainable peace. After all, without a security guarantee, what's going to stop Russia from invading again once it's rebuilt its forces? But Russia has, suspiciously, refused to countenance even minimal guarantees on the ground that they'll violate the principle of indivisible security. For context, the principle of indivisible security basically means that no one country can strengthen its security at the expense of the security of others. It originated as an idea in the Cold War and basically meant that the US and the Soviet Union couldn't deploy forces in other so-called spheres of influence. Russia argues that while they might improve Ukraine's security, Western security guarantees for Ukraine would undermine Russia's security and thus violate the principle of indivisible security. No one else really buys this argument, both because they don't really think that security guarantees for Ukraine do undermine Russia's security, as long as Russia doesn't attack Ukraine again, and also because, more generally, most countries don't buy into the principle itself. Since the end of the Cold War, European countries have stopped thinking in the terms of spheres of influence, and post-Soviet states consider themselves independent actors who should be able to make their own decisions on security matters. Ukraine says that it needs security guarantees, but Russia says no. There was a moment after the Alaska summit when Witkoff seemed to think that he got Russia to accept some sort of security guarantee, telling CNN that Russia had agreed to a, quote, Article 5-like security guarantee. This was apparently a misunderstanding. Russia quickly came out and said that it would only accept security guarantees if it had a veto over their implementation, which would render them essentially redundant. While the text of Trump's latest proposal isn't public yet, at least at the time of writing...
Congratulations, Sadeku, on the pregnancy.
Reports suggest...
Trump, Putin, Western leftists, implying that we wanted this war in the first... I mean, I think one of the things that's really kind of surprising to me is how shameless warmongering, warhawk centrists are. How many wars can the US lose? How many wars are you going to put us into and then lose horribly, causing mass destruction, and then you're going to try to like blame other people? I mean, you've been doing it since Korea, for fuck's sake. You guys are fucking losers. The United States cannot win a war. Can you stop arguing in favor of more wars? All we do is lose. Did I already cover the market today? Not yet. We will, though.
That it essentially concedes to Russia on the first 2 points, in exchange for some Russian concessions on the third point. In other words, it doesn't include a preliminary ceasefire and still requires Ukraine to give up Donbass, but Russia has apparently agreed to let Ukraine have some post-war security guarantee. Russia has apparently made some other minor concessions too. Axios, for instance, is reporting that Russia could give up some land in Kherson and Zaporizhia in exchange, while the Telegraph is reporting that Russia could pay Ukraine some sort of monetary compensation, but has demanded that, as a precondition for any security guarantees, Ukraine must draw down its domestic military. According to reports, Ukraine would be asked to cut its army in half, give up the long-range weapon systems provided by its European allies.
Paying monetary compensation is very usual when territory is exchanged. For example, America took a lot of territory from Mexico in aggressive wars. And then we also did something called the Gadsden Purchase, where we purchased land in Arizona, New Mexico, and I think California. I'd have to go and look exactly where the territory overlaps, but we purchased a little bit of extra territory in exchange for monetary compensation after we stole about half of Mexico's territory through aggressive war. So this is something that the United States is very used to doing. Guys, I think Russia started the war, not Ukraine. Don't know what the streamer is talking about. The thing you're confused about is the Biden administration was aggressively pursuing aggressive diplomacy of lack of engagement, you know, and the United States kind of did a coup where Hillary Clinton was caught on tape talking about how she's gonna basically control the country. I'm sorry, it wasn't Hillary Clinton. It was Jennifer Nuland, right? It was Jennifer Nuland, right? Or I'm thinking of the different. I'm thinking of a different. Yeah, it was Nuland. Yeah, Victoria Nuland. Thank you. All I can say is the United States of America has pursued aggressive NATO expansion toward Russia, and there was a agreement, the Minsk agreements, that was not being abided by. So there was a military coup of the government and a replacement of an elected government by a coup government that was more pro-Western. And then there were the people that supported the democratically elected government rose in rebellion. Like, this is just historical facts, right? Now, you could say the rebellion was good and you supported it. That's your opinion. You're allowed to say that. But the objective material facts are what they are. Can you imagine if, for example, there was a coup in, say, Canada of the democratically elected leader, and then a pro-China government was installed, and they started bringing in, MSS security tradies. They started installing spy stations throughout Canada, and then BC rose up in rebellion, and the new Chinese Communist Party aligned Canada started, shelling British Columbia. I think America might have a thought about that. I think America might consider that to be aggressive if China did that. I'm just proposing an alternative. Bipartisan representation is a scam, and this is the end result. If I'm thirsty and you offer me Coke or Pepsi, I'm eventually going to get sick. It's not a very good argument, but you can hydrate off of Coke. A bunch of empty calories, but it still is positive as far as hydration goes. All right, let's keep going.
And accept the rollback of other US military assistance. Furthermore, while Ukraine wouldn't be asked to recognize Crimea and Donbass as parts of Russia, something that Zelensky has long refused on the grounds that it's not possible under Ukraine's constitution, the US and other European countries would be expected to. Finally, the proposal also stipulates that Russia be accepted as an official state language in Ukraine, and that the Ukrainian branch of the Russian Orthodox Church be granted formal status in the country. Unsurprisingly, this hasn't gone down well in Ukraine. Ukrainian officials told the Financial Times that the proposal amounted to Ukraine giving up its sovereignty, and called the effort a Russian attempt to play the Trump administration, which they added was eager to show progress on a deal. Similarly, Axios reported on Wednesday Zelensky postponed a meeting with Witkoff and the Turkish foreign minister, who's apparently been involved in the negotiations in protest at the deal. It's also worth saying that Zelensky is currently dealing with the fallout of a massive corruption scandal involving several of his close allies, which means that he has less space to make politically difficult concessions.
So when they say corruption scandal that we haven't really talked about, we mean that the Ukrainian government officials have been stealing the money that they've been being given and putting it in their own bank accounts, which is, by the way, something that we talked about years ago. That's another vindication for Hassan and Mike, where we said Ukraine was one of the most corrupt countries in the world prior to the war, and they have not cracked down on that corruption. That's part of the reasons why Ukraine was so far behind the rest of Eastern Europe in development. Even though it's a great country, beautiful country, it has such a corrupt political class. Like, the money is stolen.
The deal has even apparently upset some of Trump's team. On Wednesday, Trump's special envoy to Ukraine, Keith Kellogg, announced his resignation, apparently because he believed fellow US officials would be...
Corruption is Russian oligarchs and sympathizers, by the way. Why do you type shit about things you don't know? I mean, it's good we could cover it because I haven't covered it. Zelensky under siege as corruption case shatters Ukraine's wartime unity. An anti-Zelensky political coalition is coalescing as the president's allies are accused of enriching themselves while the country's soldiers die on the battlefield. Is Zelensky pro-Russia now? Is Zelensky part of the pro-Russian group now? Oh wait, you didn't know this, even though it's brand new news. Oh, did you not hear? Are you watching dumb fucks? Are you watching centrist dweebs that played video games before dropping out of college and don't know anything about dick? Are you stupid? Oh, damn. Anyway, 5th in the Omaha mayor's race, by the way.
Strung along by Russia. All
you
in
could
all, then, the
objectively
deal
say that
hasn't gone down.
Vosh is much better at politics than Destiny now. That is an official confirmed fact, which is embarrassing to say, but also true.
And well in Ukraine. Nonetheless, a lot will depend on what these security guarantees actually look like. All we know at the moment is Russia is insisting that no foreign troops be deployed in Ukraine, something that Ukraine's European allies were considering as part of some coalition of the willing. We don't even know if it would just be the US or the US and Europe. Axios, for instance, is talking specifically about US security guarantees, while the Telegraph is reporting that Ukraine would be allowed to ask for security guarantees from both the
pedos. I'm sorry, but we're talking about Hassan and I's enemy. Like, every single one of Hassan and I's enemies are fucking sex pests or pedophiles. I'm sorry, I didn't make them hate us. I didn't make them come out of nowhere to attack me. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't know. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't know.
And its European allies.
Did I understand you correctly that Russia was justified in invading Ukraine just like the U.S. would be in your Canada scenario? Wait, you think the U.S. would be justified in invading Canada in that scenario? Interesting. I never said that. But okay, so you believe that Russia is justified that because in a scenario that would be identical, you would support invading Canada if the Communist Party of China successfully engineered a coup of the democratically elected government of Canada and then put a bunch of military bases in there, and then British Columbia seceded and the new Chinese aligned government started shelling British Columbia and attacking it. You would agree with America invading Canada. Okay, I mean, personally, I don't believe in coups. I don't think the coups are good, and I think China should keep its hands out of Canada. You know, I don't think China should be doing coups in Canada, personally. And I think if they did that, that would be pretty aggressive. I got gifted a sub, and getting gifted subs is the kind of praxis we need. Oh, absolutely.
So there's a chance that Witkoff has once again
Congress votes to condemn socialism. House votes to denounce horrors of socialism ahead of Mamdani Trump meeting. You know what's really embarrassing about this is, like, there are socialist parties in power in Europe right now. Now you could say, Mike, those are actually suck debs or social liberals and they're corrupted, but they're not real socialists. But it's like they call themselves socialists. Like, isn't that a little fucking weird? 86 Democrats joined with Republicans to approve the measure. There's the people that we need to primary. Maria Salazar verbally attacked Maxine Waters on the floor, accusing her of being a friend of the late Cuban dictator Fidel Castro, despite traveling to the country and seeing the abuses of his regime. Also, what the United States has done to Cuba is significantly worse than what, I mean, like, it's so funny. God, the anti-communists are really scared, aren't they?
Understood the Russians, and they might demand a veto over any security guarantees like they did in August. But if Russia has actually accepted the principle of some meaningful post-war security guarantee for Ukraine, this would represent a genuine step towards sustainable peace in Ukraine. When a story like this breaks, though, the headlines aren't just fast, they're
okay, thank you for your... Imagine making a video that has less than 5 minutes of content. God, I hate that channel so fucking much. God damn it, dude. The channel is so fucking bad. It really is bad. The Trump Mamdani meeting is closed press, so we won't see it? Oh, come on. Trump, you're such a pussy.
Zoran Mamdani just changed American politics forever. 5 months ago, this 30...
Kickbacks were then laundered through a back office in Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital, according to investigators. They said the office was owned by relatives of Andrei Dirkach, a pro-Kremlin former Ukrainian lawmaker who headed Ender Godom in the 2000s before fleeing to Russia at the start of the war. He's now a member of the Russian upper house of parliament. What are you trying to say? Zelensky sanctions former business partner implicated in $100 million corruption scandal. He fled Ukraine for Israel. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky imposed sanctions on Timur Mindik, his former business partner. According to a decree published Thursday, Mindik was implicated in a $100 million corruption scandal in Ukraine's battered energy sector. Where prosecutors alleged this week he masterminded a scheme, manipulated contracts at Ukraine's state nuclear energy company to extract kickbacks worth more than 10 to 50% of contract values. Mindik, co-owner of a production company, Harvardal 95 Studio, which Zelensky co-founded, fled Ukraine to Israel the day before the National Anti-Corruption Bureau launched raids. Man, that's so weird. How'd he manage to flee to Israel the day before? Did Mossad tell him that the Corruption Bureau was coming after him? Did Mossad tip him off? God. Israel, man. Israel, dude. Israel. Jeffries voted yay on the horrors of socialism? God, it's so God, the DSA is so fucking stupid if they don't primary this loser. God, he's such a fucking he's such a fucking loser, man. What a fucking loser he is. Such an embarrassment, man. God, how do we have such a terrible fucking leader? It's just like a constant fucking barrage of idiots.
Discussions remain at a standstill over subsidies for the Affordable Care Act. Yesterday, the Senate left for the Thanksgiving holiday. Nothing that's planned at this point, so we are still in wait-and-see mode. Joining us right now is House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries to talk a little bit more about this. And sir, can you lay out, without any partisan bent, kind of where things stand right now, just so Americans understand what's happening?
Well, the Affordable Care Act tax credits are going to expire on December 31st, and if that happens, tens of millions of hardworking American taxpayers are going to experience dramatically increased premiums, copays, and deductibles. In some cases, premiums for health insurance will increase by $1,000 or $2,000 per month. This is for working class Americans, middle class Americans, and everyday Americans. Healthcare will be unaffordable. People will be unable to go see a doctor when they need one, and that's unacceptable in this great country, the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Over in the Senate, it's my understanding that Leader Thune has recommitted to a vote on an Affordable Care Act extension no later than the second week in December. So there are ongoing discussions that are taking place in the Senate. Meanwhile, unfortunately, in the House, my Republican colleagues have shown zero interest in doing anything related to the ticking time bomb of the Affordable Care Act tax credits expiring. House Democrats have launched a discharge petition to try to compel an up or down vote on a straight 3-year extension so we can provide working class Americans with the same level of certainty that my Republican colleagues provided their billionaire donors when passing the one big ugly bill.
Minority Leader Jeffries, let's talk about that discharge petition. You need 218 votes in the House in order to pass that. You've got 214 members in the Democratic caucus, so you only need 4 House Republicans to have to sign onto it to get this passed. The idea of saying that this is a 3-year extension instead of a 1 or even 2-year extension has any potential Republicans saying, forget it, this is dead on arrival. That's the opinion of Representative Don Bacon. He's a Republican from Nebraska who has been working with the idea of potentially extending for 2 years. But 3 years, they say, is dead on arrival. So if this is something that you want to satiate, if you want to get done, you are going to
he's such a void. I said this morning, Rep. Jeffries joined the far-right Republicans in voting for a resolution denouncing the horrors of socialism as Democratic Socialist Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani travels to D.C. to have an Oval Office meeting with Trump. It took Jeffries 1 day to betray Mamdani. 1 fucking day. 1 fucking day. The idea that Hakeem Jeffries is popular in his district is a misinterpretation of reality. He's not popular. He's a Democratic nominee. As soon as the spotlight is on his ass, yes, it's a complete lie. It's actually a really stupid lie too. It actually makes people stupid. You should just say, listen, he'll have a lot of money, and it seems like he would be like one of the hardest reps to defeat. So why don't we go and pick up a bunch of other seats instead? And he could really sabotage Zohran and you know, create a lot of animosity within the Democratic coalition, which likes Zohran right now. It's the same decision that AOC makes, which is like, my strategy for long-term power is to have Democrats like me, and so I don't want to do a bunch of Democratic infighting right now. That's basically the strategy, which is like, be left-wing on policy, but see it as a fighter against the Republicans. Like, that's the strategy that they're deploying. And they don't want to be seen as like constantly fighting with other Democrats, because that will ruin their vibes. The internal argument is there are several other DSA candidates running that are not fair weather DSA members like Chi is. Chi, like, do you really think that's what? Come on. Maybe that's the argument that tricked you. Maybe that's the argument that tricked you, but that's not why they're opposing it. They're opposing it because they don't want to fight between DSA and Jeffries right now. That's what it is. It is Mamdani doesn't want to be seen as fighting Jeffries and other Democrats right now. He's trying to, and the reason why is because he thinks he could get them to cave on some of his policies. And Zoran calculates, like, I'm going to just explain to you exactly what's happening. Zoran calculates that it'll be better for socialism in the long run if he gets his policies passed and they're successful than if he does some sort of like quixotic intra-democratic party fight right away and his policies are blocked. He thinks he might be able to pressure them into giving him wins because they're afraid of the fight. And then later he'll be seen as a successful mayor, and therefore socialism will be seen as like an effective governing, party. That DSA will look effective and like they could deliver. Which, by the way, chat, is what is necessary to get a majority coalition behind us. Regular people are not ideological. Like, most people are not ideological. They just want shit to work. They want their life to be good. And they will support you if it looks like things are getting better for them. Class consciousness has not been inculcated in the American people. And there is honestly evidence that it may be impossible to fully inculcate everybody with class consciousness. Some people are just apolitical. They just vote based on whether shit's working or not. Yeah, that's a bit naive of Mamdani. They are never going to let socialism look successful without a fight. They will fight against it to the end. I think the point is, though, that Mamdani has picked policies that are actually very doable and honestly not radical at all. And he has maneuvered our opponents to oppose policies that are actually very desired. For example, New Mexico has formally launched free childcare for all. Governor Michelle Grissom and the New Mexico Early Childhood Education and Care Department announced a historic milestone on Monday. This was last month. New Mexico will become the first state in the nation to guarantee no-cost universal childcare starting November 1st. So they're saying, oh, this shit is pie in the sky. Oh, this shit is pie in the sky. Well, New Mexico just did it. New Mexico just did it this month. So basically, Mamdani has maneuvered the centrist Democrats into a position where, what are they going to do? Now attack what other Democrats have already successfully accomplished as not real? Like, so if he gets these policies that exist at other places in the U.S., state-run grocery stores exist, free childcare exists, and free buses exist. These are programs that already exist at various places in the United States and around the world. So he just gets those things done. They're not that expensive. They're not that hard. And now he looks like he's a fucking winner. Promises made, promises kept. That's his strategy. And then when he goes for more power, this is what the right wing and the DSA thinks. They think we deliver on our promises, we make Zoran look effective and successful as mayor, and democratic socialism will be considered to be reasonable among the broader electorate. That's what they think. Whereas people like, and I don't think they're wrong. I actually hear them. I think that point is a strong point, which is why they should just make that point. Instead of going like, no, Jeffries is actually really popular and, oh, we could never beat him and blah, blah, blah. Like, I think those arguments are dog shit and they feel manipulative to me. Jeffries could be beaten. I don't know that it's more likely than not. And I think their point is, why don't we go for the fights we know we can win as opposed to going wide? And the reason why I disagree with that is AOC won in a place we didn't expect in a very similar circumstance. The first midterm after Trump was elected. She won challenging a member of leadership. No one expected that to happen, and yet it did. We should be going wide right now. This is a moment where the left is growing. We should be making ridiculous attempts because some of them are going to work. We shouldn't be so narrow. Like, they're campaigning like it's a midterm of a Democratic presidency, and they have such a small fucking horizon, and it's going to miss a lot of opportunities we could have made. You miss all the shots you don't take. And I think that the left should be taking a lot of shots. That's my take. I don't think we should be saying no. Should New York City DSA put all their energy into this race? No. So that's my personal. Haven't seen anyone commenting on what Adams is doing, leaving office to fuck over Mamdani. Can he reverse the budget holes? Yes, of course he can. Adams is trying to make things harder for him, which is not great. We don't like that. But ultimately, anything that Adams does as mayor, the other mayor can reverse. Devil's advocate, AOC won because her opponent didn't campaign. He did campaign. You're wrong. but he wouldn't get it. He didn't defend himself as much as Hakeem Jeffries would. Hakeem Jeffries would have Barack Obama campaigning for him, which I think is another point, which is DSA doesn't want to have Obama as an open enemy because most people really like Obama and we would be really hurt by Obama going after us. So they're hiding. That's what it is. I mean, like, that's the complete honesty, complete honest truth, which is they're worried that DSA doesn't want to have an open fight with Obama yet. That's what it is. Okay, where were we? He's such a fucking loser. I don't even want to watch him anymore. Donnie's on thin ice in perpetuity and knows he's tried to play ball with the NYC political machine. He's doing fucking politics and playing the long game, which is a smart way to move. Twitter lefties calling this capitulation is absurd and why we'll never win. It doesn't matter how they vilify. This is a slow burn to normalize Demstock policies and eventually slow policy. Here's what I think. I don't think the right wing of DSA is completely wrong. I don't agree with the idea that we shouldn't be challenging Jeffries. I think we should. Right? I think we should. But I don't think Mamdani and AOC should be involved in it. That's what I think. I think the grassroots should go after Jeffries. And also if she doesn't get the endorsement, I still will support him. I don't give a fuck. This morning, this is my comment. This morning, Hakeem Jeffries joined far-right Republicans in voting for a resolution denouncing the horrors of socialism as Democratic Socialist Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani travels to D.C. to have an Oval Office meeting with Trump. It took Jeffries 1 day to betray Mamdani. I read this. What do you think about Obama meeting that happened with House Dems? Did you see that? No, I didn't. Jeffries can be beaten. I agree with you. I don't know about very easily. I think you guys underestimate the power of money. People's first frustration with Dems is they don't fight. DSA showing they're willing to fight even if they are likely to lose to resonate with people. I agree with that. I just think Jeffries is not as hated. Jeffries is like one of all the people in the centrist Democrats to go after. Jeffries seems to be like one of the harder ones to beat. I think that's the main calculation, which is like, why do we go after people that are a lot weaker? And like Goldman is a good example. And I kind of agree with that. But again, I like the idea of scaring Jeffries. I don't like Jeffries feeling like he's got, he's protected. Why are Zohran and AOC trying to kneecap him? Because they don't want the run to happen, because they're trying to they want cooperation in Zohran's platform. Our most important battle. He's embracing his role as mentor-in-chief. Jesus Christ. We do not succumb to cynicism. Cynicism is our enemy, and it's pervasive in this town. He had stickers that read, fight cynicism, instead of fight the Republicans. And then he cited his own speech at the 2004 Democratic National Convention. He is one of the most virulent narcissists I've ever seen in my life. Not an ounce of humility in this man. God, he sucks so fuck. Why do people like this guy? He sucks so fucking much. My autistic ass could never understand this. I'm always like, okay, and then what happened? Oh, you got rolled? Oh, the Democratic Party was defeated and you handed the keys to Trump? He told Sarah McBride that he overestimated Republicans' willingness to work with him, saying he could have learned that lesson quicker. How come you didn't tell your vice president when he was president to learn that lesson? How come you didn't tell your vice president to learn that lesson? Oh, he likes James Talrico, the guy taking money from fucking Adelson, is to build a sustainable Democratic Party that could survive without him. What a lofty goal, man. What a lofty goal. Survive. What a lofty goal. God, he sucks so fucking much. What a pathetic worm. How do people like this guy? I really do not get it. How about we build a strong Democratic Party that could lead the country and achieve transformative change? God damn, like even his rhetoric is defeatist. And he's saying defy cynicism.
So we have a breaking story over at Dropsite News on Jeffrey Epstein and the role that he played in developing Israel's offensive cyber weapons empire. This is in the series that we've been doing at Dropsite. If you Google Dropsite News and Epstein in Israel, you'll find the page where we're collecting them all. There's 5 so far. They're all worth a read. There'll be many more to come. This one in particular has the most psychedelic headline of a story that we've done yet, and it talks about the way that Epstein worked with former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak with the Swiss bank Edmund de Rothschild in order to try to finance a cyber weapons empire. Epstein everybody says, what Epstein, what did he really do? How did he really make his money? Well, we're answering that question piece by piece. And what he was doing here was attempting to create a fund that would collect billions of dollars from warlords, sanctioned creatures, Israeli investors, American investors, Intel-linked firms, and build a cyber weapons.
I don't get Obama. He plays hands off for so long, and now he's getting involved again when the left is on the rise. Yes, he's an ideological neoliberal who's trying to destroy. If Democrats, if we got a progressive president, all of the achievements of Obama would be a footnote. You understand that? He would become a footnote. He's heading off his own irrelevance. So he fights the progressivism, so he looks good in history, which, god damn, that is pathetic, dude.
Empire that they would then sell around the country, and in the process also create security agreements between that country and the state of Israel. That's one of the major things that he was doing. Go read the story. You can learn more about it. Of the 5 pieces, the first one that we did is on a deal that Epstein brokered between the state of Israel and the state of Mongolia. And it was kind of a small story, but we picked that as the first one because it was easy to do, it was easy to understand. We had the documents, we had the correspondence, and it was the first case that we could show of Epstein not just operating on behalf of the state of Israeli investors and former prime ministers, but actually operating on behalf of the state of Israel. We also did a story about how he helped set up a back channel between the state of Israel and Russia during the Syria civil war. One about how he helped broker a security agreement between Israel and Ivory Coast and sold Cote d'Ivoire, basically a surveillance state that the authoritarian president there has used to rewrite the Constitution and kind of crack down on dissent there. So go check these pieces out. I've noticed that they are kind of starting to penetrate the public consciousness. I see them referenced here a lot, and I appreciate everybody who's kind of overcoming the unwillingness of the mainstream media to talk about this situation. In about an hour, I'm actually going to be doing an interview with Australia's largest broadcaster, and there are a bunch of other kind of foreign broadcasters that have become really interested in these stories. But so far, the mainstream media in the United States has completely ignored them. So we have a breaking story over at Dropsite News on Jeffrey Epstein and the role that he played in developing Israel's offensive.
Unremovable spyware on Samsung devices comes pre-installed on Galaxy Series devices. What? I don't know this website, Chat. I don't know if this website is legitimate. I don't know if it's legitimate. As much as I want to believe it's true, I can't evaluate. I've never heard of this news site before, so I don't know if it's legit. Unfortunately, I can't give it my endorsement. It sounds right. This is like an anti-Semite's dream. This is an anti-Semite's dream. I don't know what to say. It's just Jeffrey Epstein pursued Swiss Rothschild's bank to finance Israeli cyber weapons empire. Ariane de Rothschild said to me, if Eid wants to make money, he will have to build a relationship with me. Take time so we could truly understand one another. Yet with some notable exceptions, a major part of his life's work has remained outside the media's gaze. His relationship with the state of Israel and his prominent role in helping advance the Israeli cyber weapons industry. And so our series continues. On July 31st, 2019, just 11 days before Jeffrey Epstein was found dead in his Manhattan jail cell, his connection to the Rothschild banking dynasty became the subject of a major public controversy. Anonymous sources influenced Bloomberg of a 2015 visit to Epstein's New York mansion by Baroness Arani, that's how you say it, right? De Rothschild, the CEO of Edmund de Rothschild Group, a storied private bank and one of the largest Ariane. Oh, it's Ariane. Okay, thank you, chat. I can't read. Holy fuck, I can't read names. Largest Swiss financial institutions by assets under management. The bank spokesperson denied any relationships to the notorious American sex trafficker. Epstein was found dead. on August 10th, 2019. 4 years later, after Epstein's meeting calendars were leaked to Wall Street Journal, the bank finally admitted that D. Rothschild had met with Epstein as part of her normal duties at the bank between 2013 and 2019. Epstein provided introductions to U.S. finance leaders and law firms and provided tax and risk consulting, the bank disclosed, while also helping D. Rothschild personally on a couple of occasions with advice on estate management. What the fuck does he know about Swiss estate law? He's not a lawyer. The bank remained vague about the actual nature of its relationship and the convicted sex trafficker. Newly released documents revealed that Epstein and D. Rothschild's personal relationship was much closer than the bank previously acknowledged. According to emails released by the U.S. House Oversight Committee on November 12th, Epstein planned to see a Broadway play with D. Rothschild in January 2014 and scheduled a private trip with her to Montreal that September. This is so bad, dude. This is so bad. I'm speechless. I'm speechless. I'm just speechless. Like, I don't know what to say.
If you're somebody who's curious about how this world really works, the release of all these documents has been a gift in that sense, because it really does open a window into a world that is intended to be kept away from the public.
Right.
Of the people who are actually making the decisions that shape the world that we live in. And we have one of those stories at Drop Site News yesterday. We can put this element of the screen. Recommend everybody go read this if you can. Headline makes you sound like a crazy person. Yeah. Jeffrey Epstein pursued Swiss Rothschild Bank.
This is the greatest gift to anti-Semites that I've ever seen in my entire life. And when you combine it with the Ellison purchases of TikTok and the ADL ignoring swastikas and Nazis because, to go after left-wing anti-Zionists, like, guys, like, this is getting to be a bit much. It's getting to be a bit much. And quite frankly, I don't see a lot of resistance to it. That's crazy, man. Like, this is Nick Fuentes' wet dream.
To finance Israeli cyber weapons empire. And yeah, let's pause for a second. I was like, as we're doing the reporting, you report what you have, not what you want. And as we're going through it, I'm like, could he have used a bank other than Rothschild?
Any other bank.
Like, it's like he's trying to make us look like lunatics.
Yep.
The Rothschilds were, for centuries, major financiers in Europe. They really faded over the last, decades and century plus, but are still a dominant financial institution in France and in Switzerland in particular. And particularly in Switzerland, they are among a bunch of banks that were, in fact, under investigation by the Department of Justice for their willingness to engage in the kind of secrecy that is very helpful to people who are moving drugs, moving weapons, working with sanctioned individuals to finance projects. And Epstein worked with all of those kinds of people. And so this is the kind of bank that is very helpful to them. I'll go through just some of the reporting here, but 11 days before Epstein was found dead, there was this report in Bloomberg that he had met with Ariane de Rothschild, who is now the CEO of the Edmond de Rothschild Group, which is basically what the bank is called now.
Right.
At the time, the bank is like, it's not true. They had no relationship. Since then, there's been some Wall Street Journal reporting on their relationship that showed that actually there was a little bit of a relationship, so that wasn't quite accurate. What we can show is that the relationship was very, very deep. And just how deep, we'll have some follow-up reporting as well. But for now, what we can say is that when Ehud Barak left as a Minister of Defense in Israel in 2013, he immediately was sought out by European banks as kind of a rainmaker. Like, they knew that he was going to start working with oligarchs all over the world to set up companies, and they wanted to be in the middle of that stream. And so cuts a deal, I think it was Julius Baer Bank, and Epstein then quickly hears from somebody at the Rothschild Bank saying, just saw that Ehud Barak was scooped up by this competitor, too bad. Because we actually would have liked to work with him, which shows you a bunch of different things, one of which the banking world knew at that time that if they wanted to reach out to Ehud Barak, who was former prime minister of Israel, for some type of relationship, the guy to go through was Jeffrey Epstein. At the same time, we report that Rothschild, because they were facing this Department of Justice investigation, needed new counsel. He went out and found an attorney for them. Like on behalf of the Rothschild Bank, he reached out to Catherine Rumler, who was a lawyer in the Obama administration, and she ended up representing the bank, and that is a matter of public record. She negotiated a non-prosecution agreement.
She's at Goldman now, and she was also in these conversations that Michael Wolff has released, where there's a public relations strategizing bull session, basically, between Steve Bannon, Michael Wolff, Jeffrey Epstein, and Catherine Rumler.
Right. And so, she was also, Epstein also connected her with Gates when Epstein was trying to build, basically he was trying to, Epstein, it seems like he was trying to take over the Giving Pledge and like move it into a new donor advised fund and be the man behind the strings. Never really completely got off the ground. So then Epstein ends up connecting Barack and Ariane de Rothschild. And we have some just absolutely wild quotes in here. And we can put up some of these. While I'm talking, you can just kind of roll through the different elements of emails, and people can pause on those and read them. So in one of the notes, Epstein writes to Ehud Barak a message from Ariane de Rothschild, where he says, and he's basically paraphrasing Ariane. She says to Ehud, if Ehud wants to make serious money, he will have to build a relationship with me. Take time so that we can truly understand one another, unquote. And so then Barak says he's going to defer to Epstein, and you're going to love why. I'm ready, he wrote, but I need your advice re how. Ladies is your forte.
Chat, I don't know how else to say this other than this is Jeffrey Epstein is probably one of the most senior Israeli agents in the entire world. It's not a theory anymore. It's a confirmed fact. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like,
can't argue that.
He then gives him some advice that is actually, pretty decent. He's like, just be dependable and reliable, and show up when you're supposed to show up, and this will work for her. And so they spend the next couple months and years kind of building this relationship. What Epstein basically wants to do is to create a fund of funds that will create a vehicle that will allow all sorts of money from outside to flow through the Swiss bank and then finance Ehud Barak's growing empire of cyber weapons companies, which they don't call them cyber weapons when they're talking directly to Rothschild. When they're talking to each other, they're talking about offensive cyber operations. And read the story to get all the different details.
Which, by the way, they've used multiple times in Gaza. Like the consequences of this have been used in the Gaza genocide.
But Barak, over the years, does end up building some of the key critical cyber technology, both offensive and defensive, that exists today, and including some of the companies that are everywhere in the entire backbone of our internet today. So it's hard to overstate just how influential Epstein and Barak were in building kind of the cyber world that we have today.
25 gifties.
Look up Guardicore or Akamai. So Guardicore was a company that was later acquired by Akamai.
Chat, we have officially and fully crushed. We are now at 71.26, excuse me, and our goal of 71.67 is nearing. Were you aware that Epstein worked at Bear Stearns? Yes.
Which is AKA MAI, and has since been integrated into basically the world's largest.
Thank you for the 20 gifties. Chat. I mean, we've got to be dangerously close to a hype train, right? Like, we might as well just do it now. It'll be, oh wait, never mind. It was 58 minutes ago. So it's in cooldown. Feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. Guys want to wait a couple minutes, then we could try to get one going. And I think it looks back 5 minutes. No, guys, wait, treasure backs. The last hype train was 58 minutes ago. Just wait 60 seconds and then everybody spam.
Content delivery system. Like, so they're like, they got their stuff in everywhere. And they're constantly working, with the Israeli intelligence apparatus.
Well, the thing is, I want the hype trains because hype trains, oftentimes they come with discounts. You guys get emotes, you get like conductor badges, you get like extra shit on Twitch. So I'm like, I want you to be able to get the extra bonuses from the hype train. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't want the bonuses from the hype train, that's fine. But okay, wait.
Incubating all of these ideas, and then they flow up to Barack, and then
all right, everybody go. Everybody sub. Everybody sub. Everybody sub. Quickly. We've got like 45 gifted subs that are that could possibly be part of the hype train. Hurry up. Sub, resub, prime. Reese Man says no. Shut up, Reese Man. Soviet Cranberry. Come on, we got to be close to the hype train. Everybody go. Okay, what level are we at? Treasure train. I told you, motherfucker. I fucking told you, motherfucker. You get a discount now. You motherfuckers. You see? You get a discount now. Although it looks like it's not looking back. Damn, that sucks. You get a discount. Everybody who gets more than 5 subs gets 35% off. This is why I did that for you. This is why I did it for you. I take care of you guys, and none of you fuckers appreciate me. I don't know why we're getting so many treasure trains lately. This is crazy, but see, your average streamer would just be greedy, and they'd be like, yes, give me money now. Me, I'm like, oh, how can I help my chatters and gifters get more bang for their buck? Because I know you're just going to give me 5 subs. And when it's discounted, I think I get paid less, but more people get the benefits of subscribing. And I'm happy. I'm happy about that. That's fine. I'd rather more people get subs than people going like, oh, I was going to spend $30, but now I'm only spending 20. Why don't I get extra subs to make up and just spend the 30 I was planning on spending? No, man, Mike, I'm losing. I'm dodging all these gifties. Yeah, I know. But you know who didn't dodge gifties? You know who hasn't been dodging gifties? Boy, it ain't no way. And Boomy and Fabian to Fabian and Draw Merit Fleet and Jamie Nexo and Frozo Cycle and Emperor Xenu and Jimbo Kimball and Skitchy and Harry Bits Mitchell and Young Beto and Romaine 95 and Meep Stealer. You're all here. You're all not dodging. Why don't you fucking say thank you? Fatalists, Basil Art, Kaylee Diddy. Why don't you say thank you? You guys got gifted. You didn't. You're here. You're watching. Say thank you. Divine Dart, Rosie Lavender, Big Barson. Say thank you. XVX Colin is gifting 20. Hey man, how's it going? How's China? Keeper Fino got gifted. I private message thanks. Okay. Blue or AFK, Guadalupez, Vanish and Doom, and XZVZ. I'm Mike from PA. It's Mike from Jersey. Hey buddy. What's New Jersey? I only know New York City and Philadelphia. What's New Jersey? Is that like is that a territory about to be annexed? I think New York and Pennsylvania should engage in a Molotov-Ribbentrop pact and just annex and just divide New Jersey between themselves. New York is obviously Germany in that analogy. I'm just kidding. Okay. Thank you everybody for all the support. You guys are the best. I hope I thanked everybody who gifted. Noob Tamer, Comrade Peter, Tallyhue for the 20, Crispy Bacon Fox, Chirp'em, Alienated Quebecois, Civilian, Spirey, Constant Raider, Green Bass Guy. We crushed our goal for the day, chat. And remember, Ethan Klein is watching. Ethan Klein is watching, and the more subs you get, the more he says, why did anybody watch the content, Nuke? Clear Games. Thank you for the 20. You know what happens whenever the hype train goes higher, chat? M Gauntlet. If I didn't thank you, I want to thank you. God, thank you so much. I don't want to just be spending the whole stream thanking people, but this is what it looks like. Oh wait, I went into the movie night channel. That's not good. Every time you guys hit another level, wild. What's his name again? Wild. The wild guy. I forgot. He's just some bald henchman. Dan. Yeah, sorry. I forgot who he is because he's irrelevant except as a sycophant for Ethan Klein. So I forgot his name. Sorry. Is it Dave or is it Dan? For old time's sake,
One day I'm going to do a video on this guy. Mike from PA, to me, is a full-on grifter. One day I'm going to do a video on this guy. He is the most pathetic dipshit on all of Twitch. And just to show you how easy this grift is, this guy is like relatively successful. And he is like talented. He is vile. And he is cringe as fuck. What's his average view count?
Probably like a couple K.
Couple K?
Does he really get a couple K?
Nice. And somehow he still succeeded. You know, he has 7,000 members or something. Every time I see that number, I'm like, whoa. I'm happy to say that his sub count is getting lower. Yeah, I mean, it's closer to 8,000 before.
Like, look at how much they're looking at. Like, I honestly, chat, the Ethan Klein stuff is so funny because they're now irrelevant. People just don't like them. Whenever they pop up, they're like, ew, there's the Zionists, ew. And they're fucking, nobody wants to interact with them because they're suing a bunch of people for interacting with them. Hey, doofus, you sue a bunch of people for watching your content. Nobody wants to watch your content. Oh God, dude. Oh God, dude. They're falling off so hard. They're falling off so hard. Daily average down 333 followers. God, that's sad. And like, obviously, you know, I grow in fits and starts. It's not always straight up. You know what I mean, chat? Like sometimes, oh, never mind. I guess it is straight up. I guess it is straight up after all. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
I mean, every time I look, he has between 7,000 and 8,000 paying members, which is pretty disturbing, but it is what it is.
Like, I gotta be honest, I don't even notice when Ethan Klein talks about me. I legitimately don't notice. Somebody has to tell me.
Mike from PA, 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 Mike from PA,
Mike from PA,
Mike from PA, Mike from PA, Mike from PA, Mike from PA,
Mike from PA,
Mike from PA.
Oh God, what a fucking, oh, it makes me laugh so hard, dude. What a fucking cuck, dude. What a motionless loser. Holy shit, that's fucking funny. God, you know what it's like having people dedicated to like hating on you for 7 years and just not succeeding? You know how much that tranquilizes all my anxiety? It makes me feel so relaxed. It's just every time I think about my enemies, it just makes me so relaxed. It makes me just feel good. I'm just like, oh, all I have to do is press go live and they're a failure. All I have to do is just press go live and every waking moment is a failure. Do you know how funny that is? Trump already trying to bend the knee to Zoran. Oh, what's this? God, he's such a bitch. God, he's such a bitch.
What do you expect when you meet him face to face?
Well, I don't really know. He's got a different philosophy. He's a little bit different. I give him a lot of credit for the run. He did a successful run, and we all know that runs are not easy. But I think we'll get along fine. Look, we're looking for the same thing. We want to make New York strong. And, you know, there's such a different philosophy. But I'll let you know. I'll let you know over the next year, Brian, okay?
So I know sometimes when you go to sit down with you, Mr. President, sometimes you'll whip out a list and you'll say, did you say this about me in the past? I know Piers Morgan has said that. This is something that might be on your list that he said about you after he won, by the way. Cut 3.
This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
They actually think they don't understand Trump at all. They don't understand Trump at all. Isn't it amazing how Fox News doesn't understand Trump? He fawns over Xi Jinping. He admires people. He admires winning. He is the typical fascist worm. If you're a winner, he submits. He's a born cuck. So if you win, if you stand up to him and win, he doesn't get mad. He capitulates because he's a bully, and bullies don't like to have fair fights. They like to punch down. He likes to associate himself with winning. He doesn't have any principles. So like, this is not going to make him mad. This is going to make him go, yeah, it was a hell of a speech. I liked how he talked about me.
So it was a little bit of a in your face when a time he should usually, after a victory speech, be kind of magnanimous. Your thoughts on it?
Well, I was hitting him a little hard, too, in all fairness.
See what I mean? I can predict it perfectly. I didn't listen to this before. I can predict it perfectly. I know this guy like a fucking... I know worms like this. Because recently I just smacked one in the face, metaphorically. They were really loud and talking real big and puffing their chest out when I was silent. And they were like backbiting, right? But the moment I slapped them, suddenly they're like, oh, the cry bullying kicks in, okay? And so whenever you find somebody who talks like a big bully to somebody who's not hostile to them at all, the best thing to do is to give them the same energy back, and they will completely capitulate.
So it was, hard to be totally friendly toward the opponent. His opponent wasn't. He had some interesting opponents. But he ran a good race. I don't know exactly what he means by turn the volume up, because turn the volume up, he has to be careful when he says that to me. But nobody really was able. I said, what does that mean, turn the volume up? Does that mean let's go at it?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, he was very nice in calling, as you know, and we're going to have a meeting. I guess we meet at 3 o'clock today. And I think it's going to be quite civil. We'll find out. You'll be the first to know.
I know. We'll see it at 3 o'clock. Will you open up the doors to the press after?
I think so. I mean, it's fine with me. I would think so. He's a politician, so I don't think he has a problem. The one thing I noticed about politicians, the answer is always yes, other than with Biden.
So one thing he did say,
Biden didn't open up doors to his brain.
There's one thing he does say that probably won't be great. He says, I never go back to the days when Eric Adams would go on national television and open the door for the NYPD handling civil immigration enforcement. He doesn't expect cooperation between the NYPD and ICE. That's got to be disappointing.
Well, we're going to be talking about it. I just can't imagine that where you have hardcore criminals. This is about criminals. You can make a case the other way, having to do with others. But, when you have a murderer, when you have a known murderer, a known rapist, a known whatever it is, drug dealers all over the place, I can't imagine that anybody wants to keep them. But I'll have that discussion with them today, absolutely.
This is why, the best way to fight Trump is to fight Trump. Not to derail or give Pedo Troll too much attention, but shout out to this creator for the awesome video on Ethan's racism, if you're interested. Ethan Klein looks racist unironically. Why is this an hour? Jesus Christ. An hour of blackface and N-words? Jesus.
You know what's crazy? I grew up in the suburbs of Los Angeles, Ventura.
Yes.
And I grew up, I don't think I've ever known a black person.
How is that possible? California is crazy. That's like southern level segregation. How is that possible? Why are you smiling? Why are you smiling to that? What's so funny about that? I legitimately don't understand what's funny about that. What is funny about that, Gila? God. All right, let's finish the Epstein shit.
Then by Epstein. And so they really made our world in a significant way.
And they're doing it, again, just so casually over their emails.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that in the emails, sometimes he will say, this is too hot for email.
I know.
You call me. So what we're able to report now is just what he was willing to talk about on email.
Right.
He knew that he's like, this is an open email. We can't talk about X.
Right.
So all this other stuff he's fine talking about. So it's like, so then you're like, okay, what was he doing on those calls, and what was he doing in person? He's like, we need to talk about this in person, and that'll be the subject, I think, of some of our future articles here, because there are ways that you can piece together what he's been up to.
I mean, what you guys are already doing with that is incredible. Yeah. And
I guess one other piece, and then go ahead. Meanwhile, Rothschild also had a tax problem going on.
Right, in Israel. Yeah.
Which Epstein, helped her navigate as well.
Right.
So people are like, what does this guy do?
Right.
Like this, he's doing this kind of thing.
Ehud Barak was doing this on a Gmail, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Like Larry Summers was doing this on a Gmail. It's all going back and forth on a Gmail.
On an AOL.
Yeah. I mean, it's just remarkable for, first of all, how stupid that is, but also to see how cavalier they are about not national security, literally global security. And just they're going around making money off of it, changing the world like it's nothing. The job site reporting has been an incredible window. And you guys are adding a lot of great context to make it easy to digest too. So if you're not reading this stuff, you absolutely have to be.
Yeah, go enjoy it.
Go get it. Yep.
You don't enjoy it, you'll be like, whoa, Jesus, wow. But man. And some of the money did come through, but we don't know exactly for what, but there was a $25 million investment that Epstein was able to get through involving Rothschild. We're still piecing all of this together. So yeah, wild stuff.
Wild stuff.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show,
I'm really a fan of what good swimmer these journalists are, what good health they're in, how much they like to stay away from open windows, and how happy they are with their lives. Yeah. And the fact that they do not like blowfish sushi. They do not like blowfish sashimi. They are staying away from Okay, now let's talk about this
a highly
meeting
anticipated meeting that could
Trump.
bring high drama to the White House. We may only hear about it, but never see it. President Trump will host New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani at the White House this afternoon. And this morning, we're learning about Mamdani's preparation for this high-stakes meeting by calling on some high-profile Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer for advice on how to best communicate with President Trump. The president has been
what do they know? Losing?
Repeatedly insulting Mamdani, threatening to withhold federal funds from New York and referring to him as a communist over and over again, which he is not. Still, Mamdani has said he wants to talk to the president and focus on ways that he can help New Yorkers. CNN's Gloria Pazmino has been following Mamdani's trail for the longest. What are you learning this morning about this meeting?
Look, this is high stakes. This is a really big moment for the mayor-elect, but frankly also for the president. We have seen in the last few days that President Donald Trump has been speaking about affordability. He has talked about how Democrats use this word and reference to groceries in order to win the last bunch of elections that we saw just a couple of weeks ago. But of course, as we know, affordability in groceries and the cost of living is something that is on the minds of so many Americans and was certainly on the minds of many of the New Yorkers who voted for Zohran Mamdani just a few days ago and elected him to be the next mayor. So we're going to see a very interesting back and forth. Hopefully, for now, we're told that this meeting is behind closed doors. But Sarah,
God, although she is kind of being drippy with the gold Casio. The gold Casio digital watch, that is a little drippy. I gotta give her credit. I think she's rocking one of these. Am I right or am I right? Although the dial looks a little bit different. Like this looks nicer. Like it's like hers looks like a counterfeit maybe, or maybe it's the angle.
But Sarah, you know things at the White House can be a bit unpredictable. And the question here is whether or not Donald Trump might open up those doors and allow the cameras to come in. And what happens then will
the gold digital watch. Maybe she got something a little bit more expensive.
And will be even more interesting.
Because it's the Timex? No, this is it. You're right. Chatter found the actual watch. This is actually it. Hold on. Because I saw the band. And I'm wait, no, this isn't the band either. It looks like a different band to me. Maybe it's this one. This is it. You found it. It is a gold. This is it. Okay, Chatter. This is actually it. If you look at the band, it looks like this. Boom. Matching band. And also the face has like that gray. That's it. You hit it. That's actually it. Well done. We did it, chat.
Very interesting back and forth. Hopefully, for now, we're told that this meeting is behind closed doors. But Sarah, you know things at the White House can be a bit unpredictable. And the question here is whether or not Donald Trump might open up those doors and allow the cameras to come in. And what happens then will be even more interesting, because we've seen how some of these public meetings play out before, where he meets with whether it's state leaders or leaders from other countries. Sometimes he tries to embarrass embarrass them. We saw Vladimir Zelensky get berated for not wearing a suit to the White House. So it could really go off the rails. And Mamdani knows that he has to kind of be on his feet. So he got some advice on how to do that. Senator Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Governor Kathy Hochul, all of them have had conversations and have a relationship, even if a tense one at times, with President Trump. We know that Mamdani is on his way. He tweeted just a short while ago a selfie from what it looks like the inside of an airplane. There you see him. He says it was just the airplane emoji. So he is on his way to D.C. You know, considering what we know about how these two men have spoken about one another in the last few months, I think there's a lot of people who are going to be closely watching to see how it goes. Take a listen to just how Trump and Mamdani have been talking about each other in recent weeks.
It's going to be hard for me as the president to give a lot of money to New York, because if you have a communist running New York, all you're doing is wasting the money you're sending there.
I have many disagreements with the president, and I believe that we should be relentless and pursue all avenues and all meetings that could make our city affordable for every single New Yorker. I intend to make it clear to President Trump that I will work with him on any agenda that benefits New Yorkers. If an agenda hurts New Yorkers, I will also be the first to say so.
Now, Sarah, as diametrically opposed as these two men are, I also think that they actually have something in common, and that is they both have figured out a very effective way to communicate with their supporters. These two are from New York. They're both from Queens. I think President Trump sees something in Mamdani that perhaps I would venture to say he admires, you know, the way that he has used social media to really reach out to his supporters. And, you know, his focus on affordability and really what is a populist message that he himself used to get so many of his supporters.
That's right. The affordability issue is the economy. It's just another word for it, and that's how Donald Trump got into office himself. This is going to be an interesting meeting, and what we are all waiting for to see if it is actually going to be made public. We will see. Gloria Pazmino, thank you so much for your great reporting.
All right, with us now, Republican strategist Neil Chatterjee and Executive Committee Chair of the New York State Democratic Committee, Christine Quinn, a New York City person through and through. And Christine, let me ask this to you. I know it's the wrong neighborhood. They're both from Queens. But if this were like a West Side Story thing, what happens when the Sharks and the Jets both show up to the Oval Office? What's going to happen today?
Has AI read the Epstein files yet? I don't think so.
Well, I think the ending's going to be very different than it was the play or the movie. You know, look, the mayor-elect is doing what is customary to see the president, the mayor-elect of the biggest city in the country, and he's going to take his affordability agenda to the president, and hopefully they will be able to find some common ground. The mayor-elect has said over and over, he'll work with anybody who is committed to making the lives of New Yorkers better and more affordable.
Do you feel, Neil, that that is where the incentive structure is here from a political standpoint? Do both of these men have an incentive to behave and make this a constructive discussion, or are they perhaps incentivized to make it a show?
Yeah, look, this is all going to be theater, and maybe not the Sharks and the Jets. My daughter is starring in The Outsiders later today. It's the Socs versus the Greasers. This is going to be pure theater. It is good politics for both of them. For the president, he wants to elevate Mamdani. He wants him to be the face of the National Democrat.
Okay, first of all, I gotta say, like, by the way, this strategy, like, this is the centrist Democrat strategy. The centrist Democrat strategy is to communicate to white suburbanites, socialism is scary to white suburbanites. That's the game that is being played. The game that's being played is you go on places like CNN and MSNBC and you tell people what they're supposed to feel, which is white suburbanites are scared by Mamdani's radicalism. And if you like Mamdani, then you're helping Trump. That's it. It is a poll tested strategy. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's basically trying to elite signaling to Democratic Party people that are actually left wing. Like, that's the thing that's funny. On ideology or on policy, these people are left wing and they agree with Mamdani on everything he's saying. They also are scared of Republicans. So the centrist Democrats, this is why they lose, because they run conservative campaign. And the conservative campaign is fear, 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 fear. If you support Mamdani, it'll help Trump. That's what this is. And it's so fucking tiring. Who falls for this shit anymore? And the answer is boomers.
Party. He wants Republicans to run against Mamdani in the midterms. And this is a way of platforming him, giving him a big stage, putting him on the stage, making him that figure. For the mayor-elect, this is an opportunity to demonstrate fight. That's what the Democrat base wants right now. They want someone who's willing to go toe-to-toe and fight with President Trump. I do think this will be largely theatric. I do think, as was previously mentioned, these guys kind of, have similar approaches, though different ideologies. And I think this is for both of them, to be totally honest.
All right, if Neil is right, Christine, this is The Outsiders. Will Mamdani stay gold, Pony Boy? If President Trump does go after him, as a constituent here in New York City, do you want him to rise to the occasion? Do you want to see him? Is it more important that he goes toe-to-toe with the president, or is it more important that he charms him and gets what he wants from him?
Well, I think we can all agree his campaign was both Tony Award winning and Academy Award winning. But that said, keeping this theme going, look, I think the mayor-elect is incredibly focused on every level of government and every level of society committed to making the biggest city in the country more affordable for everyone. So
interesting. She is bending the knee.
No matter what your job is, you can have a full, dignified life, a life where your children can do better than you. I think he is going there, with an open heart and open mind to see where they can come together. I don't believe, knowing the mayor-elect, that this is really about theater. It's about trying to get a goal accomplished. We're out of the campaign. We're into governance.
So what's interesting is that Zohran Mamdani has been talking about affordability since he launched his campaign, and he's been doing it in a way that connected with voters. Neil, President Trump has been using the word affordability for like a week and doesn't seem to like it. You can see him almost say, they call it affordability. He puts it almost in air quotes there. And it seems to be something the administration is having a challenge discussing. Listen to what J.D. Vance, the vice president, says about this.
Even though we've made incredible progress, we understand that there's a lot more work to do. And the thing that I'd ask for the American people is a little bit of patience. This economy was not harmed in 10 months.
So now, Neil, they're saying people have to wait a little bit. While they were running the campaign, it was the type of thing like day one, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. Now they're going to have to wait. But to what extent do you think that the White House is struggling, not with the economy, but with the messaging on the economy?
Yeah, look, they're making missteps, to be totally candid. My background's in electricity. Electricity prices were a huge issue in the November elections in Virginia, in New Jersey. Electricity prices are through the roof. Inexplicably, the administration has been taking steps to create obstacles to the deployment of clean energy, of solar and battery storage and wind.
I kind of feel, not to be too optimistic, but I just feel like the winds are changing, chat, and they're all coming in my direction. Am I being delusional? It's like every single thing I've been saying for 7 years on this platform has all been coming in my direction. Like literally everybody come in my direction. People, their opinions on China, what the right way to run as a Democrat is, what is the right path forward for the left, everything that I've been advocating for, all my predictions are largely coming true. Like it's crazy. Is it the correct analogy the winds are at your back and not coming towards you? No, because I've held the same positions that I've had for 7 years. Like my very first debate with Destiny, I said the best strategy to defeat Trumpism is economic populism, because that will appeal to the non-ideological, voters that were traditionally part of the Democratic Party base and motivate new voters to show up that are now disaffected. Like literally my first stream was proven correct by Mamdani. It's so weird to see. And it's not because I persuaded people, guys. I or at least, not only that. Maybe I persuaded Hassan. Everything is coming in our direction. And I want us to maximize that. Hassan often says being left is just being right too early. I mean, yeah, but I've been really right. Like when I was defending China, when I called myself the Central Committee in 2019, how many people were pro-China? Like, come on. I was the earliest motherfucker.
At a time when demand is through the roof and we need every available electron, I think they have time to get it right, but they need to make some shifts on policy. Strain clean energy at a moment in time we need it. If you want to bring down electricity prices, let's unleash all of the above energy. Is what the president talked about on the campaign trail. They haven't governed in that way. I'm hoping they will course correct.
Neil Chatterjee, Christine Quinn,
And
thank
John,
you.
the problem,
Go ahead.
the
quickly.
problem with having to wait with all of these failed policies is people lose their jobs, people lose their homes. Time is a terrible thing in this affordability crisis. It's real life for.
Yeah, you know, just in terms of political messaging, saying wait is always a hard thing to sell. But we'll see what else they have over the next coming days and weeks. Neil Chatterjee, Christine Quinn, great to see you both. Thanks for playing.
Did I see the Bada debate black-red guard about DSA? I think the idea of comparing DSA to the Bolsheviks at this point in history may be one of the most childish and idiotic points I've ever seen in my entire life. And it makes me think that Bada may I mean, he's an Australian living in Argentina. Like, what does he know about anything? Like, come on, guys. That sounds like hell on earth to listen to that. Mike, did you see Will Go Crazy at a text from Hassan? Or from Austin? Yes. No, I did not.
The emojis are insane.
Wait, what did it say? What did they say? I can't understand it. I need captions.
The emojis are insane.
The emojis are insane.
What does it say? What does it say? Read the whole thing. Read the whole thing, Christian. Read the whole thing. Are you being a third tonight, King? No. Why lie? It says yes.
You thought you could lie to me.
Why lie? It says yes. What does it say? What does it say? Read the whole thing. Read the whole thing, Christian. Read the whole thing. Are you being a third tonight, King? No.
I can't understand it at all. I can't. I'm sorry, Chad. I can't understand what he's saying. I'm too autistic to cut through the background noise. Are you being a third today, King? Are you getting a third today, King? Are you being a third today, King? Christian says no, but the text says yes. Okay. Gotcha.
Why lie? It says yes.
You thought you could lie to me. But I know what you gays are doing. They're meeting someone for sex.
Okay, the woker would never, ever. Okay, this is where being the woker actually can help. The woker would never. The woker would be like, their private decisions to have promiscuous sex have nothing to do with gay men as a whole. That's homophobic of you. How dare you? The woker would not be like, I know what the gays are doing. The woker would shame you for laughing. Your woker is just Trump. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just keep going into Trump. My one impression is Trump lately. I think my brain is fucked. I think my brain is actually fucked.
Caroline, you're not doing an outro at all. They're still just filming.
Wait. Okay, everyone. Thank you so much for joining tonight. This has been so amazing. Keep going, Will. Streaming from Hong Kong with Will Neff, Stella Chu, Lychee, and Marsh, and Christian. Special appearance by Austin Show.
Incredible. All right, chat. Zelensky has made a post. I don't think we actually watched this about the 20.8-point plan.
Українці, у житті кожної нації є момент.
We are now living through one of the most difficult moments in our history. Right now, Ukraine may face a tough choice, either the loss of dignity or the risk of losing a key partner. Either a difficult 28-point plan or an extremely harsh winner, the harshest one, and further risks ahead. A life without freedom, dignity, and justice, and being forced to trust someone who has already attacked us twice. They will be waiting for our answer. Holy fuck. Gee. Austin is like a modern apothecary. Like, what is this?
Yeah, pharmacy hall. What you got?
UTI antibiotics for when I need it in America. You have to call your doctor for this. This is like free reign.
No, wait, those are full-size antibiotics?
Yeah, this is the same shit you get from your doctor in the
It's like
US.
Mexico, bro. You can just go and get some free shit.
This is the actual free
I also let her know that I have amoxicillin and augmentin in my backpack.
Dr. Show also is always.
If she needs a prescription, I have them.
Austin Show is going to single-handedly foment a like antibiotic resistant bacteria that kills us all. I'm gonna get you know, triple or quadruple resistant MRSA.
I also have penicillin too.
You know, my great-grandfather died because he couldn't find penicillin.
Well, he could have used me. I should have been there.
You should have hit up Dr. Show.
Dr. Shit Show.
Yeah, pharmacy hall. What you got?
The UTI meds is crazy. The UTI meds is crazy. I honestly love that. I love it. I love it. You know, as an adult, it's something that we should talk about more. Okay, like I don't think people should have to suffer through UTIs. You know, it's like Elaine stocking up with the sponges. Oh my fucking god, it is. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Are you amoxicillin worthy? Yes. Holy shit. Are you Hong Kong amoxicillin worthy? Holy fuck. That is what it is. Holy shit, you guys are right. All right, what else are we talking about today, chat? Oh, the Bitcoin crash. Oh, okay. So how are the markets doing? It's been a minute since we looked. Oh, okay, they recovered. They're recovering. Is okay, look at that. Bitcoin is still eating shit though. Bitcoin continues slide. People are selling crypto across the board. You guys remember when XRP was under $1? It was like 50 cents, and then all of a sudden, why did this happen? Why did it go from 50 cents to $2 overnight? What happened? Does anyone like what is this? Oh, there's an XRP ETF. Okay, that's what happened. Oracle. Okay, so treasuries are down. Nvidia is even for the day. The home builder is growing because they have AI. They did an AI announcement. I don't know why CNBC is not opening for me, but why is this running? Why is this website falling apart? Why is the chart not working? What's broken? Builders First Source navigates earnings amid market challenges. So like home builders are all, why are they all pumping? Why are home builders pumping right now? The market is shit. Is it all because they said we have an AI zoning bot? Is that it? It's so funny how RBC Capital sticks to their sell rating for DR Horton, and then it pumps 7% 2 days later. Like one day after this guy's like, sell this stock, it pumps 10%. God, market analysts are the best. Okay, so that was last week. So there's just no news. Like, what happened? Is it interest rates are going down? Amazon cut thousands of engineers and in record layoffs. Paramount, Comcast, Netflix submit bids for Warner Bros. Discovery. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. Are they going to let Israel buy everything now? I work a construction-related job. We're the busiest we've been in 20 years. Where are you? What market, if you don't mind me asking? You don't have to, you don't have to tell me exactly what neighborhood or anything, but you see, Mike, it's Friday. I mean, that is true. People might be buying heading into the weekend. The Fed watch up the Fed rate chance from 30 to 70. Okay, that's what happened. Mike, those are 3 separate offers. Yeah, I know. I'm saying the Paramount's going to win. That's what I'm saying. I know these are 3 separate offers. I work in home building, but we're pumping out spec homes, but this is Canada. I mean, yeah, because the fucking prices in Canada are stupid. I work at a state university, and this is the first time in history of the school there are no new construction projects slated. Well, I know that the car market is fucking crashing. Let's talk about some like political shit that no one else is talking about right now, because I like talking about actual policy and politics.
America is currently going through a bit of a car repossession boom. Delinquent auto debt over 60 days past due is at the highest level it has ever been, including during the global financial crisis. More repossessions than ever have taken place within the last quarter, and even if you don't personally have a car,
I need to get a when I say new car, I mean in the next year I need to get a new car. So I'm kind of like, I kind of feel like, isn't it becoming a buyer's market, or the prices haven't collapsed yet? We should wait because they're all about to fucking go, like they're about to eat like 40% price cuts.
This could still become a systemic issue that impacts you because
go to Mexico and buy a BYD. There's nothing that I want more in my life than to get a BYD sponsorship. I would shill so hard for BYD if they would give me a free fucking car. Come on! Come on! Give me a free car! Come on!
Auto debt as a whole is higher than it has ever been before. This record debt has also combined with record levels of depreciation to result in massive negative equity for more borrowers, making it harder than ever to back out of these deals, especially on certain classes of vehicles. Now, that sounds pretty bad just on the surface, but it gets worse. Several reports have found that we have slowly made auto lending so complicated and fragmented that between leases, lending, buy here, pay here, cross-collateralized loans, and every other type of way to finance a car, it's become next to impossible to track down how much we really owe and how much is actually being paid back. Even the regulators themselves have basically admitted that they don't really know how bad the problem is and how much this could all hurt regular consumers. Now, I know that—
Wow, I wonder why repossessions are high. I asked people at Disney how much debt they have.
Now, mine's pretty minimal, I think. Credit card and a vehicle, probably about 60.
And that's minimal to you?
No, it's a lot.
What's left on the car loan?
53.
What are you driving?
A 24 Toyota Tundra.
How about you? How much debt do you have?
Probably $75,000. Credit cards, and then a car loan as well.
What's your car loan?
Student loans, yeah, like 60.
60? What are you driving?
I was
You
terrible.
rolled over negative equity, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Yes. Honda Pilot, 25.
What's your car payment?
$1,200.
How about your car payment?
$982.
I mean, you're just giving away the income every month at this point, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
How much student loans we have left?
I probably have $100,000 in student loans.
Okay, add it all up in your head. I think we're doing this for the first time. How much debt do you have total?
I'm going to say at least 180 grand.
Can you tell me, did you guys pay cash for the trip?
For half of it.
The other half is on what?
A Disney card.
Oh, the Disney credit card. What do you get for putting it on the Disney card versus any old other card?
It has 6 months special financing, so there's no interest for like 6 months.
Okay, so is your plan to pay it off in 6 months?
That's the plan, yes.
That is the plan, if we can do that, for sure, yeah.
That doesn't instill confidence. You're like, if we, because otherwise it's going to like crack.
I gotta be honest, chat, like channels like this are inherently conservative because they're trying to do this thing where they're like, look at these people being so irresponsible. They are spending beyond their means. They are going to a vacation and they own a car and they went to school. Jerk off motion. 30 years ago, middle-class people could own their own, buy a new car, own a home, go to college, and then have a vacation to Disney World. This isn't exactly going to Macau or the Isle of Capri. All right, this is Disney World. This is middle-class slop entertainment. Please, like, and oh, you went to your Disney, you put it on the Disney card, and it's like, yeah, I mean, that's how the system is extracting wealth from people who actually have jobs. But I think focusing it on these people is weird. And there's a certain type of person who is obsessed with money, and that's all they care about, and they don't like to consume things, so they pathologize other people for being normal. Whereas they're abnormal, and they're like, everyone should be abnormal like me. And it's like, no, man, you are not. You're missing out on life. You suck. Perhaps the redistribution of wealth in our society should be more equitable. Maybe people should have the right to own a personal transport vehicle. Maybe people should have the right to like go on vacation once in a while. You fucking lose. Like, that's why these channels are not very good. I'm here to tell you, don't go into debt. Like, that if you could avoid it, I get it. But the idea of wanting to do it being wrong is dog shit. And that's why everybody's in debt. It's because the system is set up for you to fail.
crank up to what, 29% APR or something crazy?
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Do you guys have any debt right now?
Yes.
How much?
My student loans, they're about $100,000.
What was your degree?
Business administration.
How much total do you have in debt?
Probably around $128,000, I'd say total.
Do you ever feel like, oh, I'll just die with the debt? Like, is there a game plan to be like, I'm going to pay this off in 3 years? Or is it just kind of like, I'll make my payments?
It's going to be probably in about 15 years, I'm assuming I'll get it paid off. I don't know.
How old are you now?
I'm 22.
A guy looks at a people and go like, oh, wow, I can't believe you got an undergraduate degree and it costs $100,000. You're such a dummy. And it's like, he's a kid. We have debt. We take vacations. We enjoy our short time with our kids now before they're old and have their own lives. We pay all our bills on time and we chip away at our debt when the kids no longer rely on us. Tomorrow is not promised. This person is correct. I still think about the one time my parents took me to Disney World when I was a kid. That was a fun vacation. I was a huge terror and I did a bunch of fucked up shit because I was a bad child. But I think about how my parents gave me a good childhood. They tried. And they probably put some of it on a credit card. And I appreciate that. Now that I think back. A $1,200 car payment is insane. I mean, I agree. I pay $450 and I think that's a lot. I think $1,200 is insane. But, you know, I think all in with my vehicle, I think I budget $600 a month for my car right now. That includes insurance and maintenance and gas and everything. Which to me, that's a lot. I think that's a fucking lot. I don't know how people are putting $1,000 plus just on the payment. My car insurance doubled because my insurance company got purchased. So I probably need to go shop around for that. I used to have a $80 a month car insurance, and the insurance, and it was of course, it was not a traditional insurance company. It was a collectively owned. I found a like co-op insurance company. And guess what? It got purchased by a for-profit insurance company. Cool. But I wasn't part of the co-op long enough to get any of the benefit. Cool. Full coverage? Yeah, of course. I had full coverage. Sucks. Is it USAA good? I had a really good insurance company that no longer exists. Because why would it? Going to Disney when you have credit card debt is insane. Like that. Do you see what I mean? Stuff like this makes me feel good about myself. I always wonder how people afford vacations. I started to realize they're just growing more debt by being on trips. I guess I'll just keep paying my bills and not go on trips like a normal person should. See what I mean? Yeah, this is all right-wing shit. Dave Ramsey and Caleb Hammer dying to talk to these guys. Yeah, exactly, because they're parasites. You think they don't go on vacations? You don't think they have cars and homes? They just make more money because they're at the top of the income distribution. In some respects, I'm like, hell yeah, go to Disney because if you wait till you're out of debt, you'll be dead. Most people talk about saving, but that's not how wealth is built. The actual secret is leveraging other people's money. That is correct. That's how the rich do it. The really rich, they use government money. But everybody, everybody wants to believe this self-help bullshit about how they have this kind of like religious belief that if you just whip yourself and you live parsimoniously or you live like a monk, that you'll get some reward. It's just secular religion. Except God isn't the one giving you heaven after you're dead. It is capitalism is going to give you heaven after you retire or whatever the fuck. It's all bullshit. It's to convince you to demand less and live smaller. And if you believe this shit, you're a fucking dope. Way too many people are comfortable having a lot of debt. Our entire economy depends on it. And it's like, it's so funny to see people like mocking people for having car loans. You mean every single person who buys a car almost? How many people have a car loan? Also, you need it so you have credit. Like, you need to have like 6 or 7 revolving accounts so that you have credit so that you can afford to get a mortgage. You need to have debt in our fucking economy. 40% of the population carries auto debt, according to the average monthly household car payment is $433 a month, with 73% of U.S. households having an auto loan. So when they say 40% of Americans have car payments, what they're saying is people who live in a house with someone who has a car loan and use that car, they should be counted as having a car loan, by the way. There are 113 million open auto loans. So like people are mocking shit that is like how it works. It's just how it works.
This all sounds like yet another symptom of people's personal finances being squeezed, which is by itself not exactly that shocking anymore. However, the current repossession boom is, for now at least, a specifically American problem. A problem that is saying a lot of bad things about the unique ways that we borrow, consume, and go broke.
And I don't know, I just feel like a $500 plus car note is absurd.
Record number of Americans are falling behind on their car payment.
I have $60,000 worth of car debt.
Those loans coming with higher interest rates for buyers with limited income or credit scores.
The more concerning part, the interest rate being 37% nearly.
Well, what the fuck? That's usury. That should be illegal.
The repo man is in high demand. They're working overtime.
It is draining us. It is taking things away from my children.
According to the Recovery Database Network, car repossessions hit a 14-year high in 2024, only slightly behind their peak in 2009. We have already passed that peak this year, and we still have a few months to go. This is especially concerning because consumer protection laws around repossessions have generally gotten stronger since the global financial crisis, which means the same number of repossessions is an indication that borrowers are in an even worse financial situation. Today, repossessions have become such a large industry that it's even attracted the tech bros to skirt around regulations. Some of the old tricks, like impersonating a Target with their utility providers to get their address, have been specifically outlawed. So today, repo men take a different approach. Companies like Resolvion and DRN have emerged to fill that gap by creating their own lists. Their business works by driving around camera cars that indiscriminately photograph every license plate they can, including those in private parking lots, and then assigning GPS coordinates to them to build out a database. What this does is let repo men access this database for a fee so that they can get a list of known locations for a specific registration number. Now, not to go too much down this specific rabbit hole, but some of these companies now work off a gig economy model, because of course they do. They onboard affiliate drivers who attach their camera packs to their own cars and then pay them a commission for every repossession that comes from the data they collect. For a lot of people, this is either an alternative or a supplemental revenue source to driving for Uber that happens a lot more passively in the background. Now, this kind of involuntary databaserization would be bad enough by itself, but you might think, unless you've been skipping your car payments, you don't really have anything to worry about, right? Well, a report by Wired found that these cameras were also collecting and cross-referencing information like politically affiliating lawn signs, bumper stickers, and t-shirts. This let them highlight areas and even individuals with stronger support for certain ideas than others. Now, the companies have claimed that this is just another way for them to earn revenue. It's information that they are collecting from public spaces, and it's not their fault if they are just better at arranging it into databases that can be sold
This is literally Larry Ellison shit. These people should be
to political campaigns or marketing agencies. Anyway, with that tangent out of the way, what is really funding this data collection right now, though, is car repossessions. And business is booming for three simple reasons. The first is the hangover from the price boom of 2021. During this time, new and used car prices both hit their highest levels ever. Supply chains were disrupted, and people had a lot of extra spending power thanks to government stimulus, and also because other expenditures like vacations and eating out were canceled. Interest rates were also very low, which all made it easy to get a big loan and pay $30,000 over sticker price for a used Toyota Tacoma. Today, record loan sizes have mixed with record rates of depreciation to give some all too predictable results. According to Edmunds, the average amount of negative equity in cars and trucks climbed to an all-time high last quarter. Now, so far, the one saving grace has been that prices are still higher than they were before 2020. But that has all resulted in fewer people trading in their cars because they are being forced to hold on to it longer. Now, on a personal finance level, this can actually be a good thing. You don't need to buy a new car every 3 years. But let's be honest with each other here. People aren't holding onto their cars because they have suddenly become more conscious consumers. They are holding on to them because they can't get out of them. This is even more apparent on EVs that were attracting huge premiums 4 years ago, but are now nowhere near as popular as people are seeing problems with long-term battery performance and opting to purchase plug-in hybrids instead. For a lot of people, it's not worth it to make budgetary sacrifices for a car that they are underwater on, so they are just ignoring the problem and accepting that one day their car will be repossessed. Now, the good news is that we are just in the find-out stage of a very unusual pricing shock in the
I don't think you should volunteer for repossession. That's like defaulting. That's terrible for your credit. I mean, that might cost you more than the 10K over the course of your life if you get like a mortgage or something. But it might be right if you already own a home and you don't give a fuck.
Car market. If that was all there was to it then, as the loans were taken out more than 5 years ago start to end, things should start getting better, right? Well, it's time to learn how money works to find out what else is behind the car repossession boom. This video is sponsored by Cape, the privacy-first mobile carrier.
Makes me want to go and buy, go buy something from the auction lot, huh? I know personally 3 people who willingly defaulted on their cars in the past year or so. Oof. The problem is, like, everything in America sucks now. Like, I don't trust mechanics. I don't, like, buying services is dog shit now. It's not just buying goods. It's also buying services. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, oops, all lemons. Yeah, exactly. Everything just feels like people are trying to scam you.
Rethinking how phone services should work. Cape gives you premium nationwide coverage without tracking, profiling, or selling in 6 months. Okay, sinking car prices shouldn't represent a crisis by itself. Outside of a very small handful of exceptions, it is the expectation that cars depreciate rapidly over time. Like most consumer durables, the retailer, in this case the dealers, have their own markups, which is why a new car normally loses so much value the moment it's driven off a lot. The funny business that happened around COVID was very much the exception to this rule. What really allowed a small little price spike to turn into an economy-wide problem is the increasingly complex ways that we are financing car purchases. In the past, it was pretty straightforward. You would pay for a car in cash, or you would make a down payment and pay back the rest over a set term. This was almost always 5 years. Today, the variety of car financing options has grown significantly, and almost all of them are designed to let people get into a slightly more expensive car than they otherwise would have been able to afford. According to Experian, over 80% of new vehicle sales are financed, but because the industry is so fragmented and underregulated, some third-party estimates put that number as high as 85%. Outdated ideas like having money to use as a down payment have also become a thing of the past over the last 2 decades. This has slowly been replaced by people using the equity they have built up in their previous car to use as the down payment on their next car, re-extending the loan term and principal. Sometimes even that is too much. The rate of trade-ins where the previous car has more owing on it than it's worth has hit its highest level ever, with 1 in 4 cars being traded underwater. Dealer financing is still pushing through these sales though, even if they have to get creative with car values, because of the biggest broken incentive of all. Dealerships aren't really in the business of selling cars. They are in the business of writing loans.
This is literally the same thing that happened with the housing crash. The exact same shit. The exact same shit. It's actually crazy how identical this is. It was basically real estate agents that were just pushing, crappy loans on people and then selling them the next day. It's the exact same shit.
Are just something that get borrowers in the door. Now, while this fact alone might not be that surprising to you anymore, it has encouraged continuously pushing the bounds of what is normal in car loans. The financing manager at a dealership obviously has commission incentives of their own, but they are also colleagues with the sales staff who will depend on them to get a deal done. If they want everybody to get paid and avoid awkward silences in the break room, there is a real incentive to write a loan by any means necessary. This actual peer pressure is at least part of the reason why delinquencies on dealer loans are more than double that of loans from other sources, according to data from the Consumer Credit Panel of the New York Fed. Now, if lowering lending standards and down payments wasn't enough, the biggest lever that the industry has been pulling is extending loan terms. 5-year loans have gone from being the industry standard to now being less common than 7-year loans.
I remember when I was hitting 16 and learning about personal finance. The car loan shit, there was a standard where it was like 3 years. You shouldn't get a 60-month loan is a bad idea, right? Like if you can't pay off your car in 3 years, then you shouldn't be buying the car. That was the fucking lesson that people used to give you. And people used to be like, buy a car on a 3-year loan and then own it for 10 years. That used to be the lesson, right? And if you have a spouse, you should do this thing where if you buy 3-year-old cars, this is the other thing, buy a 3-year-old used car who had 1 previous owner and no major accidents. That was the best bang for your buck. But those lessons are all gone, right? Now the used car, it's like not even a deal anymore.
According to market data compiled by Bloomberg, a growing number of lenders are now offering terms of 144 months for loans up to 120% of the car's value. In plain English, what this means you could do is trade in a car that you are $10,000 underwater on, put no cash down, and take out a $60,000 loan to buy another $50,000 car, which you will be paying off over the next 12 years. Now, the interest rates and fees on these loans are usually nothing short of catastrophic. But spreading the loan out over that long does minimize monthly repayments. And since most of these borrowers are going to trade in their car again before paying down the loan, that's all they really care about. As people are increasingly taking out 6, 7, or even 12-year loans on cars that they are on average replacing every 3.5 years, they are making very little progress on the principal of these loans and therefore extending the period in which they could suffer serious financial difficulties. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, while they still exist, highlighted this as one of the most damaging financial practices in the economy today and highlighted it as one of the leading causes of loan delinquencies. So lenders shouldn't exactly be shocked Pikachu that their repossession rates are skyrocketing. But they are going to keep going on, not just because it makes them money, but because it makes money in the right kind of way. As terms have gotten longer, loan sizes have also increased, which has also allowed us to buy more expensive cars. I mean, who knew extending loan terms and equity requirements would just drive up prices on underlying assets? But anyway, the bigger issue is that these loans have become a valuable asset class of their own. When a dealer writes a car loan, they are usually using a third-party credit provider to actually pay out the money. As part of that deal, those providers will pay the dealer a commission for the business they are bringing them, and the longer the loan term, the bigger that commission is. Most of these loans then get securitized and sold off to other investors, so that neither the lender or the dealer needed to use any cash of their own. Now, the paperwork involved in doing all of this costs a bit of money, but that is a fixed cost. It takes just as many man-hours to put together a 3-year loan as it does a 12-year loan, but the lifetime interest on the latter is almost 6 times higher, making it far more profitable for these middlemen. Now, if you think that's bad, don't worry. It gets worse. Turning people's transportation into a recurring revenue stream still has challenges because of silly little things like regulations and lending standards. They might be on the floor, but they are still there. Fortunately, a new model of car subscriptions is becoming increasingly popular. So, yeah, can't see that going badly. The final change pushing the repossession boom is that all of this is starting to catch up with higher income earners as well. When we think of people getting their cars repossessed, we naturally think of people with bad credit, unstable employment, and poor financial literacy. Now, subprime customers like this do still make up a majority of loan delinquencies and subsequent repossessions, but that is more or less a constant. Amongst this group of borrowers, there was a brief improvement in their loans around 2020 thanks to stimulus, lowered interest rates, and deferments on other debt. Today, however, the delinquency rates on their borrowing is more or less back to where it was before the pandemic. It's not good, but it's predictably not good. The assumption that a lot of these loans will not be repaid in a timely manner is why subprime auto loans have much higher interest rates. The real difference right now is an increase in delinquencies coming from people with average or even above average credit. Late payments amongst these groups have roughly doubled since before the pandemic, and even though the rate of their delinquencies is lower, they are a much larger group overall, so the total volume of bad debt is really starting to creep up. We have mentioned it in almost every video this year.
That's pretty much what happened, exactly what happened in the housing crisis as well. And I know student loan delinquencies are going crazy as well, so it's not just cars. If we really had a bad recession, so many assets could collapse.
But the top 10% of households now account for over 50% of all consumption spending. Now, this statistic normally highlights the growing K-shaped economy, but it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody in the top 10% is thriving either. A report by Goldman Sachs found that 40% of studied households earning more than $500,000 a year were living paycheck to paycheck. The top highlighted reasons were lifestyle inflation, living in expensive cities, and cars. Ironically, the households earning only $200,000 to $300,000 a year were doing considerably better because they were less likely to be surrounded by people who think $500,000 weekend cars and vacation homes are a reasonable expense. Now, we are actually going to make an entire video about how the 1% is bankrupting.
That's so funny, dude. That's so funny.
Themselves later this.
How getting more than $300,000 a year actually makes you kind of become a fucking moron. Well, no shit.
This month. So make sure to subscribe.
Well, because the answer is the type of people making this kind of money tend to be professionals, and people making this kind of money tend to be elites, right? So professionals are people that got there from being consistently at the top of their academic class, getting professional degrees. You know, they had to take on large student loans, so they had to structure their finances, and that makes so much. And you can see people 100 to 200,000, similar story. It's the people that make this big money that are making money because they just own shit, and owners are idiots. Just because you own something doesn't mean you're smart, but that's where the big income comes from.
This month, so make sure to subscribe if you're interested in that. Of course, there's more to it than just cars, but generally all of the financial shenanigans that have evolved over the last decade have been directed towards people with higher incomes. They are generally trusted with far more dangerous financial tools, and if they lose their high-paying jobs, which a lot of people are at the moment, they are every bit as likely to end up in the same financial trouble. Now, all of this is just one side of the story. The problems in the car industry are even more apparent on the manufacturer side. So go and watch this video next to find out how and why these companies have dug themselves into such a strange hole. And don't forget to like and subscribe to keep on learning how money works.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no. I remember when some dumbass on Jubilee thought 300,000 was the average salary. My guess is that person doesn't have a job. The owners are selling financing, everyone bank, everything casino. Exactly.
Ukraine's President Zelensky has addressed the Ukrainian people, saying he will not betray his country's national interest. He was careful not to publicly criticize the peace deal drawn up by the United States, saying he will work quickly and constructively with the US, but added he will propose an alternative to the White House plan. Earlier, he held a call with the Vice President J.D. Vance. He has also had calls with various European leaders through the course of today. Well, the draft plan emerged after meetings between the US and Russia and appears to reflect many of Moscow's key demands. Let's hear some of what President Zelensky has been saying.
Українці, українки.
Ukrainians, every nation has a moment in its life when there is a need to talk, honestly, calmly, without any assumptions, gossips, without anything irrelevant. As it is, as I always try to speak to you, there is one of the most difficult moments in our history. The pressure on Ukraine now is one of the biggest. Now Ukraine may face a very difficult choice, either to lose its dignity or its key partner. Either difficult 28 points or an extremely difficult winter, the most difficult, and the further risks. Life without freedom, dignity, and without justice, and forced to trust someone who attacked us twice. They will be waiting for an answer from us, although I have already given it on the 20th of May of the 2019, when I gave oath to Ukraine. I said, I, Volodymyr Zelensky, chosen by the will of Ukrainian people as a president of Ukraine, am obliged to defend the sovereignty and independence of Ukraine.
Well, let's speak to BBC Monitoring's Russia editor Vitaly Shevchenko. And Vitaly, it was really interesting the way President Zelensky laid it out. No direct criticism, but clear he's going to come up with alternative proposals alongside the Europeans. Tell me more about what he said, because it was crucial, that line, he won't betray Ukraine and the national interests, but was quite clear that he knew that there would be a lot of political pressure coming in the next few days.
What he said reflects the impossible position that he is in. On the one hand, he suggested that accepting this 28-point plan presented by the Americans would amount to Ukraine, and I quote, losing its dignity. And on the other hand, he said the alternatives are no less unappealing, including losing America as Ukraine's key ally, key partner, than facing Russia's continued onslaught through a winter that Zelensky described as the most difficult yet. So, okay, he vowed to work round the clock to make sure that whatever peace plans are approved, they include...
Electricity is about to become the new base currency, and China figured it out. I mean, China... It's just try to develop their country so that the standard of living is high. And they're also trying to, instead of relying on liquid fuels, this is one of the things that people don't understand, is that the biggest crisis we have is that transport uses liquid fuels. And that is one of the biggest carbon sources that is hard to replace. So China did so by building high-speed rail and electric vehicles and good public transit and urbanizing. So they're trying to make sure that they don't rely on liquid fuels for transport as much as possible. So not only do they have to build more energy so that the standard of living of everybody can rise, they have to build electricity to replace transport liquid fuel sources. So to do that, you really need to build like crazy for energy. But then once you do that, once you achieve an electrified transport sector and electricity being used for everything, then carbon use will decline 90%. And then the last carbon generation will be stuff like concrete and things like that, agriculture, that are a lot harder to unwind, but those are the tougher nuts to crack. But these other ones, they take a lot of infrastructure, but they're doable, and that's what China is focused on. Whereas the U.S. is just doing status quo bullshit. Like, we're not changing anything.
Provisions for what he called Ukraine's dignity, independence, and freedom. But how exactly he's going to achieve that is less clear, frankly, given Russia's continued military attacks and Americans' really, really heavy pressure that is being piled on the Ukrainian leader. For that, to cope with all that, Zelensky needs support from Europeans. And frankly, Matthew, that gives me a sense of deja vu. This is, well, more or less what we saw back in August after that summit between Donald Trump and Vladimir Zelensky, when Europeans rushed to Vladimir Zelensky's aid, assistance. So he had several phone calls today. He had a joint conference with the leaders of France, Britain, and Germany. So looking at what he said, I get a sense of urgency. He looked shaken, I thought.
In terms of that 28-point plan, which are the bits that give Kyiv the most alarm?
The most alarming bit is, of course, withdrawing from parts of Ukraine that Russia doesn't control yet, cutting the size of the Ukrainian armed forces, pledging not to join foreign military alliances such as NATO. That, of course, doesn't seem fair to Ukrainians who have been defending their country. And also, what about people living?
Everyone is 12. Everyone is 12 years old. It's something that I'm constantly battling with as somebody who talks about politics, especially left-wing politics, is that everyone is 12 years old, and they think you're an asshole if you expect them to understand things at an adult level. Like, everybody's 12 and they're entitled to be loud and stupid like a 12-year-old. And if you actually expect them to understand the topics they're talking about, they get offended, like you're being arrogant. If you're going to talk about electoral politics, can you know anything about it first? Like, even a little bit? Like, if you're going to talk about energy policy, can you know a little bit? Housing policy, medical, healthcare provision and financing. Could you at least know a little bit? Geopolitics, can you know a little bit? Yes, it's not fair that Ukraine is losing the war. It isn't fair. There's been a lot of countries and nations that it wasn't fair they got wiped out and they were losing. Like, what do you want me to say? Do you know how many millions of people have died unjustly? Like, it's just, you know how many millions of people died for the Chinese Revolution? Think about the millions of people that died for the Russian Revolution, and now they have Putin. Like, you need to grow up, and you need to understand that the world is not fair. And if we're going to make it fair, it's going to require us to be really aware of what's going on now so we can build that better future. And if we want that better future to be protected, we have to set up systems and infrastructure and institutions and sustain it. It's not going to be because just because we raise our hand and go, that's not fair. You need to be an adult.
In those places that the Americans apparently want Ukraine to vacate. And also, withdrawing from Donbass would mean abandoning control of the so-called fortress belt in eastern Ukraine, which has been stopping Russia from advancing further west. So that would leave Ukraine exposed to further Russian attacks.
Vitaly, thanks very much. Well, Vitaly, referring to those European calls, let's turn to some of the European reaction we've already had, because here's Lithuania's president speaking just a short while ago.
We are talking about a possible or potential reduction of Ukrainian armed forces, territorial concessions, and some other decisions which would, of course, mean actually capitulation of it. And we should use this momentum to express very strong will and strong opinion of European, first of all, European community, that we should find the formula which preserves Ukrainian territorial integrity.
Well, the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer held a call with President Zelensky, as Vitaly was telling us, along with Chancellor.
I mean, part of the reason why I have the position I have on Ukraine is the Europeans are not putting their troops in the ground to fight, right? Like, it's very easy to say this war should drag on forever if you're not going to fight it, right? If you are sitting safe and snug at home, far from the front lines, it's easy to say somebody else should keep fighting. And like, I don't think anybody wants to fight a war against Russia. And if you do, you don't understand what you're talking about.
Chancellor Merz of Germany and President Macron of France, and said Ukraine must determine its own future. They're working on counter-proposals to that US plan, according to the Reuters news agency.
Well, I've just had a call with President Zelensky alongside President Macron and Chancellor Merz. And that was an opportunity for us to express again our support for Ukraine. Principle that's very important, which is all matters to do with Ukraine must be determined ultimately by Ukraine. Now, we all want a just and lasting peace. That's what the President of America wants. That's what we all want. And so we need to work from where we are to that end. But the principle that Ukraine must determine its future under its sovereignty is a fundamental principle.
And how did you feel when you read the proposals? What was your feeling about it?
Well, it reinforced in me that basic principle that we have to work from where we are to the just and lasting peace. I know that's what President Trump wants, and he's been working to that end.
But we must
reiterate the principle that matters about Ukraine must be determined by Ukraine.
The whole point is Ukraine can only do that US support, which Donald Trump wants to end. That's what's happening.
Зараз один з найважчих моментів нашої історії.
This is one of the most difficult moments in our history. The pressure on Ukraine is now at its most intense. Ukraine may now face a very difficult choice, either the loss of dignity or the risk of losing a key partner, or 28 difficult points, or an extremely harsh winter. The most difficult and further risk are life without freedom, without dignity, without justice, and believing someone who has already attacked us twice.
I think the thing that's really tough about this is I don't want to reward Putin. I think it's catastrophic if Putin's aggressive invasion is considered to be a victory. I think that is catastrophic. And the reason why I say that is because Donald Trump is acting like Putin to Venezuela. Donald Trump is acting like Putin to countries in Latin America. I don't want aggression to be rewarded. And Donald Trump is creating a world where aggression is rewarded.
That major partner is the United States.
How would I have handled Ukraine when voted in 2024? I think you have to go with some sort of negotiated settlement at this point. You know, I don't know how it can continue. And the reason why I say that is Ukraine is collapsing, guys. Ukraine population is like, when the Soviet Union collapsed, it was at 52 million. Now it's dropped down to 39. By the way, you could see the bend the moment the Soviet Union collapsed. That's when Ukraine started to collapse. And the population is just, look at the fertility rate. The fertility rate, the Soviet Union, it was 2.03 replacement rate. Soviet Union collapsed and it drops to less than 1 birth per woman. Wow. That's crazy. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is this?
We are going to Rashida Tlaib's office. Arab Israelis to send her a clear message. Just wait for it. We send a clear message to Rashida Tlaib. Don't support terrorism. Fuck Hamas. فهمتي؟ ولا أهون منها.
Look at these fucking cowards. Guys, we put a sticky note on her door. We put a sticky note on her door. Get the fuck out of here.
Who this week presented a framework to Kyiv to end Russia's war there. In a radio interview with Fox News, President Trump said that he had given Ukraine until Thursday to respond. Ukraine's government says that it is carefully reviewing the Trump administration plan. And earlier, President Zelensky held an urgent call with the leaders of Britain, Germany, and France to discuss this plan. The U.S. framework was drawn up in secret by the U.S. and Russia, without consultation from Kyiv or Europe. A draft seen by CNN shows the proposal includes the Kremlin's maximalist demands, requiring Kyiv to halve the size of its army and cede all territory lost to Russia in the past 3.5 years of war. Under the draft framework, Luhansk and Donetsk would be recognized as de facto Russian territories, as well as Crimea, which has been occupied by Russia since 2014. Russia would also keep parts of Kherson and Zaporizhia. CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh is in London. Our Kylie Atwood joins us from Washington, D.C. Nick, let's start with you. As we heard there, ominous words from President Zelensky, calling this one of the most difficult moments of the country's history. He went on to say, I will present arguments, I will persuade, I will offer alternatives, but we will definitely not give the enemy any reason to say that Ukraine does not want peace. Just talk about the predicament that President Zelensky, that Ukraine is put in now, and the brief phone call that we now know that President Zelensky had with Vice President Vance.
Ukraine's bussification, forced conscription is the tip of the iceberg. Western media is largely ignoring that Kyiv has to rip young men off the streets amid recruitment shortages and desertions. Bussification is a well understood term in Ukraine and refers to the process in which young men are detained against their will, often involving a violent struggle, and bundled into a vehicle, often a minibus, for onward transit to an army recruitment center. Until recently, Ukraine's army recruiters picked easy targets, yet on October 26th, the British Sun newspaper's defense editor, Jerome Starkey, wrote a harrowing report about a recent trip to the front line in Ukraine, during which he claimed his Ukrainian colleague was forcibly press-ganged into his country's armed services. In other words, a Ukrainian employee of the British Sun was kidnapped and forced into the military while he was escorting a British reporter. Soldiers wanted inside Ukraine's recruiting crisis, and how journalists was forced into army at checkpoint as some men hide to avoid war. Ugh. Unlike most forced conscriptions, this event took place following the alleged commandeering of the Western journalist's vehicle by 3 armed men who insisted they drive to a recruitment center. I saw at least a dozen glum men, mostly in their 40s and 50s, clutching sheafs of papers. They were called in and out of side rooms for rubber stamp medicals to prove they were fit to fight. On October 23rd, Ukrainian Roman Sopin died from heavy blunt trauma to the head after he had been forcibly recruited. Ukrainian authorities claim that he fell, but his family is taking legal action. In August, a conscripted man died suddenly at a recruitment center, though authorities claim he died of natural causes. In June, 45-year-old Ukrainian-Hungarian Yosef Sebastyan died after he was beaten with iron bars following his forced conscription. The Ukrainian military denies this version of events. In August, a conscript died from injuries sustained after he jumped out of a moving vehicle that was transporting him to the recruitment center. Look online and you'll find a trove of thousands of incidents, with most of them filmed this year alone. You can find videos of a recruitment officer chasing a man and shooting at him, a man being choked to death on the street with a recruiter's knee on his neck. Many include family members or friends fighting desperately to prevent their loved ones being taken against his will. If videos of this nature on a systemic scale were shared in the United States or United Kingdom, I believe that members of the public would express serious concerns, yet the Western media remains largely silent, and I find it difficult to understand why. After a year, bussification only appears to be getting worse, yet remains widely ignored by the Western press. The Washington-based Institute for the Study of War often reports on Russia forced mobilization efforts, but not on the dark and desperate aspects that led to bussification. You won't find reports of this in the New York Times, as it conflicts with the narrative that with support from the West, Ukraine could turn the war around. It leads instead on stories like Ukraine points for drone kills game, or the designer who cut the all-black suit that Zelensky now wears. Meanwhile, the Washington Post softly banged the drum to recruit 18-year-old Ukrainians, to cite this being a toxic political issue in Ukraine. This is because bussification is the tip of the iceberg. If Ukrainians are finding it difficult to encourage young men to join the army voluntarily, then it's proving even harder to make them stay without deserting. In January 2025, it was reported that 1,700 troops of the Anna of Kyiv 155th Mechanized Brigade, trained in France and equipped with French self-propelled howitzers, had gone AWOL, 50 of them while still in France. In June 2024, a Ukrainian deserter was shot dead by a border guard while trying to cross into Moldova. In the first half of 2025, over 110,000 desertion cases were reported in Ukraine. In 2024, Ukrainian prosecutors initiated over 89,000 proceedings related to a desertion and unauthorized abandonment of units, a figure 3.5 times greater than in 2023. More than 20% of Ukraine's 1 million man strong army have jumped the fence in the past 4 years, and the numbers are rising all the time. Desertions appear in part driven by ever greater shortages of infantry troops at the front line, which means soldiers rarely get rest and recuperation breaks. A lack of sufficient equipment is often blamed, and of course the widespread and rising desertion rates from Ukraine's armed forces only seem to provide more violent recruitment practices and thus then civilian protests. On October 30th, at Odessa, a group of demonstrators against a man's forced detention overturned the recruitment minibus. Support for a negotiated end to the war has risen from 27% in 2023 to 69% in 2025. Likewise, support for Ukraine to keep fighting until it wins the war, a wholly diluted proposition, has dropped from 23% to 24% over the same period, according to Gallup poll results. President Zelensky often claims that Ukraine's military predicament is linked to lack of guns, not lack of people. Hoping to secure Western support to fight on for another 2 to 3 years, he's quiet on whether he will have the troops or the political support to do so. For now, the message seems to be, don't mention the press gangs, in detention killings, deserters, and waning public support. Just give me more money. God. Surge in Ukrainians fleeing to EU after exit rules eased for young men. EU countries granted over 79,000 new temporary protections in September, the biggest rise since 2023. So in other words, war exhaustion has hit. Merz asked Zelensky to ensure fewer young Ukrainian men come to Germany. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz on Thursday told Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky that he needed to ensure that young Ukrainian men do not come to Germany in large numbers. Since Ukraine relaxed the rules prohibiting working age men from leaving the country in August, the number of Ukrainian refugees entering Germany has swelled. Merz said, after a phone call with Zelensky, I asked the Ukrainian president to ensure that young men from Ukraine in particular do not come to Germany in ever-increasing numbers, but rather serve in their own country. They are needed there. Jesus.
Key, I think, will be what was said in that phone call in the past. Vice President Vance has been, particularly in the Oval.
All I'm trying to say is, like, the people that are like, no, Ukraine should fight on. It's like, why aren't you over there? You can volunteer. Why aren't you over there? Why don't you want to die in a Ukrainian ditch? As a German, I confirm Merz is indeed a piece of shit. Why aren't you over there? If you're like, no, Mike, we should support Ukraine. Well, they don't want to keep the war going. So our puppet does want to keep the war going. The corrupt Ukrainian government wants to keep the war going because they're getting lots of money they can steal. $100 million. And then they flee to Israel when they get caught. You want that war to keep going?
Office blowout earlier on this year, the one to...
Have you heard the reports of Colombian mercenaries whining about the conditions in Ukraine? I hope they take more Latin American mercenaries to the Ukraine. That's basically the CIA's personal death squads.
Deliver the harshest.
I can't imagine a more appropriate use of them.
We don't know if that was the case here, but listening again to President Zelensky's address there...
I did volunteer. They aren't desperate enough to take me, Sag. Bullshit. Although maybe you're really out of shape. I don't know.
The nation. This does not sound like a president who's saying to Ukraine, we have to go along with this. The choice between dignity and losing a major ally, well, it's fairly clear what he's suggesting Ukrainians should choose there. The choice of 28-point plan or an extremely hard winter. They've had hard winters in the past. This is clearly a process, but what we don't know at this stage is precisely what concrete parts of a plan that was widely leaked, perhaps initially elements of it by Russia to show they were trying to get a peace process moving, perhaps then bits of it leaked by Ukraine and Europe in the hope, perhaps misguidedly, that the distinctly pro-Russian element of this plan would kind of torpedo it in the early stages. That hasn't happened, and instead it's kind of morphed now, this document that...
I think it's weird. I mean, pro-Russian. I mean, you know, you wanted this war with Russia. You wanted to drag them into this war, and your puppet state is fucking collapsing. What did you expect? Can you imagine if Canada was sucked into a war with the United States? Like, imagine that. If you're Canadian, I want you to imagine you're in a war with the United States of America. How do you feel about that?
Has a life of its own, clearly, in which the Trump administration...
Do you think that would be good for Canada? Just think about that for a second.
invested. There are things in there which would be militarily and politically, frankly, suicidal, to start a rhetoric on it for Zelensky. He can't cede territory, particularly in the domestic political bind he's in, with the corruption scandal swirling around his inner circle. That would be a phenomenally hard ask. He certainly can't agree to elections in 100 days after the signing of a deal. Even if he's not on the ballot, he'll be creating an electoral process there, rush with demobilization, wartime, messing it up, that will create a government whose legitimacy will be questioned from day one. And he certainly, I don't think, can agree to some elements of the decisions that get made by Russia in this document about who gets to join NATO in the future. So even when you read the text of the early versions that we've been seeing leaked to the media here, it's clear this originated in the Russian language. Biana, you know, when you read certain elements of English that look like they may have started in Russian, there's some parts of this document that clearly hark too closely to that. What we don't know at this point, though, is exactly what modifications are being suggested, agreed, what precisely this pressure for Thursday is around. Do they expect that 28 points to be agreed then? Frankly, impossible at this stage. But it's important to just quickly remember the timing here. Not only is domestic political pressure on Zelensky possibly at its worst since the start.
Can I be really ruthless for a second, chat? Donald Trump allowing Vladimir Putin to do a victory parade in Moscow will absolutely piss off so many people. You thought the like Afghanistan withdrawal was bad? So many people are going to be so fucking pissed off when Putin does a fucking victory parade in Moscow. Everyone's going to be fucking irate. And a lot of Americans, and me included, really don't like Putin. Putin fucking sucks. He is a right-wing fascist. This is going to hammer Donald Trump's approval rating. So I almost want him to get his way, because purely from a political point of view, he's going to look like such a fucking loser.
Part of this war with this corruption scandal on the front lines, Pokrovsk is probably days, maybe weeks.
Can I just say, before people think I'm like pro-Russia or anything like that, this is incredibly dire. This is really bad. Like a country just invading and carving a chunk off a major country in Europe. This is so fucking dangerous, man. This sucks.
Away from falling fully to the Russians. That's been fought over for over a year and will be a key victory that Moscow has been hankering for months. And they're also, Russia, moving fast in the Zaporizhia region, faster, I think, than anyone potentially thought. So a frontline emergency is coinciding with a domestic political crisis for Zelensky, and now with this extraordinary moment where he's had to address the Ukrainian people and say they may have to choose between their own dignity and keeping their key ally, the United States. We've seen pressure vacillate, and this pendulum of Trump's love of Kiev versus Moscow vacillate, but there's clearly an acute level here. If you're Ukraine, do you just remember how you survived the last time it got this bad, or do you think there's something different now?
Can I ask you, Nick, if you know exactly what, if any, involvement Ukraine had in this? Were they blindsided by this proposal? Because there had been some reporting that perhaps a Ukrainian official had also been in Florida meeting with Steve Witkoff, though the majority of this reporting seems to suggest that this was drafted between just Witkoff and Russian envoy Dmitry Kirillov themselves.
I think the simplest answer to that notion of secret meetings is, if you look at the text, well, any influence Ukraine thought it had in these meetings, or presence it thought it had in these meetings, hasn't really resulted in a document that includes much, if anything at all, in their favor. Even the clause about reconstruction of Ukraine is very complexly phrased. It potentially gives the possibility of that money going to rebuild areas of Ukraine that are actually Russian occupied, and through complex mechanisms through which the US says it might get 50% of the profits, and other joint projects that the US and Russia will devise by themselves. Even that isn't really in Ukraine's favor. Yes, there's recognition of Ukraine's sovereignty in that document, but remember too, sovereignty of what? Doesn't necessarily guarantee there won't be a third invasion. So yes, maybe there has been Ukrainian input. Whether that's actually translated into a document that's now in front of Zelensky and Trump and even Putin potentially for discussion, or the input has been lost along the way, we don't know. And that's, I think, why this moment is so key. Because clearly Ukraine's sounding the alarm here, but we don't know the precise details of exactly what's concerning it.
Yeah, another party that was clearly not involved here from all of the reporting was Europe as a whole. Nick Payton-Walsh, thank you. Let's go to Kylie Atwood. And Kylie, what more are we learning about this phone call between President Zelensky and Vice President Vance? We think back to that first meeting in the Oval Office where the talking down to, the shouting between Vice President Vance towards President Zelensky was quite shocking to see. The relationship has improved a bit, but what do we know about this call today? Well, listen, we don't actually know a whole lot about the call yet, but to your point, it is interesting that the vice president is even becoming a critical player in this conversation overall. Obviously, there were those dramatic moments in the Oval Office earlier this year, but J.D. Vance, the vice president, has not been someone who has been viewed as a behind-the-scenes operator when it comes to driving a solution to end the war in Ukraine. These have been roles that have really fell on the shoulders of Steve Witkoff, who we know is still very actively engaged in this portfolio. He's the one who worked with Kirill in order to come up with this new 28-point proposal, but also Keith Kellogg, who was the president's special envoy for Russia and Ukraine. He was really leading the talks with Ukraine. We have learned that
check out the English translation of the treaty. You'll be stalked. You mean shocked?
Keith Kellogg has told people that he's planning to leave
Let me look at the
administration earlier next year. That will create a bit of a gap, a dramatic gap, really, in terms of who the Ukrainians rely on to talk with the Trump administration. And J.D. Vance is signaling today, and we'll see if this, pans out, that he might be the person to begin to step up and, converse with the Ukrainians on how to drive a solution here. We also just heard from President Trump in an interview with Fox that next Thursday is the deadline that he is giving the Ukrainians to agree to this 28-point plan that the U.S. and the Russians have worked on together, that was presented to the Ukrainians just yesterday by the U.S. Army Secretary in Ukraine. President Trump also appeared to give some buffer room to that, saying that when things are going well, deadlines often change. So he's indicating that if the Ukrainians are effectively engaging, maybe that deadline for agreeing to this specific plan could change. But listen, it comes off of administration officials telling us that this leaked proposal was not necessarily the final proposal, but then you have President Trump saying that the Ukrainians have a week to agree to it. So even if it's not the final version, it does, in fact, have a lot of elements that the Trump administration is robustly behind, and that's significant. I also think it's important to point out that the administration is working off of this Gaza framework. They believe that this 20-point plan that they presented that led to a ceasefire in Gaza was effective. They're using that sort of framework to apply to try and end the Ukraine war. We'll watch and see how that plays out. These are very different conflicts, but the administration clearly feels that they have the wind at their backs in terms of, solving these crises that President Trump set out to solve, but has personally said have been very challenging for him to find a solution.
I'm looking at the peace plan now, chat. I think it's pretty safe to say that I would consider this almost, I would say it's basically Russia getting almost, short of annexing all of Ukraine, I don't think how they could get a better deal. I don't know how they could get a better deal. Here's what it is. Ukraine's sovereignty will be confirmed. A comprehensive non-aggression agreement will be concluded between Russia, Ukraine, and Europe. All ambiguities of the last 30 years will be considered settled. Russia will not invade neighboring countries, and NATO will not expand further. A dialogue will be held between Russia and NATO, mediated by the United States, to resolve all security issues and create conditions for de-escalation in order to ensure global security and increase opportunities for cooperation and further economic development, which is basically code for, raising all sanctions and having U.S. investment in Russia. Ukraine will receive reliable security guarantees. The size of the Ukrainian armed forces will be limited to 600,000 personnel. Ukraine agrees to enshrine in its constitution that it will not join NATO, and NATO agrees to include in its statutes a provision that Ukraine will not be admitted in the future. NATO agrees not to station troops in Ukraine. European fighter jets will be stationed in Poland. The U.S. will receive compensation for the guarantee. If Ukraine invades Russia, it will lose the guarantee. If Russia invades Ukraine, in addition to a decisive, coordinated military response, all global sanctions will be reinstated, recognition of the new territory, and all other benefits of the deal will be revoked. If Ukraine launches a missile at Moscow or St. Petersburg without cause, the security guaranteed will be deemed invalid. Ukraine is eligible for EU membership and will receive short-term preferential access to the European market while this issue is being considered. A global package of measures to rebuild Ukraine, including but not limited to a creation of a Ukraine Development Fund to invest in fast-growing industries, including technology, data centers, and artificial intelligence. The United States will cooperate with Ukraine to jointly rebuild, develop, modernize, and operate Ukrainian gas infrastructure, including pipelines and storage facilities, so we're stealing their gas. Joint efforts to rehabilitate war-affected areas for the restoration, reconstruction, and modernization of cities and residential areas, infrastructure development, extraction of minerals and natural resources. The World Bank will develop a special financing package to accelerate these efforts, so the World Bank is going to profit. Russia will be reintegrated into the global economy. The lifting of sanctions will be discussed and agreed upon in stages and on a case-by-case basis. The United States will enter into a long-term economic cooperation agreement for mutual development in the areas of energy, natural resources, infrastructure, artificial intelligence, data centers, rare earth metal extraction projects in the Arctic, and other mutually beneficial corporate opportunities. Russia will be invited to rejoin the G8, which has been the G7 for a while now. Frozen funds will be used as follows. $100 billion in frozen Russian assets will be invested in U.S.-led efforts to rebuild and invest in Ukraine. So we're taking $100 billion and using it to enrich ourselves. The U.S. will receive 50% of the profits from this venture. Europe will add $100 billion to increase the amount of investment available for Ukraine's reconstruction. Frozen European funds will be unfrozen. The remainder of the frozen Russian funds will be invested in a separate U.S.-Russian investment vehicle that will implement joint projects in specific areas. This fund will be aimed at strengthening relations and increasing common interest to create a strong incentive not to return to conflict. A joint American-Russian working group. This is almost like making Russia almost our ally. This is total victory for Russia. This is like so friendly to Russia. This is like friendlier than we are. Like, this is crazy. Russia will enshrine its law policy of non-aggression towards Europe and Ukraine. The United States and Russia will agree to extend the validity of treaties on the non-proliferation and control of nuclear weapons, including the START 1 treaty. Ukraine agrees to be a non-nuclear state in accordance with the treaty on the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. The Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant will be launched under the supervision of the IAEA, and the electricity produced will be distributed equally between Russia and Ukraine 50-50. Zaporizhzhia, both countries undertake to implement educational programs in schools and society aimed at promoting and understanding intolerance of different cultures and eliminating racism and prejudice. DEI! They're demanding DEI. Donald Trump is demanding DEI and in Ukraine and in Russia. Woke is back, baby. Woke is back. Ukraine will adopt EU rules on religious tolerance and the protection of linguistic minorities. Both countries will agree to abolish all discriminatory measures and guarantee the rights of Ukrainian and Russian media and education. All Nazi ideology and activities must be rejected and prohibited. Crimea, Luhansk, Donetsk will be recognized as de facto Russian, including by the United States. Total Russian victory. Kursk and Zaporizhzhia will be frozen along the line of contact, which will mean de facto recognition along the line of contact. Russia will relinquish other agreed territories it controls outside the 5 regions. Ukrainian forces will withdraw from the part of Donetsk Oblast that they currently control, and this withdrawal zone will be considered a neutral demilitarized buffer zone, internationally recognized as territory belonging to the Russian Federation. Russian forces will not enter this demilitarized zone. They're making Ukraine give up territory they haven't even lost yet. After agreeing on future territorial agreements, both the Russian Federation and Ukraine undertake not to change these arrangements by force. Any security guarantees will not apply in the event of the breach of this commitment. Russia will not prevent Ukraine from using the Dnieper River for commercial activities, and agreements will be reached under the free transport of grain across the Black Sea. A humanitarian committee will be established to resolve the outstanding issues. All remaining prisoners and bodies will be exchanged on an all-for-all basis. All civilian detainees and hostages will be returned, including children. A family reunification program will be implemented. Measures will be taken to alleviate the suffering of victims of the conflict. Ukraine will hold elections in 100 days. All parties involved in this conflict will receive full amnesty for their actions during the war and agree not to make any claims or consider any complaints in the future. This agreement will be legally binding. Its implementation will be monitored and guaranteed by the Peace Council, headed by President Donald J. Trump. Sanctions will be imposed for violations. Once all parties agree to this memorandum, the ceasefire will take effect immediately after both sides retreat to agreed points to begin implementation of the agreement. This is complete Russian victory. This is complete Russian victory. They get all the territory they conquered plus a little bit more. They get all the sanctions get lifted. The United States is going to profit, basically. The United States is profiting, but Russia is being fully brought back into the world economy. The United States is going to invest in Russian projects. It's going to help Russia develop AI technology. I would call this complete Russian victory. Like, this is complete victory. The only thing that they're really not getting is all of Ukraine. But short of that, they're getting everything. Bro, this is so fucked for the Donetsk and other regions. I don't want to see them brutally subjugated. This is, wow. All those people killed. All those hundreds of billions of dollars wasted. And Putin wins. Weren't things better before Maidan? Yeah. The Maidan has been a disaster for Ukraine. They're banned from joining NATO for forever. Although they might be able to join the EU. That's the one thing Ukraine gets, is they might be able to join the EU. I would consider this to be a complete catastrophe. Mike loves Putin. No, I don't. This sucks, man. Like, this fucking sucks. Putin is a fascist. And the Russians, God, wow, this is just, it's almost unbelievable they were able to pull off this level of a victory against all of Europe and the United States. Holy shit, that's incredible. Like, their economy is the size of Italy and they just fucking whooped us. That's crazy. I don't know what else to say. Like, holy moly. Another L for America. Holy fuck, that's bad. I'm in shock. I'm like legitimately in shock how bad that is. You would think years of violent resistance by the Ukrainians and the toll they've enacted from Russia would get them some level of something. This is abject humiliation. The US is the biggest winner in this. I don't think so. I think you're being very short term. Yes, we're going to steal a bunch of Ukrainian natural resources, but everybody looks at this and goes, don't trust the US. Although people are dumb, they keep trusting us. Russia comes out of this smelling like roses, and they won. They got to carve a bunch of territory, which is very valuable territory. Just so you guys understand, the land that they conquered is incredibly rich, valuable, full of resources, full of gas, full of high quality arable land. Like, this is some of the best territory in Europe they just stole. And they're getting millions of added to their population. Plus more Black Sea territory that's contiguous with Russia. Like, this would be like the US equivalent of like conquering British Columbia. That's what this is the equivalent of. Is if the US like just grabbed all of British Columbia and just added it to the US. That's basically what they just did. And trust me, if you were going to steal any land and territory in Canada, BC is a great idea. I mean, that would be a huge asset to the US. We would love that. I mean, it makes sense, you know, contiguous to Alaska, right? A bunch of really valuable Pacific coastline. Vancouver's a beautiful city. Lots of really good natural resources, the timber, you know, we need abundance. We've got to denazify Vancouver, folks. There's too many Nazis in Vancouver. Okay, I'm kidding. This is gallows humor.
Зараз один з найважчих моментів нашої історії.
This is one of the most difficult moments in our...
I don't know what else to say.
The Trump administration proposes a 28-point framework drafted with Russia
this is so fucking
to end the war with
dude.
Ukraine. The plan demands some painful concessions from Kyiv, surrendering the Donbass region and slashing its military. So is Washington negotiating away Ukraine's future while favoring Russia just to promise a lasting peace? This is Inside Story.
Chat, We've got to stop them. The Nazis, the white supremacists at Vancouver, it's growing. It's a bit much. We've got to denazify British Columbia. And honestly, it should have been part of the United States. The Oregon Compromise with the British, that was unfairly imposed on the United States. That territory should be part of the U.S. The Oregon Compromise was unfair, and the British Empire it should be stopped. We shouldn't be listening to them. We should reunite the Oregon Territory. It's so easy to be a right-winger. I'm coming up with some really good right-wing ideas here, like really quality right-wing ideas that would totally take off. You see what I'm saying? The Oregon Treaty of 1847 was unfair. The British Empire imposed it on the United States. We should undo that treaty. It's an unfair treaty. It's denying the Oregon people should be united as one. The Oregon boundary dispute was unfairly settled. Think about all the natural wild animals who are blocked from their natural habitats. I can see
Hello,
the
welcome to the program. I'm Neve Barker. Behind closed doors in Washington, a controversial peace plan is taking shape. The Trump administration...
I see a vision of a greater Oregon. A greater Oregon, folks. The real Oregon. The Oregon that used to be before the British came in and fucked it up just like they did in the Middle East. Stop manifesting it. Yeah.
has been consulting with Russia on a 28-point framework to end the 3.5-year war in Ukraine. The draft plan's divided into 3 sections, focusing on peace in Ukraine, a NATO-style security guarantee, and future relations between the US and Russia. But there's a problem. Ukraine had very little involvement, if any, in shaping the proposal and was informed without being asked for input. It reportedly requires Ukraine to cede the Donbas region to Russia, cut its armed forces in half, and ban foreign troops from Ukrainian soil. Is this a pragmatic path to end the bloodshed or a dangerous capitulation that rewards Russian aggression? Can peace be achieved without Ukraine at the negotiating table? And what does this mean for European security and America's global credibility? We'll put those questions to our guests in just a moment's time. First, this report from Imogen Kimber.
I'm very happy. I'm good. US President Donald Trump has issued a 28-point peace plan for Ukraine, delivered to the Ukrainian president in Kyiv by 4 of the US military's top personnel for him to discuss with Trump.
Best regards to President Trump, please, from me.
The agreement includes Ukraine ceding control of Donbas to Russia to be kept as a demilitarized zone, while parts of Kherson and Zaporizhia would be divided along the existing line of contact. Ukraine would give up some weaponry, limit troops to 600,000 personnel, and never join NATO. It also states no foreign troops would be positioned in Ukraine. In exchange, Ukraine would receive a guarantee of security from the US. The US would also assist Ukraine with rebuilding, using $100 billion of frozen Russian funds, and work with Ukraine on extracting its rare earth minerals, while Russia will be welcomed back into the global economy with the lifting of sanctions, and also have a deal with the US on the extraction of its rare earths. But Ukraine and the EU reject key points.
While Ukraine stands ready to engage in meaningful negotiations to end this war, including at the leaders' level, our red lines are clear and unwavering. There will never be any recognition, formal or otherwise, of Ukrainian territory temporarily occupied by the Russian Federation as Russian. Our land is not for sale.
The European stance remains the same, with the bloc saying it will support Ukraine.
The pressure must be on the aggressor, not on the victim. Rewarding aggression will only invite more of it. The EU has a very clear 2-point plan. First, weaken Russia. Second, support Ukraine.
Russia says Kyiv has stopped responding to calls for dialogue, and there is no genuine desire for peace.
As for the hypocritical appeals for peace from our former European partners, neither Zelensky nor his handlers seek peace, and escalation serves their interests.
President Volodymyr Zelensky now finds himself in a tough position. He's under pressure over a corruption scandal at home involving the energy sector. And the US is Ukraine's biggest backer, meaning the war effort would struggle without it. But he's insisting no territory can be ceded to Russia without the support of the Ukrainian people, preparing the ground for potentially tough debate over Trump's proposed terms for ending the war. Imogen Kimber, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Okay, let's bring in all of our
chat. Why do we have a hype train right now? We have a hype train. You guys want to hear more Mike from PA ideas to expand the American empire? I've got so many. I mean, Alberta would probably vote to join America already. Like, you know, it's so easy. Baja California is also a no-brainer. You know, that's a no-brainer. I mean, if we're being honest, the whole Great Lakes should be in America. I mean, Canada, you're in trouble. You're in trouble, Canadians. They're gonna go. Fallout's gonna come true. America will eventually annex you.
Guest from Moscow, Alexander Bratursky, is a political analyst and an independent journalist. From London, Samir Puri, Chatham House's director for the Global Governance and Security Centre and author of Russia's Road to War with Ukraine.
Thank you for the subs in the hype train chat. I love you.
From Washington, D.C. is Donald Jensen. He is a former U.S. diplomat in Moscow and former U.S. staffer on U.S.-Soviet arms control negotiations. A very warm welcome to all three of you. Welcome to Inside Story. Alexander, could I start with you? I mean, how does the essence of this U.S. plan differ to the maximalist ambitions of Vladimir Putin put forward previously, namely that Ukraine must give up territory in the Donbass, some of which Russia hasn't seized as yet, and that it must dramatically reduce its armed forces, Alexander?
Well, of course, if you look at the plan...
Thank you, Magic Skull, for the 5 gifties.
Directly. I don't want to call it a plan. It's more like talking points, right? It's more like a plan which might be discussed in some of the places, some of the stuff might be omitted. But let's say in Istanbul, Russia demanded that the Ukrainian army can be much more, will be in a lesser extent, but now it's 600,000 people. So it's actually bigger than Istanbul proposal. And with that, actually, you know, Ukraine had more demands on that. So actually this, you know, some of the parts can be good for Ukraine. Even, you know, 600,000 troops is still a stronger force.
Donald, ceding territory, slashing the army. We've heard all of this before, haven't we? And it's led precisely nowhere, Donald.
It is. Well, first of all, I think we ought to give the Trump administration credit for not giving up on the peace process, such as it is. But the whole 28-point plan, as we've seen it, is woefully inadequate. It tilts seriously to the Russian point of view. In fact, some issues are framed within the context of Russian propaganda, and it asks the Ukrainians essentially to trust a country next door which has invaded it, committed war crimes, and somehow is going to obey the rules of an international agreement. And we all know that Russia constantly violates international agreements. So I don't see this going anywhere with substantial revision, but even the Trump White House is saying we're going to talk about the plan because it's certainly unfair, unwise as it is. So a lot of changes have to be made.
Samir, why did this sudden U-turn from the Americans come about, do you think? I mean, not long ago, Trump was suggesting that Ukraine could even potentially get back all of its territory. We know that there was this failure in talks in Alaska between Putin and Trump, and then last month there was this tense phone call between Sergei Lavrov, Russia's foreign minister, and the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, which led to the cancellation of a planned summit in Budapest and U.S. sanctions on Russian oil. So how does, Samir, the U.S. go from applying pressure on Russia to make concessions on Ukraine, this plan that seems to tilt in favour of Moscow?
Well, it's been a very eventful few months since Trump came back to office with regards to his aspiration to bring a hasty end to this war. I do think, though, that the point of putting pressure on Russia, which the Trump administration, to be fair, has done a little bit more of that in terms of secondary sanctions regarding India and other issues like that, the point of it was to still draft an agreement that could be foisted.
So they went to is it like a Madame Tussauds in Hong Kong? God, Hong Kong is so capitalist. Also, Hassan fucking up his visa and getting a business visa. What the fuck was he thinking? They ain't letting his ass back in the U.S. The travel agency fucked it up. Yeah. Well, I mean,
upon Ukraine. And I do think what hasn't changed, the consistency in the Trump administration's approach across 2025 has been to tilt any text in a putative agreement in favor of a face-saving exit for Russia from this invasion. I'm actually quite astonished the extent to which this 28-point plan either explicitly or implicitly acknowledges stated war aims that the Putin government has been pushing for the full nearly 4 years of this invasion. It's really all about, I think, the pressure on Zelensky now from this plan to take it, that the Americans are saying you have to take it, on the corruption scandal and also on the battlefield. It's really, I think, not so much the content of the plan, but whether that accumulated amount of pressure on the Zelensky government actually starts to force some cracks to appear.
Alexander, the Kremlin denies having a major hand in this. However, Russia was quick to send, we know, a special envoy, one Kirill Dmitriev, to Miami to speak to his opposite number, US envoy Steve Witkoff, and smooth things over. Is this as much a Moscow plan as it is a Trump plan?
It's very interesting what you mentioned, Dmitriev. Like Russia, in a way, cited Lavrov, and whatever we think about Lavrov, he's a seasoned diplomat and spent years in foreign policy. And Dmitriev is a new guy. You know, he's more a businessman, like a Vitkov. So Russia is now trying a different hand, let's say, more like commercial, more pro-business hand, and showing the U.S. we're actually willing to talk. Yes, this plan is actually working for.
Yeah. House votes to condemn socialism the day New York City Mayor-elect Mamdani visits White House. Wow, thank you for the link. I appreciate the link. That's a really important story. I wonder if anybody covered it 3 hours ago.
The Russian side, but in the same time, the plan, as a colleague has said, can be amended in certain ways, right? To satisfy.
Well, thank you for the link. It is an important story.
Cynically say, satisfying both sides, the U.S., Russia.
It gives me an opportunity to shill for my Twitter, which I don't even know why I have anymore. It's just habit. I really need to find more productive places for my phone time. Twitter sucks.
In even some parts, Ukraine.
Donald, even if this 28-point plan is a non-starter, and we've heard from the Ukrainians saying that our land is not for sale and that there are too many red lines here, do recent encounters, Donald, between Zelensky and Trump when he was berated in the White House suggest that he may have to simply engage in this process to avoid angering Donald Trump?
Oh, I think that's a major consideration. I can imagine how much the Zelensky team is against this plan privately, but they realize that President Trump and the U.S. is a key element in the peace settlement. I don't think they want this. In fact, I'm sure of it. As for your point, our previous partner made here on the broadcast, I think it's highly unrealistic to expect Ukraine to turn over land to the Russians, which the Russians have not been able to capture for the last 2 years. This is an old Russian negotiating trick. If you go a decade ago and you look at the Minsk negotiations, Russia did the same thing. They demand stuffed land doesn't even belong to them, nor do they occupy. So this is, in many ways, this plan is a repackaging of more or less traditional Russian negotiating tactics. And I think it's not going to work because the Ukrainians, above all, value their land. They're dying to protect it, and they have no intention of letting Russia have the remainder of the Donetsk, that they have not been able so far to capture. If I could add another point about the negotiations, what you see consistently, and you see.
I stand by the assertion that every time you want to tweet, you should make a TikTok. Fuck, you're right. The thing about TikToks is you have to record a video. It's so much more annoying. But you're right. 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 You're absolutely right.
With the representation of Dmitriev on the Russian
does suck now. That is true.
Negotiating team is that Putin understands that or thinks that the U.S. will respond to commercial incentives, exploring the Arctic, sharing resources in other way, and overall being better able to conduct a productive bilateral relationship. They see that as an incentive to make Trump agree to this deal. And this deal is very flawed on its face, but they hope that the U.S. will see these other incentives that Russia is dangling before them. and get to the Moscow point of view. I don't think at the end of the day it's going to happen, but you can see with the Russian change of emphasis to Dmitriev over Lavrov, you can see many other signs that's Russia's strategy to get what they want, which is to dominate Ukraine, and certainly this plan would ensure that.
All right, Samir, let me put that to you then. Donald suggested that a different tactic is being taken here, that the Russians are taking very much a kind of business approach rather than the traditional diplomatic avenue. I mean, let's talk, Samir, about the business interest that jumped out of the pages of this plan, to me at least. $100 billion in frozen Russian assets will be invested in US-led efforts to rebuild and invest in Ukraine. The US, this is the interesting bit, will receive 50% of the profits from this venture, and talk of a US economic agreement to develop rare earth extraction, data centres, AI. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Samir, is this a peace plan or a business plan?
Well, there's clearly got to be commercial incentives for the US for the Trump administration to be able to sell this to the MAGA crowd at home as some sort of success. So it's obviously a continuation of the saga of the minerals deal that started much earlier this year. It is still ultimately a plan to pause the fighting along the current front lines and to engage in some kind of, well, it's not really a land swap, it's more a land concession from the Ukrainian side. To me, it's not a business plan. There is still a heavy ideological imprint in terms of Russia's war aims, which was to obviously preclude the possibility of Ukraine joining NATO, to have an influence over the wider European security architecture, and to quote unquote the Donald Trump sort of the point that was made previously, to basically liberate the Donbass is what Putin said, and Trump, I think, is fairly agnostic with regards to the future of the Donbass. So I still feel that there is an enormous amount of ideology and sort of imperial ideology that's being implicitly recognized.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I said when I read it. It's like America is basically dividing up Ukraine. It's like Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, except worse. It's like the Munich surrender, honestly. We're letting Russia take the Sudetenland. That's basically what this is. This is the Molotov-Ribbentrop made strategic sense for the Soviet Union. This is like the Munich Convention, where we just let Hitler take the Sudetenland.
In this plan.
Well, on that point, Alexander, let me turn to you, because the plan prevents Ukraine from joining NATO, Alexander, but talks of Ukraine's accelerated membership of the EU are included. Presumably, I mean, that means European forces can provide Ukraine with weaponry, and of course, in the event of perhaps the creation of an EU or European army further down the line, it might mean EU forces and weaponry stationed in Ukraine. I mean, would Russia be willing to allow a NATO-style or NATO-adjacent-like security architecture to be present in Ukraine? Is that the suggestion here?
It's very difficult to predict right now, but Ukraine might actually have some kind of security guarantees, just like Israel has with the U.S., or can be a sort of a partner with no NATO.
Like Israel! Like Israel?
A partner of U.S. like Georgia.
The U.S. has issued a NOTAM for all of Venezuela? Where did you hear that?
For example. And, we should also say that Ukraine has a very strong military, the military which resisted the very big military machine of Russia. And Ukrainian forces are well-trained and already have a lot of equipment. So those people can even teach NATO officers how to fight. So I think this is also the question of Ukrainians to manage the defense themselves with, let's say, help of some Westerners or whatever that can happen. I mean, Russia can at least, I think, close their eyes for that.
What the?
It hides in plain sight. Epstein.
What the fuck? Remember when Russia offered to be U.S. as Israel? Oh, God.
Other demands are met.
So there are some things that Russia would be prepared to potentially close its eyes to. Donald, something the EU is not prepared to do is let all of this happen without being actively consulted. The EU's made it clear that this can't happen without essentially Ukraine and the Europeans on board from the outset. I mean, after all, Donald, it's Europe that's talking about this coalition of the willing, isn't it? A European military force potentially on the ground in the event of a ceasefire. And Europe is also currently Ukraine's biggest military backer. I mean, how carefully does Europe need to tread here when it comes to keeping Donald Trump on side with the right level of pushback if necessary, Donald?
Well, I think they're a critical player because, as we've seen, two of the major developments this year has been, one, Ukraine's abilities to produce much more of its weaponry, and two, the Europeans at last, the EU in particular, showing a willingness to step up to the plate. And I think that's very, very critical for getting a peace down the road whenever that it may occur. It's obvious in the background of the plan that itself shows that the Trump administration really did not consult, let's say, with the Europeans at all. I think that reflects an administration priority that the Europeans are down the list of priorities from what the Europeans may want to be, and that's a very critical part of this equation. Several months ago, as you recall, we talked about a European reassurance force. We still need, and the plan this week leaves open the question of just how we are going to have these demilitarized zones, how Russia is going to take over land, without how that will, if at all, coexist with the diminished Ukrainian military force. This is all very vague. This is all stuff that needs to be sorted out and explained in much more detail. Above all, I would say, what is an American security guarantee to Ukraine mean? 30 years or so after the Budapest Accords showed that these kinds of decrees without more teeth don't mean much at all. And Ukraine is very justified in asking these questions because a lot of the provisions of the text yesterday have been just...
A week ago, an emailed leaked that Putin might have a video of Trump blowing someone. Today, Trump proposes a peace deal that gives Russia everything it asked for and more. Today has not been the day for Mike from PA to debunk conspiracies. I'm sorry, guys. This is just conspiracies are winning today. The Jeffrey Epstein meeting with the Rothschilds and the Israeli prime minister, and now Russia is getting complete victory. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? Come here, Bubba. The big beautiful Bill, aka BBB, blowing bubbles on Bubba. I don't know what else to say, chat. Like, I'm speechless. I hope since the conspiracy theorists don't come in the chat because I can't debate. They'll win the debate.
Vague expressions of intent, sometimes contradictory, one element to another.
Did I miss something about the Rothschilds? Yes. The Rothschilds were close personal friends of Epstein. It all came out. There's stories at the drop site. It was the Israeli prime minister, the Rothschilds, and Jeffrey Epstein. It was really, we talked about it earlier. I don't even want to make a video about it because I'll get perma'd. For doing, like, you know what I mean? But it's true. What do you want me to say? It's true. It's true.
More to see if this is going to go anywhere.
Samir, let me turn to you because the vagueness of it could be hugely problematic, couldn't it? I mean, European security is also at stake here. I note in point 3 of the plan, it says, it is expected that Russia will not invade neighbouring countries and NATO will not expand further. I mean, how confident, Samir, is a phrase like, it is expected? I mean, these sound like pretty loose guidelines that aren't going to go down very well, particularly in the capitals of the Baltic states.
Well spotted. Now, of course, one of the benefits of ambiguity is it allows diplomats to be very creative in their conversations and their interpretations. I think, as the other guests have pointed out, there is room to work with these wordings if the Ukrainians, with European assurances, want to actually engage in some kind of discussion about how to interpret these terms. It is also totally foreseeable if the negotiations do actually develop on the basis of this 28-point plan, there could be further iterations that provide specificity and that include the reactions of the different parties to each other as this process moves on. If the process moves on, if it doesn't fall apart under the weight of its own contradictions, and I think one of those big contradictions is one of the ones you've highlighted there. Just one other quick point on your previous question about the Europeans. Absolutely critical. Sure, they've been sidelined from negotiation and the drafting of this plan, but they are the ultimate advocates for Ukraine's interests. They are the ones, and the British and the French, and certainly the British, that will be most front-footed in promising security guarantees that don't necessarily have to wait for the American ones. Now, of course, British and French security guarantees have nothing of the weight that's comparable to an American security guarantee, but it's better than nothing. And it's also something that the Kiev government believes it will be able to count on in perpetuity in the future, as opposed to the vagaries of Washington, D.C. politics.
Alexander, you've suggested that there are some things that Moscow might be prepared to turn a blind eye to in order to get something meaningful over the line. I mean, if there is going to be pushback from Ukraine and Europe, is there anything further that Putin might be willing to back down on? Any obvious things, either militarily or territorially?
Well, see, I mean, you know, as even Ukrainians and Russians, Ukrainians and everybody are not Russians, of course, are saying that their territories would not be recognized legally. You know, when I was a child, you know, with my parents, I traveled to the Baltic states for vacation, which were part of the Soviet Union. And when I became a seasoned journalist, I understood that those countries, republics, were incorporated in the Soviet Union illegally, and they were not recognized by the Americans or the Europeans. But officially, they were part of the Soviet Union. So this can be with the same with the Donbas region. It would not be legally recognized because I understand Europeans also have their territorial problems. So
well, the 28 points say that it is as de facto. I guess it does say, like, if we go back to the 28 points, like, let's look at them again. It says that they will be recognized by the US, right? What point is that? It's in here. Yeah. As de facto Russian, including by the United States. Okay. So I guess they're not de jure Russian, they're just de facto Russian. De facto recognition. And this withdrawal zone will be considered a neutral demilitarized buffer zone internationally recognized as territory belonging to the Russian Federation. Russian forces will not enter the demilitarized zone.
Let's say, of course, Russia would never be able to have those territories legally, you know, incorporated in even in the constitution. So I think this is a very difficult question, you know.
Staying with you, Alexander, because I think it's fair to say there are also some encouraging points in the plan as well, namely that the United States and Russia will agree to extend the validity of treaties on the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons, the START 1 treaty. All civilians and civilian hostages and prisoners will be returned. Though it's hard to imagine right now, there are some areas of commercial cooperation mentioned, education programs to promote tolerance. Is this wishful thinking, Alexander?
I don't think so. Even the Russian language, for example, take the Russian language. The Russian language, which will be present of Ukraine, it's not the Russian language of Russia. It's like a French language in some other country. Those people who fought for Ukraine and spoke Russian also want to continue to speak Russian. It's nothing to do with Russia as a state. Excuse me.
Samir, nevertheless, despite the optimism in some of the points in the plan, no mention of justice for the tens of thousands of children Ukrainian officials say have been kidnapped and taken into custody.
But they said they're going to return all. I mean, maybe they don't acknowledge. There is a family reunification element of the treaty. Why is he dying? He probably inhaled some spit. It happens, chat.
By Russia. No mention of a potential post-war tribunal to deal with allegations of war crimes and mass killing.
No, there is an amnesty provision that... One of the points is that everybody gets amnesty for everything they did. All parties involved in the conflict receive full amnesty for their actions during the war and agree not to make any claims or consider any complaints in the future. Mike, if Ukraine were to foolishly agree to limiting their military, what would be the deterrent for Russia to grow their army and just walk through in 2030? I mean, well, basically the U.S. says they're going to give a security guarantee to Ukraine. So basically the idea is the U.S. would intervene. That's the one point that Ukraine gets. It's point number... It's in here somewhere, Chad. I read it early. If Russia invades Ukraine, it's point 10. In addition to a decisive, coordinated military response, all global sanctions will be reinstated. Recognition of the new territory and all other benefits of the deal will be revoked.
Allegedly carried out by Russia in the early days of the war, indeed alleged Ukrainian crimes. I mean, how ready do you think are Ukrainians for a plan like this? And would any decision need to be voted on in Ukraine in a referendum, for instance?
Well, I certainly can't speak on behalf of people in Ukraine. The one thing I think is clear, though, is there is enormous exhaustion with the fighting. And if you just take the Eastern territories, that fighting is now since 2014. It's an enormously long time. Some of the territories still being fought over, like Kramatorsk and Sloviansk, they've been on the front line since 2014. So issues of post-war justice, tribunals and such like, I suppose there's nothing necessarily preventing Ukrainians trying to pursue some of these claims in courts, but I don't think it would take place as part of this agreement. And there's an astonishing sort of sense when you read through the 28 points of sort of, well, just live and let live, which will be much simpler for the Putin regime if they can feel they have a face-saving way of saying, well, listen, we achieved some of the goals of our special military operation, X, Y, and Z. But Ukraine is obviously a war-ravaged, and clearly it will be a traumatized nation because the suffering that has been meted out to Ukrainians, not only to service personnel and civilians directly affected by the fighting and the firing of long-range munitions, but also the society as a whole. You know, you won't go very far in society without finding someone who has lost a loved one or somebody they know or has been somehow scarred psychologically by this. There is, I think, everything is heaped on the sort of the funds that the Europeans and others will actually provide. That's part of the plan. But of course, there are no details as to how to rehabilitate.
According to the Wall Street Journal, a senior U.S. official said Ukraine significantly changed one of the 28 points. In an apparent move to expose alleged corruption, the draft had called for an audit of all international aid Ukraine had received. The language was changed to say all parties will receive full amnesty for their actions during the war. Yermurov, in his statement Friday, denied that Ukraine had altered that provision.
Ukraine's population after this horrific nearly.
All right, Mamdani is arriving in DC. All right, we'll have this. I'll have this ready as soon as it happens, chat.
4 years.
And Donald, turn to you. What about this plan to rehabilitate Russia on the global stage? Point 13C, Russia will be invited to rejoin the G8. I mean, it was kicked out of the group's most advanced economies precisely over the invasion of Crimea. Of course, Russia might decide it doesn't want to be part of the G8, but any country with territorial ambitions looking at this is going to think, well, look, if we hold fire long enough, the world will simply move on and welcome you back.
Yes, well, I think you're absolutely correct. Putin in some ways has moved on to attacking the entire international system and trying to undermine European security. And there's no reason at all to think what is promised on the paper, on the document this week, will take place. I think once Russia gets the military position it wants of dominance over Ukraine, a lot of these other provisions in the text will be disregarded very quickly or just pro forma talked about for many, many months or years, because Russia will have what it wants. I find the chances of Russia returning kidnapped children who have been, quote, reculturated in a quasi-Nazi way, it's almost unbelievable to think this would be able to happen without Russia being forced to do so. They certainly wouldn't do so with an agreement that largely on its face favors the Russian position. If I might add one more point, which we haven't got to today, which is that the entire document is framed implicitly by an acceptance of Russia's military prowess, by an acceptance of Russia's dominance on the battlefield, by an acceptance of the Russian propaganda line that somehow Putin's win will be inevitable. And that's simply not the case. Russia's economy has trouble. The system is strained.
Donald,
and it lost a lot of people. So,
Donald, let me interrupt because I did see, Alexander, you raised some eyebrows there at that point. Alexander, what are your thoughts as we reach the end of the show?
No, yes, I would agree with Donald. I mean, the children issue is very important, but I think there would be a possibility for some organizations within Russia and Ukraine, and I know some of them work very hard, even during the war, and they were talking and they were exchanging some of the children, some of the prisoners. So those kind of organizations can work even in Russia.
The treaty does say all for all and family reunification. So is Russia going to do that? I don't know. I mean, it is what it is.
Russia to, let's say, with the blessing of officials who will say, let's do this because of that, some other stuff, because they're very cynical. Let's give those children back to Ukraine and get something else for that. Something might get worked out with this, unfortunately. Right. But the most important thing, yes, the war, when the war is finished, all the political things can be discussed. Now the war is still ongoing.
Understood. Final word to Samir. We've got about 30 seconds left. Samir, does this look like the makings of a path to peace or a road to Ukraine's capitulation? Your final thoughts.
If this is the end game, Ukraine will leave this in a very disadvantaged position unless the US and the Europeans give something really, really credible to Ukraine. I think if you're in the prediction game, you still can't predict how this will end from where we're sitting right now.
Well, it's been a pleasure to speak to all three of you to help us understand this incredibly complex moment in what will hopefully be the beginning of the end of the war in Ukraine, but anybody's guess right now as to what the future will hold. Alexander Bratersky, Samir Puri, Donald Jensen, a pleasure having you on Inside Story. And thank you too for watching. You can see the programme again anytime by visiting our website, aljazeera.com. And for further discussion, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. You can also join the conversation on X. Our handle is @AJ Inside Story.
Jeez, man, this is like dire. This is dire, dude. I'd say the way I feel about this is it's just in the pit of my stomach, a foreboding. We're entering a really dark period of history. I mean, we've been in it for years now, but God, Donald Trump and his lackeys profiting. We really need to really go through the United States and purge this corruption. We need a anti-corruption, anti-Trump purge. Everybody who participated in this shit needs to go to prison.
For me, Neve Barker, and the whole team here in Doha, it's bye for now.
All right, chat. The Zoran is apparently going to be meeting Trump. Oh God, do we have is Asmongold watching this? Mr. Arabic numerals? Is it Mr. I don't know what that Arabic numerals is another word for numbers? Is he watching this? I'm a roach. I'm a roach. I'm a roach. This is the same guy spamming I'm a roach. Free Diddy and I'm a roach. Yep. Asmongold's watching. Asmongold's watching. What is it? What's his name now? It's like, what's his account that he actually runs on? Zach. God, he's such a
I don't know. That's happened other times too. I remember that happened in other situations that were totally, like unrelated. Wow. Why don't we just raid Maduro shit like we did with Bin Laden? Because Bin Laden wasn't the leader he wasn't a state leader in the same way that Maduro is. And so obviously they're going to approach it differently. Like if Maduro was just a cartel leader or something like that, he wouldn't be alive. The only reason he's alive is he's the president of Venezuela, right? And that's the reason why.
He's such a fucking dipshit. Holy fuck. Holy fucking hell. By the way, it's not because he's a state leader. It's because the U.S., if they're worried that if they tried to do something like that, the soldiers or special forces that went in would get killed and they would fail. They made up a cartel called Cartel de las Sols or Sola. I don't know. They just made up a cartel and said that Maduro is in charge of it and it doesn't exist. They just made it up. Do you think we're going to invade Venezuela soon? Who knows, man? Like, I want to say it's a wag the dog situation, but on the other hand, America is dumb enough to do that. America is dumb enough to do it. Venezuela is sovereign, and of course, it's a fucking crime. It would be criminal. There's no Security Council resolution recognizing it. There's no imminent threat to the United States. Under Americans' own laws and treaties, there is no justification. It's against the Constitution to invade countries for no fucking reason, unless there's an imminent threat. This is, yes, it's obviously an illegal fucking, this whole situation is illegal as fuck. But what does illegal mean? It means nothing if nobody's enforcing it. What part of the White House is this? Well, let's see here. This is, I think I want to say this is the North Lawn, right? Or is this the East Wing? Oh, I think this is the East Wing. This is the East Wing. This is the East Wing entrance, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure this is the East Wing because this is the Treasury Department right here. The East Wing is gone? Oh, you're right, they did. It could be the North Portico of the West Wing. Oh yeah, maybe this is the Executive Office building. Yeah, no, you're right. I'm pulling up a map. I'm pulling up the White House map. We'll look at it together. You're right. Obviously, it's the West Wing. What am I talking about? That's the Eisenhower Executive Office building, I think. And I think it's this portico right here. Right here, I think. What? Seems to imply the meeting is already happening? Oh, fuck. Did we miss something? I don't think we missed anything. We're listening to the press talk. Oh. U.S. warns airliners to avoid Venezuelan airspace. Yeah, probably because they'll shoot down civilian airlines by mistake, which the U.S. frequently does. Hey, Red Cyber Dragon, how you doing, buddy? Anyway, we are at the West Wing Northwest Appointment Gate, which makes sense. If you're going in to visit the White House, the West Wing is right across from the Eisenhower office building, and you can see the gate right there. The West Wing! Poggers! Did you see or talk about the U.S. putting signs on Mexican beaches saying this is a U.S.-defined borders? Yeah, I saw that. Then the Mexican military took them down. I did hear about that. This is the best avenue in the country. There's a reason why it goes right in front of the White House, because Pennsylvania is the Keystone State. Notice how New York Avenue just ends, and it's Pennsylvania Avenue, the most important state. And then New York Avenue goes over here, and Pennsylvania Avenue goes over here. I wonder how many of you have ever actually looked at a map of DC. It's a designed city. Never? All right, let's look. That map has 5 pixels. I need a better map. Mike, I live in DC. They designed the roads like Paris. Yeah, I know. Are they CIA stroke gunning Zoran? I mean, I'd be worried. Oh, here we go. Okay. As you can see, Pennsylvania Avenue breaks the grid by going diagonal. Same thing with New York Ave. So you have the Lincoln Memorial and the Washington Monument, right? And then the National Mall. We're gonna go down to the Capitol. We're going down onto the Capitol. We're in the Capitol. So the Pentagon is down here. It's not on this map, unfortunately. The Pentagon's over here. The Capitol. We can legally say a socialist is in the White House pretty soon. Exciting stuff. And there's Union Station, the train station. Honestly, as I said before, DC is got a good metro system, at least for American standards. You can see all the metro stops. Mount Vernon, you see, that's everywhere there's an M. Not bad. And this is where the Acela drops you off. Right at the Capitol. Mike, DC average rent is $2,500. Yeah, I know, because it's all people who they're all overpaid, okay? They're all overpaid. No, I'm kidding. What is this?
Whether you're on a tour of Washington, let me tell you, those tours are always the same. They bring you around to places like this. They might even tell you who the jackass is on the horse or the guy up on top of the building, but they never show you the real Washington. You should have been around maybe the 15th of January. That's when Stevie Wonder was holding this rally. It was about 50,000 people gathered there. They were trying to demonstrate and make Dr. King's birthday a national holiday. But it's always the same. The Capitol, the Hoover Building. Maybe sometimes they would even show you the Washington Monument. But that's not a look at the real Washington. The one I'd like to show you is something special. You want to see what's happening in the nation's capital? Come with me. See, most of the things that happen in the nation's capital happen in neighborhoods just like this. And unfortunately, these are the neighborhoods that the people from Omaha and people from Kansas and the people from out in Indiana and Ohio never get a chance to see. So when there are protests and demonstrations and expressions of concern by members of communities like this, people in the Midwest and other places who've been to the nation's capital, they say, why, those people in D.C., they're living so good, they have it so great, what could they possibly be demonstrating about? It's because the tourmobile takes you to Georgetown. The tourmobile takes you to the Gold Coast. The tourmobile never comes down to 10th and V, 10th and W. The tourmobile never gets over here into the heart of the city, and therefore never has any real contact with the people who are the lifeblood of this city. Seem to me, spend a lifetime. He's right. Up on 14th Street. Made me feel always the right time. 'Cause the people sure enough be loving me. Didn't make but one, second to none. See, it's the nation's capital. It's the nation's capital. It's the nation's capital. It's Washington, D.C.
All right, well, we're still waiting. We're still waiting for Mayor-elect Mamdani and Donald Trump. And, like, I think one of the things that some of my friends who fancy themselves as to the left, who are like, why is everybody paying attention to this? They should be paying attention to the things I want them to pay attention to. Instead of saying that, how about recognizing that this is an opportunity for us to spread our message? And for A 33-year-old guy who was a state rep and is still a state rep in New York is now going to the Oval motherfucking office to confront Donald Trump directly. He's now 34. Yes, he just turned 34. He's not even old enough to run for president, and because of our movement, because of this electoral effort, he's now confronting Donald Trump in the Oval motherfucking office. And the idea of democratic socialism is rising. And we call it democratic socialism because... Anyway, let's keep going. What did Kyle say? Oh, no. Girl, I got catfished. I felt so bad, but I said I needed to step outside to smoke a cigarette, and then I just started running.
There he is!
No way.
He's running! He's running!
Why is this all on camera?
Please! We gotta run! We gotta go! We gotta go! Austin! What happened?
Oh, it's my first time getting catfished. Oh.
Was it like crazy? Was he like 80?
It wasn't crazy.
Was he 80 years old?
It was just, I don't know. This is embarrassing. I can't. Christian, did you tell the stream everything or something?
No, Will did.
He hasn't told us anything.
Will did. Oh no! The oversharing with the stream. No! Listen, people could do what they want to do. I'm not. Somebody, we need to edit this and put Mamdani's face on Bill. We need to edit this and have Mamdani's face on Bill. Don't do that. Don't do that. I was kidding. Don't do that. Don't do it. Don't do it. I was kidding. It's a bad joke. I apologize. It's bad. It missed. Don't do it. We missed a shot. It was a shit joke. You're right. It was. To learn to be able to handle bumps and bruises. The path to a glorious future is not straight and laid with golden bricks. It's a jungle, and we're slashing our way through with a machete. Sometimes we're going to have to double back. Sometimes we're going to be led down a false path. Sometimes we're going to need to double back. It is what it is. You need to learn to be able to... I should have said retrace our steps, but I forgot I said double back. You know, it happens sometimes. Will Trump play nice, or is he going to be cut? Donald Trump is going to be a pussy-ass bitch. Donald Trump is always a pussy-ass bitch. All right? The only time he acts tough is when you're giving in. Whenever you're conceding, whenever you're giving him concessions, then he throws his weight around. The moment you push back, he's a pussy-ass bitch. I shouldn't even say pussy-ass. I should say he is a coward. He is a coward. He's a worm.
2 feet or worse.
The Mamdani Trump. We're waiting for Mamdani. We need more content while we're waiting for Mamdani. Taylor Lorenz, you misspelled aid. It's A-D-E. Oh, sorry, A-I-D-E, not A-I-D. A-I-D-E, not A-I-D. Sorry, I missed that. I was making fun of her spelling that I misspelled myself. She did misspell aid. Fun video. I did a thing where he farms mud crabs? The fuck? China's bus stops, chat.
带大家看一下苏州的公交站台啊，这个位置呢是
A heated seat，
因为现在外面比较凉嘛，这个是热的。
Heated seat，
然后这边的话是一个无线充电，这里的话是一个电子屏。小苏85路还有多少站？815，电动方向。
Anime assisted。
铁西区站塘湖花园首落站。1，车号40447。
The phone charging pad is crazy. America would never allow this. The phone charging pad is crazy. They would never allow this. And it's like, why not though? Like in the 21st century, when your phone dies, oftentimes you get completely fucked over. We rely on these things so much. Like this is such a cheap and like nice emergency thing to have. Your shit would get jacked if you left it on a pad in America. People don't jack shit in China. By the way, they used to. It's not like China was crime-free forever. 25 years ago, people would jack your shit. They don't do it now. Because if you do jack someone's shit, they'll actually investigate it. And they will find the person. And they will get in trouble. And they're like, nah, it's not worth. Not worth. Because the cops are professionals that actually do their job. That means nobody ever has to complain because everyone's scared of getting caught. And then people just stop doing it. And so it doesn't even enter their mind of like, hey, I should jack this person's shit. It doesn't even enter in people's minds because it's just so not worth. And now nobody's doing it. And you don't need to do it because your shit is, you have a house that you own. You have access to all your needs. You don't have to jack their shit. Meanwhile, somebody steals your car in America.
It was discovered last lodged against an abutment.
Oh man, lodged where?
You're lucky she didn't get chopped, Mr. Lebowski.
Oh man.
Must have been a joyride situation. They abandoned the vehicle once they hit the retaining wall.
Oh, my fucking briefcase, man, it's not here.
Yeah,
Shit.
I saw that on the report, sorry. You gotta get in on the other side. The side view was found on the road by the car. You're lucky they left the tape deck, though, in the credence.
Oh, Jesus, what's that smell, man?
Yeah, it's probably a vagrant slept in the car. Or maybe just used it as a toilet and moved on.
Hey, man, are you gonna find these guys? Or, you know, I mean, you got any promising leads or...
Leads? Sure. I'll just check with the boys down at the crime lab. They got 4 more detectives working on the case. They got us working in shifts.
The thing is...
Leads.
My only hope is that the Big Lebowski kills me before the Germans can cut my dick off.
But in China, they would actually go and investigate that your car got stolen. They would actually go, yes, we're investigating, and they would do it. In America, it's like, your car, a $50,000 item was stolen, you fucking idiot. Who gives a shit? Oh, someone broke into your house? Who gives a fuck? Did you see this, Mike? People's Republic of China announces 2026 full scholarship program for Mexican citizens. The Chinese embassy announced yesterday the opening of the Chinese government scholarship program for the 2026-2027 academic year, whose registration platform became available on Monday. Wow. Mexicans who meet the requirements can submit their application through a procedure established by the Mexican Agency for International Cooperation for Development. Do you want a box to sit on? No, I don't. Oh no, we have too many tabs. I might have to close some tabs, chat. Scholarships, 1 year of Chinese language studies, bachelor's degrees, specializations, master's degrees, doctoral degrees, and research stays. And scholarships last from 1 to 4 years, depending on the academic level. Benefits include tuition and fees, a monthly stipend, accommodation in university residences or equivalent allowance, and health insurance. U.S. warns airliners to avoid Venezuelan airspace. There's where your money's going. All right, how's crypto going? Bitcoin is not having a good day, chat. Not having a good day. Although, it did briefly test that $80,000 number, but has bounced since. So that's nice. But overall, not having a great day. But the wider markets are having a pretty solid day. So we're finishing Friday with an update for stocks.
They are literally saying to 1.3 million active duty service members not to defy the chain of command, not to follow lawful orders.
Actually, every single refuse an illegal order, which is
they're suggesting, Nancy, that the president has given illegal orders, which he has not. Every single order that is given to this United States military by this commander-in-chief and through this chain of command, through the Secretary of War, is lawful. And the courts have proven that. This administration has an unparalleled record at the Supreme Court because we are following the laws. We don't defy court orders. We do things by the books. And to suggest and encourage that active duty service members defy the chain of command is a very dangerous thing for sitting members of Congress to do. And they should be held accountable. And that's what the president wants to see. They are literally saying to 1.3...
They're gonna bomb Venezuela. All these right-wing Democrats are like, don't follow unlawful orders, guys. Don't follow unlawful orders, guys. Oh no. All right, we're waiting. Oh wait. They're doing it. They're bringing in the press. Oh fuck, I gotta pee. Right back.
Sure. Facing desk.
The desk?
He's at the desk.
Evan?
Facing, he'll be at the desk. Yeah.
What's that?
Yes.
Are they across from each other? How are they?
I don't know. There's people behind.
There's people behind. So we're going to cross over.
Heads up.
Thank you very much. We've just had a great meeting, a really good, very productive meeting. We have one thing in common. We want this city of ours that we love to do very well. And I wanted to congratulate the mayor. He really ran an incredible race against, a lot of smart people, starting with the early primaries against some very tough people, very smart people. And he beat them easily. And I congratulated him. And we talked about some things in very strong common, like housing and getting housing built, and food and prices, and the price of oil is coming way down. Anything I do is going to be good for New York. If I can get prices down, it's good for New York. And we've got them down, way down from.
Okay, sorry, chat. We're going back. We're going back. We're going back a little bit because I need to see the Nussy zoom. I need to see the Nussy zoom. Okay, I need the Nussy zoom. The Oval Office looks so gaudy and stupid with the gold. He's such a dipshit, guys. He's so fat. Oh, God. I love how vain he is. Well, he's also so fat.
Well, thank you very much. We've just had a great meeting, a really good, very productive meeting. We have one thing in common. We want this city of ours that we love to do very well. And I wanted to congratulate the mayor. He really ran an incredible race against, a lot of smart people, starting with the early primaries against some very tough people, very smart people.
God, he's
beat him easily.
Ass.
And I congratulated him. And we talked about some things in very strong common, like housing and getting housing built, and food and prices, and the price of oil is coming way down. Anything I do is going to be good for New York. If I can get prices down, it's good for New York. And we've got them down, way down from last year. We have, as you know, I've been saying to a lot of people, Walmart said that Thanksgiving this year is exactly 25% less than last year. So that's good for New York, good for everybody. But I just want to congratulate. I think you're going to have, hopefully, a really great mayor. The better he does, the happier I am, I will say. There's no difference in party. There's no difference in anything. And we're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true, having a strong and very safe New York. And congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciated the meeting with the president. And as he said, it was a productive meeting focused on a place of shared admiration and love, which is New York City, and the need to deliver affordability to New Yorkers, the 8.5 million people who call our city their home, who are struggling to afford life in the most expensive city in the United States of America. We spoke about rent, we spoke about groceries, we spoke about utilities, we spoke about the different ways in which people are being pushed out, and I appreciated the time with the president, I appreciated the conversation. I look forward to working together to deliver that affordability for New Yorkers.
Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
President Trump,
Sure.
For you, and also, will you do anything to stop?
Well, we didn't discuss your second part of the question, and on your first part, I mean, he's got views that are a little out there, but who knows? I mean, we're going to see what works, or he's going to change also. We all change. I changed a lot. From when I first came to office. It's now quite a while ago. It's quite a while. My first term was great. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We're doing even better now. We're doing much better now than we did even the first term. And I can tell you, some of my views have changed. And
by the way, Chad,
discussions.
Did I not predict it? Did I not predict that this is how it was going to go? Donald Trump is going to be completely enamored with him. He loves men. He loves dominant men who win. And he gets giddy around men that he's attracted to. Like, it's so predictable every single time. If you have a man with a strong personality, Donald Trump is just like, we disagree on some things, but I really like how he's such a winner. Like, he does it every time. He likes Xi. He likes like fucking, like, he does it all the time. He's like, Xi Jinping, he's so impressive. He's ruling over 1.4 billion people. That takes a lot of guts. Like, he does this shit. So of course he's gonna do it for Mamdani too. He always bends the knee to men. It's every time. He said it with Claudia Sheinbaum. He's like, Claudia, she's a really tough woman. Like, he does it to strong left wingers is the only thing. That's all you can do. If you're weak, if you capitulate, he makes fun of you, like the way he makes fun of the British Prime Minister, because he's a weak, pathetic loser who's always capitulating.
Something I'm not going to discuss what they were, but that I feel very confident that he can do a very good job. I think he's going to be. I think he is going to surprise some conservative people.
Oh God. The glazing is so funny. Oh God, he loves men so much, dude. He really does.
Actually,
he's such a New York City.
Very liberal people. He won't surprise them because they already like him.
He's blushing. Is he blushing? Am I crazy, or is he blushing? Look at the way Trump looks at him. Is he blushing or something? Bro, he's the throat goat. He's the throat goat. He's the throat goat.
He's going to surprise some conservative people, actually. And some very liberal people, he won't surprise them because they already like him.
It sounds like just days ago he was a despot. You said you'd be his worst nightmare.
I think both President Trump and I, we are very clear about our positions and our views, and what I really appreciate about the president is that the meeting that we had focused not on places of disagreement, which there are many, and also focused on the shared purpose that we have in serving New Yorkers. And frankly, that is something that could transform the lives of the 8.5 million people who are currently struggling under a cost of living crisis, with 1 in 4 living in poverty. And the meeting came back again and again to what it could look like to lift those New Yorkers out of struggle and start to deliver them a city that they could do more than just struggle to afford it, but actually start to live in it.
And I've been called much worse than a despot, so it's not...
I mean, you see what I mean? Oh my God. Trump likes you if you insult him. He likes if you're a fighter. He's such a predictable fucking guy. That's why capitulating on the shutdown was stupid, because Trump does not respect capitulating. He respects if you fight him. And if you're strong enough to win, then he will admire that. Donald Trump lost. He tried to fight Zoran and he lost. So he likes Zoran more. That's it. It's just that simple. If you could fight him and win, he likes you. Like, he admires that because he's a fucking right winger, and that's how they think. Right wingers are like that. They capitulate to strength and strength alone. And so because Zoran won, and because he is the winner and he is the mayor and he's in charge, Donald Trump orients to him. That's just how these type of personalities operate. And so, like, fighting right wingers, if you're talking to a left winger, compromising and treating it is how you do it. Okay, that's how left wingers like. Left wingers like when we both share. That's the way we're oriented. So we always. But when you're dealing with a right winger, they're not like that. You just have to beat them, and then they'll go along with it. It's just personality types. It is so fucking predictable that he was gonna act like this. It's so funny, and of course, every conservative is molding, because guess what? Donald Trump is not really a conservative. He's just a right-wing. He's a fascist authoritarian personality, which is not quite the same thing as believing in, like, trickle down or whatever the fuck.
It's not that insulting. Maybe I think he'll change his mind after we get to working together. Yes, please. Good.
I would like to ask you.
Sure.
Lebanon now, given your assessment,
Yeah. Sure. Well, we are pushing for total disarmament of Hamas and, frankly, everybody else. And we actually have peace in the Middle East. As you know, the King of Saudi Arabia just left yesterday. We had some great meetings, and he's made a contribution toward the United States of more than $1 trillion. We have now over $20 trillion coming in. No country has ever had anything like that, not even close. If you go to 2 trillion or 1 trillion, it's a lot. We have 20 or 21 trillion dollars. I think that Hezbollah has been a problem in Lebanon, big problem. We're working with Lebanon. We're working with everybody in the Middle East. That's another thing I think we have in common. We want to see peace in the Middle East. And we actually have now, for the first time, peace in the Middle East after 3,000 years. And now we're going to refine it. And I think you're going to see some very positive things happen.
I love the fact that Donald Trump knows absolutely nothing about history. It makes everything so funny. It's like Donald Trump knows less about history than the average, like, Hoi 4 playing nerd. Like, he knows, like, if you have a Paradox game on your hard drive, you know more about history than Donald Trump. It is actually embarrassing how dumb he is. We haven't had any peace in the Middle East. We have no peace in the Middle East for 3,000 years, bro.
Oh, sure. Oh, I would do that. Absolutely. And if the mayor would like to be here for that meeting, because I know he feels very strongly. I think you feel very, very strongly about peace in the Middle East. I think
we desperately want it, and that's something that I shared with the president, that when I spoke to New Yorkers who had voted for the president last November on Hillside Avenue and Fordham Road, I asked them why. I heard again and again 2 major reasons. One was that they wanted an end to forever wars. They wanted an end to the taxpayer dollars we had funding violations of human rights, and they wanted to address the cost of living crisis. And I appreciated the chance to discuss both of those things.
He said a lot of my voters actually voted for him, and I'm okay with that. I'll do that. I'll sign it. Give it to me. I'll sign it in a minute. That's pretty good.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please.
It's so funny to me that the pathetic nature of Donald Trump. Remember, Donald Trump is the president of the United States. He is clothed in tremendous power, okay? And the fact that he is glazing Zoran is so funny. You know, you would expect going into the White House that is the person that's being intimidated, right? Right? Like, that is you going into the away arena. And Donald Trump is doing the, let's just say, wide Trump nodders.
To send federal troops to New York City. You both have differences
Right.
in New York City. I've done you called ICE. I wonder how you reconcile your differences on both of those issues.
Well, I think we're going to work them out, and I think that if we have known murderers and known drug dealers and some very bad people, you know, we want to get them out. And the mayor wants to have peace. We discussed this at great length, actually, maybe more than anything else. He wants to have a safe New York. Ultimately, a safe New York is going to be a great New York. If it's not safe, no matter how well we do with pricing and with anything else, we can talk about anything you want. If you don't have safe streets, it's not going to be a success. So we're going to work together. We're going to make sure that if there are horrible people there, we want to get them out. I think he wants to get them out, maybe more than I do. So we'll work together. We discussed it at great length. Yes, please.
Yeah, two questions, if I may. One for you, and BBC in this. But first of all, for the mayor-elect, you're both from different parts of the, you're both populists, though. I just wondered to what extent the campaign style, the social media use inspired any part of your campaign.
Well, I actually told the president that, you know, so much of the focus of our campaign has been on the cost of living crisis. And when we asked those New Yorkers who had voted for the president, when we saw an increase in his numbers in New York City, that came back to the same issue: cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And they spoke about the cost of groceries, the cost of rent, the cost of Con Ed, the cost of childcare. And too often politicians are looking to lecture to New Yorkers what they should care about as opposed to listen. And when we spoke to those voters who voted for President Trump, we heard them speak about cost of living. We focused on that same cost of living, and that's where I am really looking forward to delivering for New Yorkers.
By the way, this makes perfect sense. If you have a material analysis of politics, it makes perfect sense that if somebody is struggling in the world today and somebody says, I will help you, if you're politically naive and you're non-ideological, you're like, well, fuck it. Makes perfect sense. But the difference between Donald Trump and right-wing bullshit and the left is the left actually wants to build programs that work and are proven to work and will deliver change. That's why FDR got over 60% of the vote in re-election. That's why LBJ got 60% of the vote in re-election. When you deliver Social Security, when you deliver Medicare, people go, oh, that actually worked. My life is better, and everything didn't fall apart. Ronald Reagan was making videos about how when Medicare happens, it's going to lead to the doctors not being able to live where they want. They're going to be the government's going to order them to live in areas they don't want to live. And all the fucking, you know, all the doom and gloom about Medicare failed, and it didn't actually come to pass. And people just had health care who didn't have it before. When Social Security passed, poverty among seniors went from 50% to less than 10%. A bunch of seniors just had money coming in, and now they could afford to live. And what happened to that? They were incredibly loyal to FDR. And they were like, FDR saved my life. FDR gave me this check that I depend upon. I love FDR. I vote for him for 4 fucking presidential terms. It's not that complicated. That's why centrists they want you to do small shit, because they know if we passed Medicare for all, if we passed a Green New Deal, all the centrist donors in the world would not be able to get you to vote for a fucking loser like Michelle Obama. You'll be voting for the people that delivered change for you, not somebody because they're a brand or somebody because you have nostalgia. You'll be voting for the people that delivered for you. And that's what they're trying to prevent. They don't want a politics of actual accomplished change. They're scared of that. Do you think this will be perceived as caving or collaborating with Trump? In what way is that? I mean, some people will try to say that, right? Trump saying that. Some people will try to say that kind of shit, but this is very clearly Zoran's not glazing Trump. Did Zoran compliment Trump? Did I miss it?
in partnership with the president on the affordability agenda.
And I think we have to work a little bit. We talked about Con Edison. We have to work a little bit on getting the prices because, you know, we've gotten fuel prices way down, but it hasn't shown up in Con Edison. And we're going to have to talk to them. You know, if we're sending them.
I'm going to work with Mom Dottie to put pressure on the corporations to lower prices.
Fuel at a much lower price than it was a year ago, which is true. We have to get Con Edison to start lowering their rates.
Absolutely.
And if I may, last week you told me, pushing ahead with your BBC project, you were going to speak to Starmer. Is there any progress or any?
Well, we get along very well with the Prime Minister. We made a deal with UK. I like him. He's a fine person. And, you know, I think they have some big energy problems. You know, they've got windmills all over the place. They're going to have to start using other methods because their energy is out of control. Talking about in the UK, it's out of control. He's got that problem. He's got a big immigration problem, as you know, and he's got a big energy.
The UK has so much wind potential. They just don't have the ultra high voltage lines to transfer it from Scotland to down, and it's so dumb. And it would be the easiest thing in the world to build, and they're fucking worthless and idiotic. It's actually embarrassing how poorly the UK is being run.
Energy problem, and we talk about it. He's a good man. Prime Minister's a good man. I haven't spoken this week.
Mr. President, have you spoken to President Zelensky?
Who?
President Zelensky.
I've spoken with their people. We have a plan. It's horrible what's happening. It's a war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president, and it's a shame. And I thought they should have acted quicker. But it's a cold winter, and a lot of the you talk about utilities, but a lot of the big energy producing plants have been under attack, to put it mildly, to put it nicely. Yeah, we have a way of getting peace, or we think we have a way of getting peace. He's going to have to approve it. Just so sad. So many people. You know, last month they lost 25,000 soldiers. This is something we haven't seen anything like this since the Second World War. And they're averaging 6,000 or 7,000 a week between the two of them, dead soldiers. And it goes on, and I think they're getting reasonably close. But I don't want to predict. I would have said that would have been one of my early ones. I did 8 peace deals of countries, including in India, Pakistan. You could even go, in fact, they're coming here in a week or two, go to the Congo and Rwanda. That was 10 million people dead, and we worked something out on that. But so many. And the one I thought would have been, for me, because I have a very good relationship with President Putin, I thought that would have been maybe quicker. But it does take 2 to tango. And now you just see all the death. And, you know, it doesn't affect us other than the fact that we don't want to see all those people that really, it's on the other side of the ocean. It's a war that should have never happened. It did happen. I blame the person also sitting right behind this desk. This is a war that should have never happened, and it wouldn't have happened if I were president. But we're trying to save a lot of lives. They're losing 25, think of that, 25,000 lives over the last short period of time. That's Ukrainian and Russian. And
God, fuck, man. The Ukrainians are totally fucked. I mean, they've been fucked since the invasion happened. That's you know, it's not like Biden was like eager to help them. I mean, Biden really fucked the Ukrainians as well because he released to them weapons so slowly and so tentatively. There was a very short period of time where the Russian military was kind of like in disarray. The Russians changed their tactics. They purged a lot of the corruption. They changed to an attrition style warfare of artillery duels and drones instead of trying to push with tanks and shit. And it's just been a long, slow grind since then.
It's a shame.
What happens if I want to ask the mayor-elect about a House resolution just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite his endorsement. What's your reaction?
I have to be honest with you, I focused very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing...
Condemn socialism.
I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
And I want to clarify that your answer to...
I love the fact that he's just like, yep, I'm a socialist. Fuck him. Like, that's the right way to handle that. It's ridiculous. Like, who gives a shit? They're dumb.
He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist, and your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay. You can just say yes. Okay. That's easier.
Oh my God, Trump is rescuing him. He's trying. He doesn't want him to have to say he's a... Oh my God, Trump is like, who gives a shit what the right-wing reporter says? It's actually embarrassing. I'm kind of feeling like I almost pity him. I'm pitying Trump. I don't know how he managed to make me feel bad for Trump. But God, he's such a fucking, he's like, oh my God. This is so funny. Like, how do you even explain this? How do you explain this? It is, Donald Trump is just not, he just doesn't care about ideology at all. Like, Donald Trump just wants people to like him. And he wants to be around popular people. And the policies that he supports, like, he doesn't care about any of the policies that are happening under his administration. He's that fucking dumb and corrupt. He just wants to make as much money. He wants to be considered important. He wants people to like him. He's such a fucking dipshit. He's an actual moron. And you can manipulate him. It's that simple. He wants to just be liked. What a fucking loser.
It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
Mr. President, I wanted to ask you also about this Ukraine plan.
Yeah.
President Zelensky said today that his country would risk either giving up a partner or giving up its dignity. There's been criticism that this deal...
You mean he doesn't like it?
It's unclear. He was sort of...
Well, he'll have to like it. And if he doesn't like it, then, you know, they should just keep fighting, I guess, you know.
The suggestion that you made, though, was that if he doesn't accept it, that the U.S. would pull back its support for Ukraine. Is that
Well, at some point he's going to have to accept something. You know, he hasn't accepted. You remember right in the Oval Office not so long ago, I said, you don't have the cards. Don't forget, I inherited this war. I would have never, this war never would have happened. I inherited this war. And I thought he should have made a deal a year ago, 2 years ago. The ultimate deal would have been if it never started. That would have been the good deal. That could have been done, too, if you had the right president. But you didn't have the right president.
Mr. President, cost of living is something that you and Mr. Mamdani seem to agree on.
Right.
Democrats have run New York City for a long time, Mr. Mamdani. Do you see Democrat policies being a problem? And I'd like that.
Look, I think that there are many things in our city where we have to own the responsibility of it, things that existed long before the president was the president. And those are also part of the message of our campaign, was to take on a broken politics of the past. And I ran against a number of candidates who represented different versions of that past. And what we found time and again is that working people were left behind in the politics of our city. And what we're looking to do is put those...
We're a little bit behind, but it's about to get even funnier, chat. We're a little bit behind. We're like 5 minutes behind live, so it's going to get even funnier.
People right back at the heart of our politics, so that we don't have a situation where we're in the wealthiest city in the history of the world, and yet 1 in 5 can't even afford $2.90 for a Metro card.
You know, we had some interesting conversation, and some of his ideas really are the same ideas that I have. A big thing on cost, you know, the new word is affordability. Another word is just groceries. You know, it's sort of an old-fashioned word, but it's very accurate. And they're coming down high. They were, you know, we had, both of us, we had the highest inflation in the history of our country the last 4 years under the Biden administration. And we've got inflation down now to a normal number. It's going to go even a little bit lower than that. Katie, do you have something in it?
President Mamdani often covered by international law, that they will follow international. Doesn't often talk about.
They're trying to be like, don't you like Netanyahu more than him? Aren't you worried he's going to arrest Netanyahu? Netanyahu's not in the room, lady. Donald Trump is never going to fight for someone who's not in the room.
Well, I don't know what you're referring to in terms of it could be covered by international law, local law. It's covered by a lot of laws, but it's covered by U.S. law. Are you referring to anything in particular?
You said that they're a city that endorses, is that at odds?
No, I don't know. Would you want to respond?
Yeah, I think what I've shared with the president is our desire to not only follow the laws of our own city, laws that protect New Yorkers, but also a desire for consistency in our politics across the board. And that's something that we've talked about and something that I know many New Yorkers want.
We were with ICE.
We discussed ICE and New York City, and I spoke about how the laws that we have in New York City allow for New York City government to speak to the federal administration for about 170 serious crimes. The concerns that many New Yorkers have are around the enforcement of immigration laws on New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, and most recently we're talking about a mother and her 2 children, how this has very little to do with what that is.
What we did is we discussed crime. More than ICE per se, we discussed crime. And he doesn't want to see crime, and I don't want to see crime. And very little doubt that we're not going to get along on that issue. He wants to, and he said some things that were very interesting as to housing construction, and he wants to see houses go up. He wants to see a lot of houses created, a lot of apartments built, etc. And you know, we actually people would be shocked, but I want to see the same thing.
Mr. Montgomery, anti-Israel protesters.
Jack,
you guys have to remind yourselves that Donald Trump's dad made money on public housing. Like, so I'm sure Mom Dottie could talk to Donald Trump about, like, you know, public housing buildings or whatever. And Donald Trump being like, you know, he's a New Yorker where public housing and rent control and that shit is not like shocking to Trump. He was a Democrat for a lot of time. So I could easily imagine Mamdani saying shit that would trick Trump and would make every single right winger have heartburn.
Mr. President, I want to know one of the policies as well that Mayor-elect Mamdani talked a number of times about on the campaign was shifting the tax burden for property taxes from what he called minority communities, white communities, and putting more taxes on white people. I also noticed in your acceptance speech you didn't mention
he's gonna let me take this one. Oh my god! Oh my god! The conservative press is getting mocked every time they try to like insult Zoran. He's like, "Here, let me take this one." Oh my god! He's completely charmed Trump. I've never seen Trump. He's like putty in Zoran's hands. He's letting Zoran is gonna be like, "I didn't say white people. Shut the fuck up."
Or Christians or white people in general, and so I didn't know if that was one of the policies that you guys had spoken of.
We focused on affordability. We focused on the cost of living crisis. What I will say is that I am very much interested in property tax reform because what we see right now in New York City is a system that is so inequitable that it can't even stand up in court. And the president and I spoke about the importance of not only building more housing, but also making sure that regulation of housing is something that is manageable to actually get through and not the cause of yet another weight that we see in our city.
To be clear, you're continuing this idea of race-based property taxes.
No, to be very clear,
that's what you said.
No, the use of the term was a description of neighborhoods, not a description of intent.
So you intend to tax the white or more?
No, we intend to create a fair property tax system because we want a New York City that is not only fair and equitable, but also one that every New Yorker can afford.
So you shouldn't let people bait you into that kind of shit. It is. If you study like socialism in the past, letting people bait you into going like, oh, I'm going to tax white people that's exactly how they trick people with that dumbass shit. Don't let people bait you into that. Just say I'm taxing the richer people. And in America, newsflash, richer people are white most of the time. So yes, if you say I'm going to raise taxes on rich people, you're raising taxes on the rich white people more than you are on, you know, other groups. It's doing the Southern strategy in reverse. Instead of saying like, oh, I'm going to cut welfare, I'm going to cut these programs in public schools, I'm going to cut, you know, this social program, or I'm going to raise sales taxes. That hurts black people more than white people. But you're talking about economic things. Similarly here, you talk about raising taxes on the rich. It's going to affect who's more likely to be rich. It's rich white people. Oh, I'm not rich. I know you're not rich. So it's not affecting us. But the oldest trick in the book was to be like, oh man, they're taxing rich white guys. That's not fair. You're white, right? They want to keep white men down. And it's like, no, we want to tax rich people, motherfucker. Are you rich? Then it's not affecting you.
Please, God.
I've got a lot of white friends.
Protesters just targeted a synagogue in New York. Are you concerned about Jewish New Yorkers feeling welcome? If President Trump, if you to cut off federal funding to New York, what policies would you do that? Would that be grocery stores?
Well, I think if we didn't get along, whether it's cut off or just make it a little bit difficult or not give as much, we want to see, I use the term, we don't want good money going after bad. And we don't want that to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I did say that, you know, subject to what policies are being set. We had a meeting today that actually surprised me. He wants to see no crime. He wants to see housing being built. He wants to see rents coming down, all things that I agree with. Now, we may...
It's so funny because the coming socialist 60% landslide when AOC wins, it's going to be so funny because Trump, he's not going to be running because of the Constitution. And then people are going to be trying to push him out. He's going to be all bitter. It's going to be so funny. It's going to be so funny when he's like, they're like, well, you can't run again. And they're like kind of pushing him to the side. And they're trying to like get JD Vance or somebody to like, and Trump's going to be all bitter and mad that he's being pushed to the side. It's going to be so funny. Oh, God. The next 2 years are going to rule. Oh, the next 2 years are going to rule. This fucking rules. Oh, we have a hype train chat. If you have a Twitch Prime, did you know you can attach that to your Twitch account? I'm sorry, if you have Amazon Prime, you can attach that to your Twitch account. You have one free sub a month. That's taking $5 out of Jeff Bezos' pocket and putting it into mine. You might as well use your Prime now and have the billionaires funding the socialist propaganda that's going to make them not billionaires anymore. I can't wait for the day we can say Jeff Bezos is no longer a billionaire. Use your Prime so we can help make that happen.
Tyrannosaurus Rex, thank you for the rent coming down. I think one of the things I really gleaned very much today, he'd like to see him come down ideally by building a lot of additional housing. Yeah. That's the ultimate way. He agrees.
See, Trump is such a fucking old real estate guy where he's just like, yes, building. And you know what? Like, sometimes we talk about this in socialist thought, which is the difference between financial bourgeoisie and industrialist bourgeoisie. And in old school, like leftist, like we're winning. One of the things that we do exploit is the tension between industrialist billionaires and finance billionaires, because finance billionaires don't build anything. And they use financial capital to control industrialists and developers. And developers and industrialists chafe against that. And they could it could cause intra-bourgeois civil war. And labor can exploit that. And then there are international bourgeoisie, and then there's nationalist bourgeoisie, and those tensions can be exploited by our side. And Donald Trump is exactly showing it, which is like nobody likes Wall Street, really. Nobody likes that you have to pay 10% of the money you make to a fucking guy who did nothing but borrow money from the Fed first. So going after finance capital is always fun.
With that, and so
this is so funny.
If I read the newspapers and the stories, I don't hear that, but I heard him say it today, and I think that's a very positive step. No, I don't expect.
The media has been very unfair to Zohran Mamdani. They've been very fair. I agree with him. We've got to have city-run grocery stores. We got to freeze the rent, and we got to build a lot of housing. He's right. He's right. The media has been very unfair to Zohran.
I expect to be helping him, not hurting him.
Honestly, this is almost too funny. It's almost too good for Zohran, because it's like a lot of people hate Trump, and Trump is so charmed by Zohran that it's actually like maybe it's like he's winning too hard. He's winning too hard. People are going to be like, MAGA socialism is real. Oh my God, MAGA socialism, it happened. Zohran was really the MAGA socialist all along. Oh no.
Help, because I want New York City to be great. Look, I love New York City. It's where I come from. I spent a lot of years there. Now I'm right here. We took a big setback with the mayor that we had, Dave de Blasio. I thought it was a tremendous setback for the city. I think this mayor can do some things that are going to be really great.
De Blasio, of all the former mayors, de Blasio is the biggest supporter of Zohran. It's so funny how Zohran has united everyone. Even like he's got like Trump hates de Blasio, but de Blasio is like the biggest supporter of Zohran of all the former mayors. In fact, he has like members of de Blasio's administration, part of Zohran's administration. Like, this is so funny how Trump is just completely tricked. And he's so stupid. He's such a dumb piece of shit but he's also so like the right wingers can't say anything because their voters like Trump. So they can't, even though it's ideologically incoherent, they can't say anything.
Mr. President,
okay, how about you? Go ahead, please.
You're a billionaire. You have a different address nowadays than you used to, but you used to call New York City home. Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a Mamdani administration?
Yeah, I would. I really would. Especially after the meeting. Absolutely.
What makes you comfortable?
We agree on a lot more than I would have thought.
Total victory!
I think I want him to do a great job, and we'll help him do a great job. You know, he may have different views, but in many ways, you know, we were discussing when Bernie Sanders was out of the race, I picked up a lot of his votes, and people had no idea because he was strong on not getting ripped off in trade and lots of the things that I've practiced and been very successful on. Tariffs, a lot of things. Bernie Sanders and I agreed on much more than people thought. And when he was put out of the race, I think quite unfairly, if you want to know the truth, many of the Bernie Sanders voters voted for me. And I felt very comfortable, frankly, in seeing that and saying that. And, you know, it just turned out to be a statistical truth. But no, I feel very comfortable. I would feel very, very comfortable being in New York, and I think much more so after.
This is like if you're doing D&D and you roll 20 on the persuasion check, and the fucking GM is like mauling because you keep rolling 20s, and it's just like, fuck. All right, the guy listens to your argument and he's interested, and you know, but then he brings up a point to disagree with you. Roll persuasion again, 20 again. Fuck!
To the meeting, yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for you, but a very quick one for the mayor. Why did you fly here? Aren't trains?
I'll use every form of transit, and I want to make sure that they're all affordable in New York City, and that's why making buses fast and free is a centerpiece of our campaign.
Did you?
There is a bus that goes.
Well, but I know, but if he flew, that's a lot quicker too. No, I mean he's working very hard. For him to be, that's a very long drive. I'll stick up for you. You know, the plane takes you 30 minutes and driving takes you a
And
long
Mr.
time.
President, I was wondering if you could clear up some confusion.
He keeps defending Zoran. He keeps intervening to rescue Zoran. And these are the tougher questions, like, is Trump a fascist? Why did you fly? Like, where Zoran would have to, like, finesse something. And Trump keeps rescuing him. He keeps rescuing him from the media.
In Post report, there was this explosive report that the Coast Guard is no longer going to characterize swastikas and nooses as hate symbols. DHS called that a lie and clear up.
I don't know anything about it. When was this written? Look, the Coast Guard's an incredible group of people. I know them very well. We just ordered a lot of new Coast Guard cutters. Beautiful, the most magnificent ship. They look like yachts with lots of guns on them. So I don't know. I haven't seen any report like that. But certainly we want them to remain a great force, and they are.
Mr. President, around the world. I would like to ask Mr. Mamdani, you've accused the U.S. government of committing genocide in Gaza while President Trump was working on peace. Why that?
I've spoken about the Israeli government committing genocide, and I've spoken about our government funding it. And I shared with the president in our meeting about the concern that many New Yorkers have of wanting their tax dollars to go towards the benefit of New Yorkers and their ability to afford basic. And what we see right now is we're in the 9th consecutive year of more than 100,000 school children being homeless in our city. And there's a desperate need not only for the following of human rights, but also the following through on the promises we've made New Yorkers. And I appreciated the meeting we had, the work that we can do.
Do you agree that President worked hard?
I appreciate all efforts towards peace, and I shared with President Trump that when I spoke to Trump voters on Hillside Avenue, including one of whom was a pharmacist that spoke about how President Trump's father actually went to that pharmacy not too far from Jamaica Estates, that people were tired of seeing our tax dollars fund endless wars. And I also believe that...
See, Mamdani is such a good elder whisperer. It's like, honestly, this is pure Mike from PA vindication. I've never been proven more right in my life about like, honestly, he just knows how to talk to old people. You tell them nostalgic shits from their life and you don't make it. It's just, he is like, Trump just loves charismatic men. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying that Trump is gay, but Trump really likes attractive, charismatic men. I'm just noticing that, okay? Like, he really does like attractive, charismatic men.
We have to follow through on the international human rights, and I know that still today those are being violated, and that continues to be work that has to be done no matter where we're speaking.
Mr. President, you're the mayor elect, and do you think Leader Schumer is a leader Jeffries, have to follow?
Oh my God, Trump loves that question because he's gonna say yes. If Trump says yes to this, I'm gonna laugh my ass off.
Well, look, I hope they have great leaders. This is a man that right now I think is focused on New York City. I really think he has a chance to do a great job. We're going to help him. but I really think he has a chance to do a great job. But I'll let you answer that. Do you consider yourself the leader of the Democrats? I think it's more appropriate for him.
I consider myself the next mayor of New York City, and I keep my horizons firmly on New York City, and I appreciate the meeting with the president, which focused again on the 5 boroughs and whether New Yorkers could afford to live there.
Okay, you know, as an ideological socialist, like, this is all fun and games, and obviously I think Donald Trump is an incredibly dangerous fascist, and I know Zoran agrees with me. That being said, part of what we need to do is convince Americans that socialism is an acceptable political ideology that will give them good things. And if we can bamboozle Donald Trump to helping us do a bunch of left-wing shit in New York City and it looks good, then we do that. Now, Donald Trump is an incredibly dangerous piece of shit, and he's like threatening war on Venezuela and supporting Israel's, like, that, the reality of how horrible his administration is. We don't forget that. Like, we don't forget that. But if he's dumb enough to be fucking tricked by us, then trick him. I don't have a problem with tricking Donald Trump. Trick him away. You know what I mean? And when Zoran went to this meeting, I was very skeptical of it. I was like, you're going into the lion's den and they're just going to stab you in the back. And Zoran, apparently, he had a strategy to charm Trump that I could not even see. And he succeeded. I feel weird. Can I say that I feel weird? Like, seeing us win this hard, and it's so funny. Like, I'm kind of shook, to be honest.
Being the mayor of New York City is a big deal. Absolutely. I always said, you know, one of the things I would have...
He's like, I kind of wish I was mayor.
Love to be someday as the mayor of New York City. Being the mayor of New York, and especially now, because I think you're at really a turning point, one way or the other. Turning point, one way or the other. It could go great, or it can go in a different direction. And I think you really have a chance to make it. I appreciate what you're saying.
Mr. President, you say you love New York City. Mr. Mamdani, does New York City...
I honestly do think Donald Trump is a little bit... See, the thing is, this is where the fascists really failed. You have a New Yorker. And honestly, Trump is just... he's just a New York obsessed guy. He loves New York. Mamdani winning, like, in the cognitive dissonance of New York socialism is bad versus New York elected Mamdani. In Trump's mind, that means New York can't be wrong. He's such a New York nationalist that he's with New York no matter what New York is doing. And you see this kind of shit. Like, if Donald Trump was born in China, he would be a dyed-in-the-wool communist. He would be in the Communist Party. He would be sitting there waving the fucking flag of the party, going like, the Communist Party is the best. He's a regime guy.
New York City loves a future that is affordable. And I can tell you that there were more New Yorkers who voted for President Trump in the most recent presidential election because of that focus on cost of living. And I'm looking forward to working together to deliver on that affordability agenda.
I got a lot of votes. One more. Go ahead. One or two more. Go ahead. I tell you, the press has eaten this thing up. You know, I've had a lot of meetings with the heads of major countries. Nobody cared. This meeting that you people have gone crazy. You know, outside you have hundreds of people waiting. This is just a small little group.
God, people are so... Oh, God, he loves Mamdani. He's also getting high ratings. He loves Mamdani so much. Oh, he loves Mamdani so much. He's so happy. It's so funny, dude.
For some reason, the press has found this to be a very interesting meeting.
Because of ideology, dummy. God, you're so stupid. Because this is the most left-wing person in power. And so this is America. This is the left in America gaining power in the most important municipal election in the country. And that's shocking. Okay, because the left has always been weak in the United States since FDR died. Okay, with occasional possible blips. That's why this is interesting, dummy. You don't, but he's so stupid. He doesn't even know what ideology really is. God, he's so funny. This is so funny.
They come over from countries nobody cares, but they did care about this meeting, and it was a great meeting. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President, I was going to ask you exactly that. Why do you think there's so much more?
Because I think he's different. All right, I think he's different, and that can be in a very positive way. But I think he's different than.
He's right though. He's right though.
Your typical guy runs, wins, becomes mayor maybe, and nothing exciting, because he has a chance to really do something great for New York. New York is at a very critical, and he does need the help of the federal government to really succeed, and we're going to be helping him. but he's different.
God, the billionaires are fuming right now. You know, the right-wing billionaires are fuming. They're like, we got to yell at Trump about this. They're so mad. They're fuming. They're fucking fuming. JD Pondon, I mean, honestly, did Xi Jinping give him some sort of like, when they met, did he give him some sort of chip? Did he insert a chip into his brainstem? Like, what happened?
You know, your average candidate. He came out of nowhere. I said he has a great campaign manager standing over there.
By the way, his campaign manager is a far-left socialist. His chief of staff is probably one of the most left-wing people in the entire Mamdani campaign. His new chief of staff is probably one of the most left-wing people in the whole campaign. So this is funny. He's literally praising one of the most socialist people in the Mamdani group. Ellie is a pure W.
He came out of nowhere. Would you start off at 1 or 2? And then I watched. I said, who is this guy? He was at 1, then he was at 3, then he was at 5, then he was at 9. Then he went up to 17. I said, that's getting a little bit interesting, right? And then all of a sudden he wins a primary that nobody expected he was going to win. It's a great tribute. I mean, it's an amazing thing that he did.
And I'll just add one thing to what the president said. Is one thing I also appreciated is in our meeting to appreciate a portrait of FDR and the incredible work that was done with the New Deal and also in thinking about what it can look like when the federal government...
Again, FDR is a New Yorker. Donald Trump is a New York nationalist. He thinks New York is supreme. So, again, perfect way to talk to Donald Trump. Perfect way to Donald Trump is that FDR is a New Yorker. So you can just say, and a lot of people say he's one of the best presidents. He's from New York. I'm from New York. Donald Trump is like too dim to understand ideology. It's actually, this is so funny. Holy fuck. He understands Trump better than me. I didn't think, like, I thought I understood Trump well, but then Zoran has unlocked a new insight. He's a New York nationalist. Oh my God. This is like a deeper understanding. This is why I think Zoran is I'm such a Zoran supporter, because he understands this shit. He actually understands what he's doing.
And New York City government work together to deliver on affordability. It can be transformative.
You know, we have a great portrait of FDR that I found in the vaults that was missing for years. I found it and I put it up. He's a Democrat, to the best of my knowledge. He's a Democrat. And when the mayor saw that portrait, he said, "Sir, do you mind if I have a picture taken by that portrait?" It's an amazing portrait. I hope the picture comes out good. But it's an amazing portrait in the cabinet room. So he's a big fan of the New Deal.
This is so... Zoran is so smart. Holy fuck. Because Trump is the president. This is something that is probably underestimated. Have you guys ever heard of the President's Club? Do you know what that is? So all former presidents they're part of this group called the President's Club. And aggrandizing the presidency is really aggrandizing any president, right? So by aggrandizing FDR, who's also a New Yorker, Donald Trump, and all you do is go like, listen, Donald Trump is like aggrandizing himself in a certain sense, even though they don't agree on literally anything. Holy fuck, this is so funny. I'm dying.
I guess, and of FDR, yes, ma'am.
Spoke about crime.
Yeah.
There are officers set to come off the rolls at the end of this year. Are you going to allow those police to be police officers, actual cops? Require that happens? Would there be some consequences?
Well, I hope it happens, but again, that's going to be ultimately the mayor's decision.
What's your answer?
Is that I look forward...
He's deferring to Mamdani. Oh. Does Donald Trump trust Zoran Mamdani? Again, I will say this about Zoran. He hasn't said it. He hasn't given Trump anything. Trump is the only one who's given him anything. He hasn't said anything other than, I'm going to work with the president where we agree to make New York better. That's all he said.
Delivering public safety with the NYPD, and I've said over the course of our campaign that we have the number of police officers today. They are the ones that's budgeted about 35,000 headcount. And I think the key thing is that we have to make it easier for police to focus on police work, not ask them to respond to 200,000 mental health calls a year.
So is that a reduction, what you're at right now? Are you to maintaining the same level of cops?
I've committed over the course of the campaign to maintain the 35,000. That's the headcount that we had through the campaign.
And not replace them?
No, I've said that's the headcount that we want. What we need to do is make sure they can focus on serious crime.
And he just retained a great police commissioner, I believe, right?
Yes, we did. Commissioner Fish.
If the newspapers are correct.
That one they're correct about.
One thing that I was posting yesterday, which I want to draw your attention to, chat, is because Mamdani is a socialist, they're so distracted with that they're not talking about the major win he just promised. We talked about it yesterday, but one of the things that the left has been trying to abolish in NYPD is something called the NYPD Strategic Response Group. And Mamdani said yesterday he recommitted to abolishing it, which has been a major goal of the ACLU and police reformers in New York. And it is a group for counterterrorism and policing protests or riots. So they're going to abolish this. If you guys remember, during the protests, there was a bunch of cops with bicycles that kept like attacking protesters and like shoving them with the bicycles. That's part of the group, and they're being abolished.
He retained, I think, somebody that is she's a good friend of some of the people in my family, of Ivanka, and they say she's really good, really competent, and he just retained her, so that's a good sign.
Are there still topics you're agreeing on in the future, and do you think you'll have more meetings?
There will be topics that we disagree on. I think we'll probably come to a conclusion, and ultimately he'll convince me, or I'll convince him. You know, it's for the good of New York. Ultimately, it's for the good of New York. I don't care about affiliations or parties or anything else. I want to see if this city could be unbelievable, if he could be a spectacular success, I'd be very happy.
Do you think you guys will meet? Do you think you'll meet again in the mission?
I think we will. Yeah. I think we will. I hope we do. I enjoyed the meeting. We had a great meeting.
Mr. President, Republican Elise Stefanik has campaigned multiple times by calling Zohran Mamdani a jihadist. Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the Oval Office?
No, I don't, but...
How are these reporters so stupid? How do they not know that that Donald Trump is enamored with Zohran? They are hurting the Republican Party so badly. And these are the right-wing reporters. How are they this stupid? The first time Donald Trump showed that he was in a good mood and he liked Zohran, they should have realized we're not going to ask him any questions like this because he's going to give Zohran a win. Trump is glazing him and saying he's not a jihadist and I would live in his city. You guys should probably have figured out the best thing to do would be to end this as soon as possible. Why is it Trump? By the way, where is Trump's press corps? How are they not rescuing him? How are his press secretaries so stupid? They should be getting him out of there. Like, they are giving Zohran everything he wants and more. This is a complete Zohran This is like, I can't imagine winning this hard. I didn't think it was possible to win this hard in this interaction. I almost think Zohran is winning too hard. People are going to be like, what did Zohran say? They're going to be suspicious because Zohran won so hard.
She's out there campaigning, and you say things sometimes in a campaign.
Isn't that sort of
She's a very capable person. But you really have to ask her about that. But I don't particularly. I think I met with a man who's a very rational person. I met with a man who really wants to see New York be great again. And I can say again because New York was great. You know, when I came down to Washington initially, the city was so hot. It was doing great. We were having some telltale signs of problems. We had a mayor that was not doing a great job, but still, it was moving along, and it went bad. It really went, pretty bad. And he can, I think it's been at lower points, but it went pretty bad. I think he can bring it back. Now, the question is, will he bring it back all the way? Will he bring it back greater than ever before, which is, I guarantee, that's his wish. I think he wants to make it greater than ever before. And if he can, we'll be out there cheering. I'll be cheering for him.
I think part of the problem is that Donald Trump is a profoundly non-political guy in the sense of like understanding ideology and understanding ideas and understanding this kind of shit. And I don't think like everyone around him is a part of the right-wing ideological sphere, right? Where they are opposed to the idea of making New York great if it means taxing rich people. Whereas I don't think Trump doesn't really care about that. It's more about what makes things better for you. And sometimes you can make more money even though taxes are higher. Whereas the people that support Trump are ideologically opposed to taxes as if they're bad. Whereas for Trump, he doesn't care. It's more about what do you need to do to win?
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you chose not to answer the question about the synagogue protest.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no, I care very deeply about Jewish safety, and I look forward to rooting out anti-Semitism across the 5 boroughs and protecting Jewish New Yorkers and every New Yorker who calls the City Hall.
Chat, Vio brought me. See, oh, the press are busting. Are they busting in just like I said? Vio brought me lunch. Thank you, VO. It's pasta. I'm hungry. Okay, I gotta back up a little bit. Hold on.
Was not doing a great job, but still, it was moving along, and it went bad. It really went, pretty bad. And he can, I think it's been at lower points, but it went pretty bad. I think he can bring it back. Now the question is, will he bring it back all the way? Will he bring it back greater than ever before? Which is, I guarantee, that's his wish. I think he wants to make it greater than ever before. And if he can, we'll be out there cheering. I'll be cheering for him. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
You chose not to answer the question about the synagogue protesting.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no, I care very deeply about Jewish safety, and I look forward to rooting out anti-Semitism across the 5 boroughs and protecting Jewish New Yorkers and every New Yorker who calls the City Hall.
Can you imagine having your ideology in the hands of Trump? Oh man, our ideology is in the hands of Zohran Mamdani and their ideology is in the hands of Trump. Oh, that's funny. Oh, we're gonna beat your asses so badly. We're gonna beat your ass so badly. Oh god, life is good, isn't it, chat? And the best part of this is, of course this happened while Hassan is in China. Of course this happened while Hassan is in China. Oh god. Normally Hassan would be live right now and he would be able to experience this live. But nope, he missed it. Every time. Every fucking time. Oh, Bobby, thank you for the 10. What a good stream. Oh. Since we paused so much, we could skip over this boring shit. Wait, is there no like post-game interview? Is Mamdani not going to talk to the press? Did Zohran, did Trump is like, your refractory period must be up. Let me add it. She's so mad. Not condemning Trump. However, I think we could all agree it's a bad look to let a foreign-born jihadist who says he wants to implement anti-white policies like taxing white people more money stand behind the desk of the Oval Office. Mamdani said America is a racist country and he supports communists who say white men are the most evil people in our country. He calls Trump supporters fascists and incites violence against Jews every day. Trump said he was withholding federal funds to Mamdani since he refused to comply with ICE. Does this mean we aren't getting mass deportations in New York City? I took Trump at his word when he said he wasn't giving Mamdani funding. Now he said he's worked with him one day after Mamdani supporters stormed a synagogue in New York City and called for Jews to be murdered. Mamdani said he will fight all Trump policies. His election night speech was dedicated to getting Trump. Are we normalizing communism now? It's quite remarkable. What are we doing? Trump said he's withholding aid. I guess that's not happening. Mamdani said he's banning ICE from operating in New York City. I guess this also means we won't be seeing the DOJ review Mamdani's lies about his immigration paperwork. The GOP talked big talk about having Pam Bondi look at denaturalizing Mamdani, but it looks like it was just a publicity stunt by GOP congressmen. Trump just said Mamdani is rational. There's nothing rational about allowing criminally illegal aliens to terrorize New York. I'm stunned. Hope we see more condemnation of Mamdani as communist, anti-white, and jihadist views for President Trump. This is very dangerous. Can we address affordability without embracing anti-white racism and communism? What are we doing? That's my only response. Fuck. Holy shit, dude. Like, what do you even say? What was your favorite highlights? It was probably this one.
With you, I focused very little on resolution, focusing. I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am a democratic socialist about that. And I know there might be different ideology, but the place of agreement is to be done to make new. That's what I look forward to.
I hope to meet with Mamdani again. I think Trump likes New York too much to really fuck with him.
I've spoken about...
That's okay. It's easier.
Yes.
It's easier than explaining it.
Yes, you could just say yes. I don't mind. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the biggest W of our politics. Basically, Trump also admitted Bernie would have won because Hillary Clinton barely lost to Trump. And Trump says that some Bernie voters voted for him. So that's implicitly saying Bernie would have won. We got a Bernie would have won soliloquy from Trump. Oh, this is so fucking funny, dude.
Awaken the people and help them.
Trump after 5 minutes with Mamdani.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States. May Allah.
That's crazy. Zohran Mamdani, Trump, Bill Ackman. I mean, yeah. Wow. I don't know what else to say. What President Trump is doing right now is trying to stop a blue wave. He's using Mamdani's momentum and thereby deflating Democrats. Remember, Trump says a lot of things, but he ultimately sides with MAGA. These guys are on cope mode. These guys are in pure cope mode. What a stream, chat. What a fucking stream. Holy shit. I'm standing here. I'm sitting here in pure... The House Republicans tried to do something by denouncing the horrors of socialism in a vote. All the Democratic leaders voted for it. And then Trump says, oh, my favorite thing Trump said was, I would be happy with my mayor. I would live with him. What does anybody have that clip? Somebody give me that clip because it's so fucking funny. It completely deflates all the right wing. I just want to see how the CNBC people are covering it. Fox News is maulding.
There you go, live from Washington, D.C. That's what we just watched. Now I'm in New York City. We were watching that press conference. I think J.D. Vance is jealous. I think the president wants to use him as a running mate. They really got along fantastic. Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade, lucky enough to fill in for Will Cain. You just saw it, President Trump and New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani. So there you go, live from Washington, D.C. That's
a story and 2 photos. I'm sorry, chat, but Zohran is good on TV, and that's all Trump cares about. No, he just understands. I think it's more than that. I think he understood what Trump likes to hear. I think his charisma and his emotional intelligence is so high that he just knew how to talk to Trump in a way that Trump would like. And Trump likes winners. And so he knew how to talk to Trump in a way that just made Trump feel like they're going to get along. And it was, he said, listen, I just want to make New York better. And Trump is he's not ideological enough to understand what's being said between the lines, which is incredible. A president of the United States that has no political acumen whatsoever is truly amazing. Like he just doesn't get when like Mamdani says, I'm going to hold police head count the same. That means you can cut all sorts of funding to the cops. If you cut back on overtime, that's keeping the head count the same. If you are removing cops from doing certain things, that's still keeping the head count the same. If the average cop works 60 hours a week, but then you cut it down to 40, that's a 50% reduction in policing while keeping the head count the same. Like Trump doesn't know anything. Like you could do so much cuts of the police while keeping the head count the same. And then also if cops resign because they're not getting as much overtime, you just slow walk hiring or you don't replace them. Right? Like you're like, this is the type of shit that the left has not been able to do forever. And Zohran is coming in and getting Trump to agree with it. And him saying, listen, I want cops going after the bad guys, not some fucking homeless guy who's mentally ill and needs help. We should have the fucking shrinks talk to him. And Trump was like, yeah, that makes sense. Because Trump's stupid. He doesn't understand the whole point of policing is to keep the lower class in line. It's incredibly funny how much he just got rolled. I want to see reports. Somebody has got to have a report about the Mamdani meeting. Are they just not going to report on it because Zohran did so well?
Used to call New York City home. Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a Mamdani administration?
Yeah, I would.
Mamdani bent the knee. His supporters are furious. The MAGA people they're coping so much. They're coping so fucking much. Zohran, wow. Asman was coping, saying the media wasn't asking any real questions, not understanding that those were right-wing outlets. It was he's too Asman Gold, you are dumb. You are a dumb piece of shit. It was the New York Post, which is one of the most conservative right-wing newspapers in the fucking country. There was a Fox News journalist. I think there was a Newsmax person. I think there was an Israeli reporter. You're a fucking idiot. Mamdani is this a bot? Is this a bot? Mamdani socialists are gonna hate Mamdani after this. They're coping so hard. Libs, what the fuck? We love Trump now. He undermined the Republican Party's messaging. He was asked is he a jihadist? And Trump said no. And they even primed Trump with, hey, Elise Stefanik is running on him being a jihadist. Do you think he's a jihadist? They were trying to get Trump to go along with it by saying, hey, one of your biggest allies calls him a jihadist. Don't you think he's a jihadist? And Trump said no. Like, that was a major cave by Trump that undermined the Republican Party's like attempt to marginalize him as radical. How are they going to call him radical with GOP voters? But Trump said he's not. That's why Laura Luber is crashing out. Yeah, we already saw the mogging. Wow, what a Friday, chat. Well, it has been a surreal 7 hours. It is. I feel completely surreal. By the way, if you're new here, welcome. This is the Central Committee stream. I'm the morning politics streamer from the left. I start 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern, Monday to Friday. Welcome in. I'm here all the time. Here's all my other socials. Since today is Friday, I want to extend a special invitation. We do movie nights on my Discord. Let me spam that. We got about 10,000 left-wingers in my Discord, so you can come hang out. Every Friday we watch a movie. This week we are watching, it's at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific is what we watch. We're watching A House of Dynamite, which is a new film about how we're all gonna die.
I always thought just being ready is the point. It keeps the villain in check. Keeps the world straight. They see how prepared we are. No one starts a nuclear war.
Approximately 3 minutes ago, we detected an ICBM over the Pacific. Current flight trajectory is consistent with impact somewhere in the continental United States.
Have we seen DEFCON 2 before? No.
Is this real?
STRATCOM is asking for launch instructions right now. I'm gonna need you to breathe.
We are talking about hitting a bullet with a bullet.
So it's a fucking coin toss? That's what $50 billion buys us?
Get in the car and just start driving.
If we do not take steps to neutralize our enemies now, we will lose our window to do so.
If we get this wrong, none of us are going to be alive tomorrow.
There is no plan B.
We did everything right? We did every fucking thing right.
None of this makes sense. Making all these bombs and all these plans. The walls are just ready to blow.
All right, chat. So if that seems like a fun movie, come hang out with me tonight. 9 p.m. Eastern, we'll be watching that in my Discord. Here's the link one more time. How about a couple more times? Have you checked out Pluribus yet? No. I'm probably gonna watch some of that this weekend. Okay, well, who are we gonna raid today, huh? Chat, there is one person on this platform who you deserve to be you should be following. If you're not, I think you're probably a sexist. There, I said it. If you're not a Casey Tron fan, how are you even on this platform? Casey Tron made Twitch by trolling incels and playing League of Legends. I don't know about you, but Casey is one of those people that brought me to Twitch. She is a true queen. And so I'm going to call it there today. Thank you so much for all the support. Socialism is winning. Not will win, is winning. Solidarity forever, my friends. Free Palestine, free Sudan, from the river to the sea. And I will see you all tonight in the Discord. Solidarity forever, my friends. And I'll see you when I see you.